This epic manual begins with a dark and stormy night in an ancient Chinese home. Several men in black robes are lined up. Someone asks if anyone is there. A puddle of water had formed due to the continuous rain. There was a dirty child in the rain. He presented himself before the men in black robes. The way they stand there is perplexing. A man with red eyes watched the boy intently while thinking how there is someone living in the closed martial academy. He called the boy a young warrior and asked permission if they could spend the night there to avoid the rain. The boy watched them. He wonders who these people are. He is surprised that they greet him kindly. Despite being just a child, he thought that maybe these people saw him as a young Taoist guarding the closing academy. He returned their greeting while thinking that maybe they weren't bad people. He replied that he also settled in the closed academy a few years ago, so the men can also stay wherever they want. However, he pointed to the pavilion he was using and told them to use other places. Apart from that, the men thanked the young warrior for his hospitality. The leader of the men ordered everyone not to approach the young warrior's pavilion and to take shelter in other places. He asked them if they understood, and everyone answered yes. They went to find their space. The boy read the word on their robe. It says Tang. He wonders if they are all from the same clan. He is curious what kind of people they are, but now he has more important things to do. He entered his pavilion. It is busy because it is dinner time for the children. The serious atmosphere then changed upon seeing that the boy was delighted. This one here is our protagonist. He enthusiastically called everyone to eat. There was a large container of marijuana. He cheerfully opened the lid, and inside was a small brown insect resembling a cricket. The boy said he was almost late, so these insects must be hungry. He opened another pot. It contains a large and beautiful spider called a black earth tiger, the tarantula native to Henan, China. It is a large species that grows up to 20 centimeters, and its unique stripes are reminiscent of a black tiger's. With a chopstick, he picked up an insect to feed the black one while feeding it. He said he couldn't imagine surviving if those guys hadn't been there. The black one nibbled the insect. The boy was happy with its reaction. He is fascinated that this boy, who was the size of a fingernail, has already shed his shell twice and has grown like this. He is very happy. The black one is full. The next one is. The boy opened a drawer. It revealed an orange lizard with white stripes. It is a cave gecko. Likewise, this native species is characterized by the stripes on its body and tail. The boy said it was very difficult to obtain them because in his previous life he had no money. But now, if he goes out on the street, he finds them everywhere. His life was full of fun watching them. He fed the salamander and it bit him. While shouting loudly, he moved his fingers to get it off, but it kept biting. This moment also reminded our MC of what happened to him before all these things. That is, before this person entered that body. He was a streamer with a whopping 1 million subscribers. He is a professional biologist named Spicy Fabry. His main content was poisonous insects and venomous animals. The problem was the live broadcast he did to celebrate reaching 1 million subscribers. The 10 most dangerous vipers in the world, among them, the most dangerous, the black mamba was considered the most aggressive, and the trip to Africa to find it was his death. He told his viewers he didn't have it and that it wasn't easy to find. He decided to take a break and go look for it again. The viewers told him they would wait for him. He was so tired that he couldn't find it in the chat. People are worried that he is at home and might get bit. The black mamba he couldn't find no matter how hard he looked was coiled on top of the refrigerator. He was bitten in an instant while on live TV, and immediately. Our boy died, and now back to the present. He made a sound thinking about what happened after striving to search for it. Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe remained in front of the pavilion door. He knocked on the door and called the young warrior. Our guest opened the door and asked if something was wrong. The man replied that he wanted to thank him for giving them shelter from the rain. He invited him to have dinner together since they hunted a deer. Hearing that excited the boy. He liked meat all this time. The only meat he could eat were snakes and lizards. He happily accepted the invitation and went to where the others were. They lit a bonfire. They gathered around it while watching the deer cook. The old man saw the boy drooling as he watched. He told the boy that the deer would take a while to cook. Meanwhile, he asked if it was okay to ask some questions. The boy felt embarrassed for being caught staring at the deer for too long. He let the old man ask questions. He asks if the boy lives alone and his age. The boy wasn't sure if he was 14 or 15. The boy decided to make up a story about accidentally hitting his head when he was a child. That's why he doesn't remember much. The old man asked if he lived there alone. He replied yes, since he has no talent, he just hunts snakes and sell their skins to make a living. The old man couldn't believe he was doing something so dangerous. He replied that he was used to it. Someone brought them the cooked part so they could eat first. An old man said that the young warrior must be hungry. He thanked the old man. The boy said it had been a long time since he had eaten meat. He nibbled the meat and looked truly happy in his mind. He thought this is happiness. The older men watched him happily. They told the boy to listen while eating. The old man revealed that they were looking for something and asked the boy if he had seen anything strange. The old man debated whether he could say it. The white-haired old man told the patriarch that, since they were indebted to the young warrior, perhaps it was okay to tell him. And since the boy doesn't know, there is no chance he will get into trouble, and since he lives alone, he won't tell anyone. The patriarch agreed with his father. He started to say it. They have come to look for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. The boy was surprised to hear that. They call it a blue-spotted centipede. It is large, so they thought the boy might have seen it. The boy asked how big it was. The patriarch replied that if it is an adult, it can easily swallow someone as big as the young warrior. The boy paled upon hearing about a centipede so large it can swallow a person. The boy thought his idea that he had just gone back about 100 years might be wrong, since he might be in a different world. The white-haired man told him not to worry, as they were about to catch that thing. The boy asked if they were trying to catch and raise it. The elders did not understand the part about raising it. The white-haired old man found it funny. In the end, he burst out laughing heartily. The idea of raising a blue-spotted centipede seemed amusing to them. The patriarch commented that the young warrior was very funny. The white-haired old man replied that it was impossible for them to raise it. They intended to use it as medicine. The boy was confused because he thought they were traitors, but now he thinks they might be drug dealers. He asked how they could use the centipede as medicine. The white-haired man replies that his granddaughter is bedridden with a serious illness. The inner core of that centipede is the only thing that can save his granddaughter, so they are trying to find it. The boy was trying to piece things together, and the patriarch confirmed his suspicion. The white-haired old man's granddaughter is his daughter. The boy felt like they were trying to feed the girl anything, as she is on the verge of death. He doesn't believe centipedes can be used as medicine, but there is nothing parents won't do for their children. Although he felt bad for the centipede, as those men wanted to know about it, he decided to help them. He started talking about the centipede, and the patriarch immediately asked him if he had seen it. He replied no, but added that although he doesn't know what a blue-spotted centipede is, he might have an idea where they can find it, even though Spicy Fabry died from a snake bite. He is more certain than anyone when it comes to venomous animals. Out of the approximately 8.7 million species, about 20,000 are known to be venomous, and he has every single one of them in his head. And of course, these centipedes are no exception when it comes to venomous animals. Everything is in the palm of Faber's spicy hand. He is actually a walking encyclopedia of centipedes. Our MC recalled all his knowledge about centipedes, and it was as if he literally opened a book, then scanned the pages, and after a few seconds, he finished by closing it. He found what he was looking for. Again, it was just a representation in his head. Back to the present, he told the elders that maybe he knew where to find it. They were startled and asked where. Our AMC thought about it. He asked about the areas the elders had already searched. They searched north and east of the academy, mainly during the day, and focused on the riverbank in the north. The boy was not surprised that they did not find it. He told them that, of course, it could not be found. The elder asked what he meant by of course. They asked him to tell them. Centipedes belong to the class Arthropodophila and class Chilopoda, so they have a wide territory. And being cold-blooded, they need shelter to regulate temperature and humidity. Another interesting fact is that, unlike most insects with a waterproof layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and it spills over their shell, so they don't really prefer humid places. It is an animal that needs a lot of moisture but dislikes damp places, although it cannot survive long without water. Therefore, the blue-spotted centipede is less likely to be found in jungles or by the rivers. The elders couldn't believe it. He thought that centipedes preferred places like rotten wood crevices. The boy informed them that they could see small ones there, but they were looking for a large one. The large ones cannot stay in the jungle or on rocks by the river because they cannot hide that way. The elders looked at each other and nodded in nonverbal communication. They asked where they could find the centipede. He told the boy that if they found it, he would give him a big reward. The boy smiled, pointed to the west, and suggested looking for it in the Rocky Mountains to the west. Centipedes like to rest under hot rocks during the day and wander at night. A few hours later in the Rocky Mountains, the men searched thoroughly. The patriarch was standing on a high rock. And narrow, he watched intently. A man approached him and suggested that the young warrior might be wrong. He told everyone to call it a day, ordered the signal arrow, and gathered the search team. The arrow was fired. The men gathered around the bonfire. Everyone was exhausted, but still hoped the young warrior was right. They wondered why they couldn't find the centipede, but in a way they believed the young warrior, as he seemed smart. The patriarch was calm. Then finally, with an expression of pain on his face, he pronounced that his daughter Weiyun is considered the most exceptional talent in the history of the Tang family. He asked if heaven had abandoned her. Suddenly, someone announced that the great patriarch had returned. The patriarch welcomed him. They gathered around the bonfire. The great patriarch asked the patriarch if he also hadn't found it. The patriarch replied, yes. The patriarch asked if the great patriarch had also failed. He replied, yes. Weiyun could probably last 3 months at most. He doubted they could find the centipede in 10 days. They were silent. The patriarch suggested they explore the south tomorrow, as they haven't found any trace there. The great patriarch agreed that they found no trace. Based on this statement, the patriarch realized something. He laughed out loud and expressed that he couldn't believe he had missed that. He stated that they are in the right place. After all, the patriarch asked if he had seen anything. The great patriarch replied no, and just when the patriarch said he perceived no trace or presence, the patriarch became confused. The great patriarch explained that since there is no trace, he had a feeling it was there. He asked the patriarch if he had seen any trace in the last 3 days, and he replied no. Not even an animal or droppings or territorial markings. That's when the patriarch realized. The great patriarch replied that this is exactly it. It makes no sense that there isn't even a trace of an animal in the huge mountain, and the patriarch thought of the territorial animal. The great patriarch suspected that they had all fled or become food for the centipede. He bandaged the patriarch's shoulder, and they assured him that the blue-spotted centipede was definitely there. They were certain they could save H. Bayan. The patriarch had the sad but hopeful expression of a father on his face. Then they felt the ground tremble. They became alert. They panic when cracks appear in the ground. The area around the bonfire had collapsed. Unexpectedly, it rose from the ground. Everyone is confused about what is happening. On a branch, it came out of the ground. They watch as another one appears. They pointed at the creature emerging. They were terrified. Even the great patriarch was nervous. Several more members emerged. It is the damn blue-spotted centipede. And, man, it is definitely huge. Back at the academy, our boy complained about how messy it was. He wonders how big the centipede is because there is a lot of noise. He commented on how he told them to search for it, but they are turning the mountain upside down. He is amazed at a centipede big enough to swallow him whole. And since he is a poisonous Pokemon geek, he thought he really wanted to see it. Back in the Rocky Mountains, finally things have calmed down. They defeated the blue-spotted centipede, but not without getting injured. They also have the core. It is a baby blue gem in a wooden box. The men were crying that they could finally save Weiyun. The patriarch asked his father to go to Sichuan first and treat the wounded warriors. The great patriarch was confused. The patriarch explained that grudges are carved in blood and favors in stone. And that's how they live. In summary, they still have things to do. The great patriarch finally realized. He admitted how he almost made a big mistake just by focusing on Guiyang. The great patriarch agreed that the right thing to do would be to welcome the young warrior as a guest and give him what he wants. The patriarch ordered the wounded warrior to receive treatment in the village while he visited the young warrior. The idea that the young warrior is also curious about the news came to mind. But here we are. We see our boy casually being petted by these 3 little yellow Pokemon. The young warrior has a dilemma. He had just become the father of the blue-spotted centipedes. There are 3 of them and they look like caterpillars. They are very cute and adorable, especially the way they float on the young warrior's face. Something reminded him. As the boy looked at the pot when he got home, he cleaned the eggs and placed them on the nightstand, and when he woke up, they had all hatched. A centipede lay happily on the boy's head. The boy had sensed it, but he really didn't expect it to hatch so quickly. He looked at them while pouting and tried to take them off his shoulders, but there is a problem. They cling to him, and they won't come down because they consider him their father. A small summary of what happened last night. The boy was so curious about a new type of huge centipede that could swallow him, that he told himself that if he endured this, he wouldn't be a spicy faker in the hiding place of the blue-spotted centipede he found. He searched for it and hastily kicked an insect. He was annoyed, as he couldn't contain his curiosity. His torch fell since he lost his balance, but he felt relieved. The 3 eggs he got were safe. Good thing it had stopped raining, because otherwise he wouldn't have gotten even one. Then he realized something. It wasn't the time to be like this. He immediately got up to return quickly and clean the eggs. He secured the eggs at his waist and told those eggs to wait a little longer, and he would make sure to bathe them soon. Back to the present, although he couldn't see the blue-spotted centipede alive. He is glad he saved the remaining eggs. He asked them to give him space. He knew there was no need to give them food, as they don't eat until they have shed twice. But it is a pain as they keep clinging to his body. Then he thought of something. If he gets in the water, those guys will leave him alone. He had a satisfied smile on his face. When he decided to take a shower, the little one probably doesn't know what it means. But he shuddered. A few hours later, the elder patriarch arrived at the academy. He headed towards the pavilion, knocked on the door, and asked if the young warrior was inside. But there was no answer. He waited, reached for the knob, then he decided to enter. He looked around and saw herbs and even medicinal vials. It made him wonder if the young warrior is a doctor. He thought about how rude it is to enter a room without permission. He decided to come back later. But he heard crunching sounds. It caught his attention. It was coming from one of the pots. He turned around and opened the pot. He was surprised to see what was inside. It was a spider. Then his attention shifted to the drawers. He pulled one open and saw a salamander. He looked around and checked another pot, which contained beetles. There are also some eggs and dried snakes. It was incredible. He couldn't comprehend that the young warrior was raising poisonous animals. And they're young, even his Tang clan, who are familiar with venomous creatures. They only managed to extract the venom. They haven't been able to find a way to hatch the eggs like that. He thought that he saved his daughter's life through a lucky little encounter. But the real luck was the encounter with the young warrior himself. The young warrior saw him and called him. The young warrior was worried that the old man had injured his arm, since it was bandaged. The old man replied that it was nothing serious. He told the young warrior that he had to tell him something, but he cut himself off mid-sentence because he felt an ominous energy. The entrance behind the boy has some explosion. Slowly, the silhouette of a head appeared. When the body was revealed, it looked like the silhouette of an ogre. It had one eye and the left side of its face was burned. The old man immediately pushed the young warrior while telling him to run. The young warrior was surprised and confused. The monster made a loud noise while its posture seemed ready to attack. Then it took a step. Its movements are fast. It attacked with its hand. The old man blocked it with his uninjured arm. It was really painful. Then the monster pushed the old man back and threw him into the air. The area filled with dust that made the old man cough. He also coughed up blood. He described the monster as tall as his father. He told the young warrior to run, but when the smoke cleared, it revealed the young warrior being suffocated and lifted into the air by the monster. The young warrior coughed while the monster laughed loudly. The monster spoke, saying it heard that the bastards of the Tang clan had arrived in Anan. No one would have expected that the son of the divine sovereign of myriad poisons would be injured and alone. The old man replies that he doesn't know who he is and asks why they are targeting him. Along with the young warrior, the monster asked him if it wasn't visible on his face and on his fist. He introduced himself as Blood Hand, Rakasa Takunyan, and it was the old man's father who gave him that appearance. The old man recognized the name. He heard that the man hit his head with a poisonous palm and fell off the cliff, but in reality, he is still alive. The old man told him that the young warrior had nothing to do with him, so he asked him to let him go and, in return, the old man offered his life, but Yunyan didn't want it. he swore to massacre anyone who even brushed the clothes of the Tang clan. In his head, the old man cursed that damned demon. In this context, the demon is a powerful martial artist who causes harm to the world. And it seemed that Yunjiang had no intention of letting the young warrior go. Our AMC had turned pale from lack of air. Yunyang laughed out loud and told him to die. The young warrior, weakly, asked for his life to be spared. He pleaded, and at that moment, he was only a few seconds away from reaching his limit. Suddenly, there are 3 pairs of fierce eyes. The 3 small, standing ones lunged at Yunjiang's arm. It's show time. These cute but fierce baby centipedes attacked and bit these ugly asses all over their body. Ian Yang was confused seeing the centipedes. He dropped the young warrior, furious. He shouted that even if they were centipedes, they couldn't hurt him. Suddenly, his neck turned purple, and he coughed up blood. He immediately fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Our son was surprised and confused by his death. He moved away while confirming to the old man if he was a bad person. The old man, who saw everything, was perplexed. He was dumbfounded, and it turned into a huge smile upon realizing that the young warrior is not just a guest. The old man thought that the young warrior must definitely become a member of the Time clan. A few days after the union collapsed, someone sighed. The young warrior takes care of the old man. He placed a damp cloth on the old man's forehead while he slept. The old man thanked him. The young warrior replied that instead of thanking him, he could tell him where his companions were, and he would go see how they were doing. But then he realized he couldn't leave him alone. But they couldn't call a doctor either. The old man told him not to worry and that he would recover with a few days of rest. The boy was dumbfounded at how calm the man was after coughing up so much blood. He told the elder to stop saying that when he was in critical condition. The old man replies that he is fine because he is a martial artist. The young warrior had no idea. He asked if he was one of those who fly and shoot fireballs and such things. The old man let out a small laugh and told him that not everyone can do that. But it's a way of putting it. Spicy Faber was astonished. It's another thing that made him realize that he is truly in a different world. After all, otherwise a centipede as big as a house makes no sense. The old man told him that he owed his life to the young warrior. He saved his life and formally introduced himself. Despite being in that condition, he is Shiosan of the Tang clan from Sichuan. And finally, our master of ceremonies also introduced himself. His name is Wei Zorian. Chi Olsen knew that that means small and Rian means dragon. It's a nice name. Then Chi Olsen expressed that he had so many questions he would like to ask. Zorian told him to go ahead. He asked him if the centipedes he had on his body were venomous. Zorian rubbed a centipede on his belly and replied yes, since they are blue-spotted centipedes. The Zoc made Chi Olsen get out of bed. He asked if Zorian tamed them and how he did it. Chi Olsen continued by saying that while waiting for him, he saw other venomous creatures too. He asked if he was raising them too. Zorian replied that it was going to be a long story. He asked if he was okay with that. Chi Olsen replied that he doesn't mind. Zorian started with the blue-spotted centipede egg. When he concluded his story, Chi Olsen confirmed with him if he had raised it from an egg. Zorian replied yes, since he could roughly predict when it would hatch. In Chi Olsen's head, it was something he couldn't comprehend. How did the boy do it? Zorian asked him to wait a moment. Our Amzi then headed towards one of the drawers. He took out 2 lizards and proudly told the old man to take a look at them. The first one is the brown-bodied lizard with yellow stripes on its body and white stripes on its tail. It's a normal striped lizard. Then there is the other one. He made 2 lizards with larger white stripes on the tail, purebred, so the other one only has 2 colors. It has a brown body and a white tail with no stripes. Chi Olsen asked if what he was saying was that he bred that color. Zorian blushed and replied cheerfully, yes, he thought it was pretty. Chi Olsen composed himself and asked if the young warrior can match the ones with strong poison to create an even more venomous one. Zorian replied in his head he thought theoretically it's possible. Then he replied to the old man, explaining that if they knew which one had stronger poison, it would probably be possible. He hadn't finished when Chi Olsen exclaimed, really, that's possible. That intense reaction shocked Zorian. Immediately, Chi Olsen told him to become part of his family. Right there and then, Zorian is now confused. Chi Olsen tempted him by saying that if he joined, they would generously teach him all their martial arts. and he would have access to all sorts of elixirs, herbs, and the poisons he wanted. Chiao-san told him that someone like him could even capture or raise the legendary 10 great poisonous creatures of the central plains of the martial world. And if that is not enough to influence Sor Yang's heart, this old man even added, not to brag, but to share one of the 3 flowers of the central plains. His daughter Sor Yang shouted, "Wait." Sor Yang asked what he just said. Chiao-san found it amusing. He commented that even though Sor Yang was young, he was still a man. He kept talking about the flowers of the central plains, but Sor Yang cut him off and told him to forget about the flowers. Sor Yang brought up the topic of the 10 great venomous creatures of the central plains. He asked if they were amazing, like the blue-spotted centipede. Ji Olsen replied, of course. He told him that the blue-spotted centipede is impressive, but it holds a lower rank compared to the 10 great venomous creatures of the central plains. From the giant scorpion to the golden frog that shines like gold. Whatever Zoryang is imagining, it goes beyond. Olsen smiled. It seemed he had managed to persuade Soryang. Soryang looked excited, and his eyes were bright. 2 days later, a member of the Chang clan was surprised to see that blood hand, Rakasa, Ta Kyun Yang had appeared. Olsen replied that it seemed Kyun Yang had been hiding and polishing his martial arts. He was at a level close to his father's. Then the men of the Chang clan realized something. If the patriarch sent the man to death, it might be that he had reached the realm of 10-0 poisons. They congratulated him. The patriarch replied that no. He informed them that the young warrior is the one who killed Yun Yang. The members of the Chang clan were dumbfounded. One man immediately shook the young warrior's hand. They thanked them for saving the patriarch of the Chang clan of Sichuan. They asked him if he was an old man who had rejuvenated. Zoryang was confused. The old man realized there was a misunderstanding, so he asked Soryang to show them. The Tang clan members knew what it meant, but Soryang beat his chest and asked the boys to come out. The Tang clan members saw Soryang's clothes crunching, and 3 adorable centipedes peeked out. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw them. The little ones crawled out. The Tang clan member knew it was a centipede. The patriarch explained that they're blue-spotted centipedes and those small, standing ones got rid of a yang. They asked about the poison. It was incredible that he was able to tame one. The patriarch explained that this is why he decided to accept the young warrior as one of their own. But Saurian said he would think about it a little more. A clan member told Saurian that it was a great opportunity. The patriarch said he should get up now because he has a feeling he shouldn't be late. Saurian asked if he is still looking for something. Ji Olsen was silent for a moment. Then he started to explain that the blood hand. Rakasa Takuyan had practiced the martial art called the poisonous claw blood hand. It is a demonic art for which human blood and bone marrow are needed to reach a certain phase. Soryang finds it really creepy. Jialsen explained that if a Yan left behind any secret scroll or disciples, they have to take care of it to eliminate any future threat and ensure that such cruel martial weapons never return to the martial world. Furthermore, if someone is captured, they also have to help them. The patriarch asked if the young warrior would help them with that. After all, he is familiar with the geography of Ainan Island. Soryang looked gloomy. He thought about it, and joining the Clanchen would mean a lifelong position. If you think about it, it's a golden rule to check the company environment and the boss's character during an internship. Soryang agreed to help. As soon as the patriarch felt better, they congratulated him for making the right decision. Soryang replied that it meant saving lives. So of course he would help. Inside his head, his plan is to take full advantage of the opportunity to find out what kind of place the Kwantang of Sichuan is. After all, qualified people always conduct reverse interviews of their companies. It took Chi Olsen 3 days to recover. They stopped in a village near the abandoned martial arts academy to find the base of the blood hand Raksasa Takunyan. They asked if anyone was missing. An old man told them that every year 1 or 2 people disappear in the jungle, but there hasn't been any periodic disappearance. Chi Olsen was deep in thought. They thanked the village chief for telling them that it's nothing. I am honored to be able to help the famous patriarch of the Chang clan of Sichuan. They excused themselves. Unfortunately, they did not find any important clues. They crossed the forest. Soryang asked Chialsan that there is nothing special in the village. Chialsan explained that when a plainsman met and revealed himself, he was in that area. But it was not easy to find. So Yang also finds it strange for having no traces. He remembered what that bastard said. It made him realize something. He asked the old man if he remembered what the bastard said when he appeared. Chi Olsen replied no. Sorian remembered that Chi Olsen was dismissed by Ohajang's palm. That time he told him that the bastard said he heard that the bastards of the Chang clan have arrived in Anan. In other words, Yunjang spoke of someone informing him. So it is simple. They just had to check the places where the Chang clan passed through in Anan. Sorian suggested that they go around with Yunjang's portrait, and they will be able to figure it out. They looked at Sor Yang bewilderedly. It seemed incredible to them. If Yun Yang said something like that, he must have heard it from someone who saw the Tang clan. Things had become easier for them. They left immediately. They arrived at a village. It looked gloomy. A member of the Tang clan reported that, according to what he had heard at the port of Anan, this village seems to be the chosen one. The old man replied that this is where those Alay live. They decided to go to the village, hoping that those people would not be hostile to them. The villagers looked lifeless. The Tang clan asked if anyone was available. That caught the villagers' attention. They saw the Tang clan. They asked what the hands were doing there. An old man who might be the village chief approached them. He holds a little girl by the hand, and behind them are two guards. They all looked sick. Shaal introduced himself. Sorium watched them chat. He also noticed the child's weak appearance and the lack of life in the village. Then something occurred to him. Other villagers were downcast. They looked like they had taken some kind of medicine. The village chief replies that no one is missing and nothing special is happening in their village. He told them to leave. The old man argues that, compared to the number of houses, the number of people, he stops mid-sentence when the village chief tells them that it's nothing they should be interested in. Once again, they are asked to leave. Chialson and Sorian were dumbfounded. Chialson whispered to Sorian, recalling what he had said before, that the Alay should be friendly with them. Sorian had nothing to reply. He looked at the little girl again. She collapsed. Everyone was surprised. The village chief placed her on his lap. White tears pooled in his eyes. He told Mihin not to leave her, as she is the only relative he has left. He couldn't bear to see her sick too. Chialson approached the village chief and informed him that he had learned a little about medical arts. He asked for permission to help them. The village chief asked him if it was about medical arts from the Central Plains. He replied yes, although he is not a doctor. He has some knowledge of medicine and asked if he could take a look at the child. The village chief asked him too. Then the village chief was about to say something. He informs them that a plague has been spreading through the village for some time, and that children die and healthy people suffer. Chi Olsen said he would try. The village chief thanked him. She was taken inside. The village chief scolded the guards for getting separated and ordered them to guide the doctor and his group inside. They rushed into the house. Sorian asked a member of the clanton if the old man also knew medical arts. The man replied yes. He shared that the martial arts of the clanton involve dealing with poison, so they master medicine. Furthermore, since martial arts start with knowing one's own body, one must also know something about medicine. Soriang thought they were a group of assassins who used poison. If he joins the Chang clan, it would be great if he could learn medical arts instead of terrifying poison arts. Then the man added that sometimes they capture evil bastards and inject them with poison to see how they react too. Soriang's reaction was very funny upon hearing that, as he translated it as experimenting on humans. The more he imagined it, the more terrified he felt. The village streets were empty, and inside one of the houses, someone sighed. Chi Olsen explained that he transferred some of his ki and stabilized her breathing. The village chief thanked him. The village chief begged them to save his only granddaughter. Chi Olsen brought up a topic. It was because there is something strange about the child's pulse. He asked if she had a weak heart since she was born. The village chief recounted that it had been half a year since she started feeling unwell. Besides his granddaughter, other people also started getting sick. They call it a mysterious illness. That's why he told them to come back when they were at the entrance before. Chialson told the village chief that he would give them good heart medicine. He asked the villagers to gather so he could try it out. The village chief burst into tears while thanking him. He sincerely thanked him. Sorian watched Chi Olsen closely. Later that night, a member of the Chan clan walked next to the patriarch and recognized how hard he had worked attending to the patients. The patriarch thanked Jup. Pai. He asked about the symptoms. Chi Olsen replied that it is quite unusual. There is lethargy, eye swelling, mild fever, irregular pulse. The symptoms were all different, and those with severe symptoms all had heart problems. Keo-san asked where Sorian was. Pai replied that Sorian must be tired from helping, so he fell asleep. He left him in his room. Chial-san agreed, since Sorian had been following them without knowing anything about martial arts. So it is a fact that he is tired. Chial-san decided to see him. Pai offered to take him. They entered the room. Sorian was sleeping soundly in bed, while the 3 centipedes were in a basket. Chi Olsen peeked through the door. Then he realized something. He immediately went in. He raised his hand against Soryang. His hand felt heavy. When he slapped Soryang, Soryang immediately woke up with pain in his cheek. Chi Olsen was staring at him. So the young man wondered what was wrong with him. Suddenly, Soryang instinctively moved away from him. He cradled his sore cheek. He gritted his teeth and started to get angry. He asked him why he did that and complained that it hurt. The old man apologized and explained that he had a bug on his face and wanted to catch it. Soryang finds it incredible. Chialson asked to be heard. He wanted to see how he was before going to sleep, so he stopped by. However, an insect landed on his sleeping face. There are many poisonous insects in the area, so he thought it would be dangerous to leave the bug there. And that's why Chialson's hand went up by itself. He showed it to Soryang while saying it was a big bug. Soryang was surprised to see it. Then he realized something. He confirmed with Chialson that although the patients suffered from various diseases, they all had arrhythmia. Kielson replied that it was correct. Soryang realized that the cause of the illness in the town was. He then pointed to the bug, saying that it was him. Kissing bug. It is a species of the Reduviae family. It gets its name because it sucks blood from the eye or lip area. They are so stealthy that they suck blood more silently than a mosquito. That's why they are also called vampire bugs or assassin bugs. The bugs themselves are not venomous, but their stomachs are full of harmful parasites. So once a person is bitten, they can easily get infected through their droppings. It causes trypanosomiasis, also known as Chagas disease, and it ranks 7th on the list of dangerous animals that have killed the most humans. Sorian asked the village chief if the village dogs got out of breath easily, or showed symptoms similar to humans. The village chief replied yes, and asked if it was also because of the bug. Sorian replied yes. He asked if that meant they could save his granddaughter. Sorian replied that it was possible if they had the right medicine. Chial smiled. He asked Pai what he thought. Pai replied that he can see the true worth of the young warrior. Soriam watched them and wondered what was wrong with them. They told him they were the Tang family from Sichuan. Soriam looked clueless, and once again, Chi Olsen repeated the same statement in his head. Sorian asks about what his annoyed and confused expression was funny. Also, Keo-san explained that there is something called hue. Some say they are poisonous parasites. Others simply call them witchcraft. They are insects cultivated by evil men in China. He added that these men feed the bugs to people to cause them pain, or to make them do what they want them to do. Zoryang replied that it sounds incredible. Keo-san agrees, but countless martial artists have been killed by those Jew, or were forced to kill their own children, or were forced to betray their families, and they became slaves to those evil men. That's why many spared no effort to find an antidote for Jew. It refers to cures that make the Jews leave the body or melt and kill them inside the body. Zoryang began to realize. Then Chi Olsen asked that, if there is someone who managed to make a cure, who could it be? Then he proudly says that, of course, it is the great Tang family of Sichuan. So he told them that if they have something that can melt the fist-sized round worm inside the body, the little insect will be no problem for them. He showed the orb that melted the curse. Even a little of that medicine should be enough. Soryang expressed his amusement, but deep down, he thought about how extravagant the name was for an antiparasitic medicine. They assured the village chief that they can save his granddaughter. In the end, the villagers began to recover one by one, starting with the chief's granddaughter, who felt greatly relieved. The warm hospitality of the villagers was a pleasant extra reward. Seeing their bright and joyful expressions, it seemed that the rumors about their optimistic personality were not wrong. Chi Olsen expressed that it would have been difficult if it hadn't been because Soryang identified the reason. In that regard, he told everyone that he is not deserving of gratitude, but Soryang is. They thanked the young warrior and called him their savior. Although the Tang family's medicine cured the villagers, Chi Olsen gave all the credit to him. Seeing Soryang receive all the thanks made Chi Olsen feel satisfied and happy as if he were the one receiving them. Soryang was moved by this sight. Everyone rejoiced and threw Soryang into the air repeatedly. A little later, the village chief whispered in Chi Olsen's ear about what they discussed at the village entrance. Chi Olsen asked what it was about. The village chief was referring to the villages that had missing people. Chi Olsen remembered and asked, "What about that?" The old man stated that he wanted to repay the favor as much as possible. So he investigated it, and a strange story reached his ears. Among the women in his village, there is one who comes from another village. And she told him a few years ago. Her hometown suffered a tragedy where some people from the village disappeared. Everyone thought they had finally found it. Chi Olsen asked where the village was. The village chief replied that it is a small village to the west, and lo and behold, they arrived at that village. It stinks of corpses, they are in the right place. Chi Olsen saw something, the trash corpses. And insects are scattered in the area. There is poison in the air. Peel told Soryang not to look because it is too horrifying. But Soryang already saw everything. A man noticed something and asked what it was. There is a golden chicken leg. It ate the corpse of a snake. It is Suna, I'm kidding. It is a mysterious bird. It has a golden tail and the colors purple, pink, and black dominate its body. It looks magical. A person could not allow it to further dishonor the dead, so he grabbed a stone and then threw it at the bird. Chilson tried to stop him, but it was too late. The bird was not hit, but they undoubtedly caught its attention. The man was furious. But Chilson put a hand on his shoulder and told him that something didn't fit. The bird spreads its wings. It emits miasma into the air. Zoryang was surprised. It melted the skeletons. Someone grabbed Zoryang by the mouth. Chialson ordered everyone to run while holding Soyan's mouth and nose. That beast is a seniao. The name literally translates to poisonous feather bird. After that encounter, the group was safe. They gathered around Chialson. Chialson informed everyone that when it spreads its wings, it is 1.5 meters wide. Its beak is sharp and bronze-colored, and the body is covered with purple feathers. When it unleashes its fury and spreads its wings, everything around it turns black and dies, turning into poison. On its head it has a golden crown, truly a regal presence. It is called Gino Jinao. Zorian had thoughts. His eyes were filled with enthusiasm. When he asked if it is one of the 10 great venomous creatures, Kaelson replied yes. He explained that it occupies the top of the great venomous creatures and is called Jineo, known as the king of all poisons. Soryang was very excited. In his mind, even the venomous insects and snakes on Earth look adorable compared to him. Soryang thought about how biochemical weapons roam his current world. Kaelson says that he seems to have been dragged there by venomous snakes. It is said that the genius only eats the heads of venomous snakes. Soryang asked if it was common. Chialson replied no, and that it was quite rare, so rare that one might only catch a glimpse of it in 100 years. Soryang was so astonished, it made Chialson ask why he was asking. He asked if it is possible to catch it. That stunned the members of the Tang. Kelson found it amusing and asked Soryang if he wanted to try catching it. Soryang replied yes, but he is worried about the poison. Chialson smiled. He understood that Zoryang had a great interest in 10 great venomous creatures. If so, he told him, there is a way. Zoryang was surprised. Chi Olsen informed him that if he masters the Tang clan's poison techniques, he will become immune to all poisons, and he will be able to resist the poison of Yenya, or just with his clan's martial arts. He will be able to block the poisons of the entire world. Chi Olsen was cunning when he dropped that they do not teach their clan techniques to outsiders. Even if he wants to help him as a patriarch, he cannot break the rules. Soryang eagerly asked if he could learn it if he became part of the family. He also asked that, if he became immune to poison, would he really resist the poison of the Yinao? Kaelson replied that of course, and that if Zoryang accepts now, he will teach him without reservation, and he will make sure to take care of his gift as well. He added that if Zoryang took too long to hesitate, he too would hesitate. Zoryang felt the pressure, then announced that he would do it and become a clan member. He told him he looked forward to his guidance. He called him patriarch now, instead of old man. The cunning man had a mischievous smile on his face and replied as if he hadn't been preying on Sorian to accept. Chialson told Sorian that, from this moment on, he would be part of his family forever. Back at the rotten place, traces of the blood hand, Raksasa Takunyan, are seen in a cave. There were also footprints. They called the patriarch, and he gave them a notebook they found inside the cave. Chi Olsen scanned it and confirmed. He confirmed that it is the secret technique of the poisonous claw blood hand. Sorian got chills that it was written in blood. Chi Olsen decided to return. Sorian asked if they were going to Sichuan. Chi Olsen replied that it was best now that they had obtained the blue-spotted centipede core and secured the manual. Sorian asked if it was okay to pass by the academy since he would like to free his friends. Chialson agreed since Sorian also needs to collect his belongings. They leave. But then when Sorian looked behind him, he noticed something. He pointed out that there is something there. They checked and saw a shining purple feather of the sign. They all stared at it while thinking. Chialson took it and told Sorian to consider it a memento for becoming part of his family. Sorian seemed very interested in it. Sorian thanked him. Chi Olsen replied everything is fine except for the way he addressed him. He suggested changing the title after the ceremony. Sorian wondered if it is like an initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, the great patriarch Tang Muxiang, who left first, has finally arrived. He is exhausted, but he did not rest. Instead, he asked how Huyun was doing. He was assisted by the members of the Tang. As they hurried inside, they told him that she is clinging to her life. The door opened. He immediately called out to Guion. The people inside were surprised to see him. He told his daughter-in-law that he already had the medicine. He took out the blue-spotted centipede core. Seeing that he got it, it made the daughter-in-law cry. They prepared to give it to her. Muzion was saddened to see her pained expression. He was close. He is glad he returned quickly. The daughter-in-law urged him to give her the medicine right away. Muzion made his granddaughter swallow it. A blue glow surrounded her. Muzion put a finger on her hand to check her pulse. Everyone wished she would open her eyes. They watched her while waiting. Meanwhile, Sorian looked stunned. He had heard that the Central Plains are vast, but he did not expect them to be so. From Ainan, you take a boat to Hangzhou, passing through Nanjing, after a journey of more than a month. And they'll have. Finally, they have arrived in Sichuan, at the Sichuan residence of the Tang clan. Pai cheerfully announced to Sorian that this is the Tang clan of Sichuan. Sorian has his mouth open. They stopped at the entrance. They informed him that the entire mountain belongs to the Tang clan of Sichuan. That's why the mountain is called Tang Clan Mountain. Sorian swallowed while taking it all in. Immediately, the members of the Tang clan came out and welcomed the patriarch. Sorian was baffled because there were so many of them. He wondered if all those people were from the Chang clan of Sichuan, but among those ugly asses. A girl in a red dress was also running towards them. She rushed over, called out to her father. It was Weiyun, her face filled with tears of joy seeing her father again. Meanwhile, our boy Zoryang was spellbound. Chi Olsen was happy to see his daughter alive. He hugged her tightly while apologizing to him. Zoryang couldn't comprehend her beauty. He had an affair with a celebrity in his past life, but he had never seen anyone with such a radiant aura before. Chi Olsen told Sorian that he has someone he wants to introduce to him. Chi Olsen introduced his daughter Ayan to him. Sorian was speechless. He asked if it was what Chi Olsen had said before. Sorian said it was something about grass or herb, which refreshed Chi Olsen's memory, and he pronounced that it was about the flower. Weiyun blushed. Chi Olsen told Sorian that the girl next to him is the flower Sorian brushed off. Sorian was speechless. He remembered their conversation about the flower and felt embarrassed. Just at that moment, our MC knew he had screwed up. He never imagined that he had let slip the opportunity to have his beautiful Beifu, only daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan, also called the poisonous flower Tang Weiyun. She had carried an emotional burden since she was young that no one knew about. He heard some elders talking about her. They cannot be sure of her talent, but her beauty is outstanding enough for them to call her one of the 3 flowers of Murim. They talked about her having a suitable son-in-law. The other elder mentioned that he told the patriarch to take a second wife, but he refused and doesn't understand why. When Ion heard that she knew her parents were not wrong, she wanted to show it to the clan elders. By achieving great feats in the family's martial arts, she wanted to show that she could do a lot for the family. Even if she was not a man, but haste makes waste if one is impatient. They will lose the way. That impatience caused a heart demon, and that heart demon led to a key deviation. Then we see that Bayan woke up. That was when the great patriarch, her mother, and two other people surrounded her bed. Her mother looked relieved now that she is safe. Tears fell from one's eyes. She cried while apologizing to her mother. She wanted to be a useful person for the clan, but she has lost all her inner ki. Her grandfather replied and called her a brat. He asked her if she did it because she felt sorry for making her father and grandfather suffer. He pointed out how she reached the level of 100 poisons she desperately desired. He told her to stop crying and cheered up. She lost it when he said something about 100 poisons. He looked at her aura. It was radiant. She asked her grandfather. The great patriarch told her he had something to tell her. It is the story of a mysterious young warrior who not only saved her life, but also gave her the inner core of 1,000 poisons. Not just 100 poisons. Currently, Weijong asked about the herb. Sorian did not answer again. Sorian felt embarrassed for referring to Keo-san's daughter as herb, because he was deeply immersed in the story about the 10 great venomous creatures. He told his past self to reflect on it. He tried to dismiss it by saying the patriarch had taken the joke too far. He told her it was a pleasure to meet her. It was very funny to see how the clan members smiled, witnessing the meeting of these two young adults. Zoriang introduced himself. He told her that he knew she was sick, so he is glad she is healthy now. Weiyang told him nice to meet you, introduced herself as Guian, and that she is also called the poisonous flower. She thanked him for saving her life, and that she would never forget his favor for the rest of her life. Zoriang was in love with how beautiful she is. Chi Olsen asked Zoriang what he thought. Zoriang was stunned when he heard a voice in his head. He assumed it was some kind of sound transmission. Chi Olsen asked him if he agrees with him that his daughter is a beauty. He asked Zoriang if he wanted to know her more. A few moments later, Zoriang was resting in a large bathtub. The centipedes were sleeping soundly in a basket. Zoriang felt like he was going to die. He looked haggard. Then he realized something. He smiled upon seeing the centipedes. One centipede woke up and smiled at him. Normally, they would never fall out, but when he told them that hot water is bad for them and suggested they stay in the bucket, they got in as if they understood. It seems mysterious to him. It's like they can understand him. Chialson said that they react to killing intent. Two centipedes are now awake and watching him. He tells them he is embarrassed that they are still staring at his naked body. Then the two centipedes hid inside the bucket. Sorian was amused. He remembered Pastel saying that centipedes were spirit creatures. He made a mental note to ask what spirit creatures are later. He thought about it. He cannot calm down because of what Kaio-san said. He knew he had to leave quickly. In another pavilion, the family is gathered around the table. The great patriarch is there. The patriarch, his wife, and daughter, Chial-san, told everyone that he would give the East Wing room to the young warrior. This room is one of the couple's bedrooms in a traditional Chinese residence. The great patriarch asked if the young warrior was really that talented. The patriarch replied yes, and that he thought they met by chance, but that his help was not the lucky encounter, but the person himself. He explained that not only is his knowledge of venomous creatures extraordinary, but he even killed Aoyan. Moreover, he has encountered legendary spirit creatures like the poisonous feather bird. In addition, he even incubated the blue-spotted centipede eggs himself. The great patriarch commented that the patriarch had found such a treasure. His attention shifted to Guian. Chialson told his daughter that he wanted to take the young warrior as a son-in-law. He asked her what she thought about it. Bayan thought about what it meant. Then she realized. She fell. She wanted to show that she could be much more useful to her clan now that she had acquired the constitution beyond 100 poisons. The constitution of 1,000 poisons. She replied that she is also a member of the Tang clan, and she understands what her father is saying. But she told him that if the young warrior deserves her, it is up to her to find out. Then she ran out of the room. It was such an awkward scene. In Keo-san's head, the young warrior should be careful. No matter how beautiful his rose is, it also has sharp thorns. Hyugen ran fast. She felt hurt now that she finally acquired the 1,000 poison constitution if she stops there. The elders will never acknowledge her. She planned to thoroughly check what kind of person the young warrior is, from his qualifications to his personality. Meanwhile, Soryang is thinking about what he should do. He knew that she would probably hold a grudge against him. He asked his children, alias centipedes, what should he do. Out of nowhere, Wei-Yan appeared, and that surprised him. She was really gorgeous. He told her to excuse him for a moment. He is in a hurry. He asked for her hand. She gave it to him like a dog gives a paw to its human. Then she blushed. She told him she doesn't know why he is in a hurry, but suggested doing those things after they have gotten closer. She is shy while saying that there is an order for those things. Bayan asks what he is talking about. Then he realized. His whole face turned red like a tomato as he corrected her that it wasn't what he meant. Soryang felt cold and disappointed, knowing it wasn't what he thought. An awkward silence ensues. Bayan sighed. She clarified again that it is not what he is thinking. She just wanted to take his pulse. She guessed it was because he suddenly asked for her hand that he misunderstood. Soryang felt embarrassed. He sat down next to her while apologizing for suddenly appearing and acting rude. She told him that he is young and has not yet come of age, but he seems thoughtful. So she plans to explain to him what is going on. She started explaining while Soryang listened intently, so Soryang heard. He thought it was a medieval drama. As the only direct descendant, Goyun constantly faced the evil schemes of the branch families. Therefore, to ensure the continuation of the family line, the elders planned to bring in a very capable son-in-law. They even considered how Soryang's position in the family might change if he joined it. Goyun apologizes in advance because there is something she needs to confirm. She tells him that even if things don't work out, she has no intention of treating him badly. She acknowledges that he is her benefactor. So of course she wants to treat him as a guest or something like sworn brothers. Soryang extended his hand. He told her he understood what she meant, so she is free to confirm what she needs to. He watched her. She took his hand and placed it on his pulse. It began to emit a blue aura around him. She explained that the Chang clan's martial arts are not something just anyone can learn. Some people can accept toxins into their bodies and master the Chang clan techniques, while others simply cannot. That is why the Chang clan's poison techniques require one to gradually adapt to poisons as their internal energy grows. Only by accepting them all can mastery be achieved. There is a tier in the poisons. It starts with 5 poisons, then 10 poisons, 100 poisons, 1,000 poisons, and finally 10,000 poisons. Fortunately, Soryang's body is capable of learning the poison techniques. However, only 10 poisons. This means his body can only handle 10 types of toxins. Having a 10-poison body is impressive, especially for someone not born into the Tang clan. Soryang was stunned. Bayan continued by stating that in terms of overall skill, she would only place him at the level of a top-tier martial artist. The highest martial artist prowess someone without innate talent could achieve. She decided to leave. He saw her off. Soryang thought that having a 10-poison body, he turned pale, realizing that it might mean he couldn't catch the genius for Soryang. It's a serious matter. A few hours later, someone came out of the bathroom. It was Wajong and the man. What is a fan service? He realized that since he took the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede, his body emits a strange smell, and it happens, even if he bathes several times a day, he put on clothes. He wondered if it was some kind of punishment for speaking ungratefully to the one who saved his life. Our boy Soryang was fast asleep. In his dreams, he is talking to someone who told him how grateful she is for his kindness. It was Wei-Yan. He asked her if he was dreaming. Wei-Yan replied that it might seem like a dream, but it is not. The Wayana there explained that she had borrowed the appearance of the girl, consuming her inner core so as not to startle him. She introduced herself as the mother of all those creatures. The blue-spotted centipede. Soryang couldn't follow. 3 little girls approach him. He deduced that those 3 are her babies. He asked her how she appeared in his dreams. She explained that she was mercilessly killed, leaving her children behind, and that her resentment reached the heavens, and her spirit lingered inside. She added that while cursing from inside the body of the girl, consuming her core, an opportunity arose to resolve her resentment, allowing her to appear in his dreams. So it is all because he brought all her children with him. Soryang knew that in the end, he was the one who revealed its location. It was not his intention, but he ended up involved in the death of the blue-spotted centipede. He watched her. He asked his benefactor if he could grant him a request. He answered yes and promised to fulfill any request she might have. She asked him to take care of her children until they fully grow up. Sorian was confused, as centipedes are supposed to become independent after molting twice from their mother's body. She replied that it might be true for lesser creatures, but they are different. She explained that until the young ones of her species molt their shells twice, they remain dependent on the flow ki from their mother's inner core. Afterwards, they continue to grow by feeding on the true ki of other beings. She made Sorian ask that, since Baeon consumed the inner core, does it mean the babies have to stay with her? The mother centipede told him he had to understand the circumstances. She pointed out that she had previously cursed the girl due to her inner core. The girl's body emits a foul odor. She intended to make sure that no man would approach the girl, preventing her from having children. In exchange for lifting the curse, she negotiated letting her children absorb the core from her inner core. And maybe that way, being so young, they could also win the girl's heart. Young nodded as he thought about it. Then he smiled and replied that it does not sit well with him. He does not want to take advantage of Wajang's difficult situation. The mother centipede could not help but admire him for being an honorable person. She asked him how he planned to overcome the challenge. She pointed out that the lady is looking for a strong man, and that he cannot exactly procure the inner core of the 10 great venomous creatures for her. That gave Sorian an idea. He asked her to trust him. He told her to leave it to him, and everything will be fine. The next day, Sorian and Guion are sitting next to each other. Guion now understands that the smell emanating from her body is due to the blue-spotted centipedes in her core. Sorian told her that it is true, and that if she sticks the centipedes to her body every few days and let them absorb it, the smell will naturally disappear. Guion had a question, but felt uncomfortable saying it. Despite everything, she asked him if he felt okay about sharing it with her without asking for anything in return. She knew he could easily ask for something as compensation. Soryang smiled and then said that he does not dare take advantage of a lady's difficult situation. He refused to be so shameless. Guion was surprised by his answer. She felt bad. She replies that she is not going to keep accepting his kindness without offering anything in return. She was now seriously considering her father's words. Seeing Sorian made her realize that there are things more valuable than talent or martial prowess. Sorian brought up that he has also been thinking. He brought up the topic when she mentioned that he has 10 poisonous bodies and can only absorb 10 types of toxins. So Sorian had an idea if he could only ingest 10 types of toxins, to fill those 10 slots with the toxins of the 10 most venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Baeon was surprised to hear that. She interpreted it as him wanting to become the strongest under the heavens. All for her sake. The thought made her blush. For one of Miriam's 3 flowers, the poisonous flower Tan Weian. It was the first time a man made such a bold confession to her. She blushed as Tan Young smiled at her. She asked him if he realized what he was saying. Then Tan Young answered no. Weian told him that the path will be incredibly hard and challenging. It could take 10 years, or even 20 years, or maybe a lifetime of effort to take on such a challenge. It was curious how Sajan's expression turned grim, as he wondered if it would really take that long. Weian kept blushing. Weian brought up that Sorian is 15 years old, and in 3 years when he reaches adulthood, and ready to marry, if he manages to take on even one of the 10 great venomous creatures. By then, he will already be conceived. She, embarrassed, said that if he succeeds, there is a possibility of marriage. She shouted that she would support him and stood up and ran away. Sorian was bewildered. He called her. She turned and asked if he still had something to tell her. He suggested that she treat herself and stay even if just for a couple of hours. She was embarrassed, but she came back. He assured her that there was nothing to worry about, as the little centipede does not bite. He gathered his children. He told them to go see their mom instead of their dad hearing that made Guion red as a tomato. She asked about the words dad and mom, but right away Sorian told her that it was not what he meant. Chelson, his wife, and Musian are gathered at the table. They talk about how the young warrior's extraordinary talent couldn't even conquer his daughter's heart. Musian asked if they had seen them this morning. He said it looked like something was going on between them. Wan's mother replied that it seemed the young warrior had been rejected by Weian. The men were deep in thought. Musion declared that forcing a marriage is not the right thing, and it would be better if they naturally developed feelings for each other. Weiyan's mother suggested letting Wan handle the young warrior's martial arts training so they could spend more time together, and that would help them bond. Chi Ulsun replied that it was a good idea. Musin stated that they should find out if the elder wise healer can grant the grace of the marrow purifying elixir and essence. If the young warrior's aptitude is low, it can be raised. Chi Ulsun was surprised that he suggested that because it was not possible for Guan, so better not get their hopes up. Musin agreed. At the same time, Hai Guyan is outside the door. Her father was announced. Chi Ulsun asked her what brought her there at this hour. He invited her in. She blushed. She didn't expect to see all three of them there. She came because she had something to say. She blushed again. Then in one go, she expressed that she will do what father said. Chi Ulsun was surprised. He asked her what she meant. Ween's mother invited her to sit down, and then asked if she meant that the young warrior had captured her interest. She is embarrassed. She couldn't even utter a word. Chi Ulsun was curious how this suddenly happened, especially when they thought she didn't like him before. She started saying that the young warrior. Then she recounted that Sorium said he would become the greatest in the world for her. He promised her that. Chi Ulsun was surprised. He became curious, so he encouraged her to tell him more. She said that even though Sorium's innate talent is only at the level of 10 poisons, he promised to fill the gap by defeating 10 great venomous creatures for her sake. Musion was amused. Chi Ulsun was surprised. Musion burst out laughing and commented that the guy had guts. Hwan's mother was impressed. It is unlikely to find such a suitor. She explained that even though her heart is willing, she told him that she would only accept marriage if he manages to capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before adulthood. She wondered if he had understood her response. Her father joked that she should have said at least 3 creatures. Her mother stated that men are not particularly sharp on those things. Wei Young asked her mother if she should go explain it to him. Her mother replied no, and that if he doesn't realize that they have already given their approval, he will try harder. Musion said to treat him as a potential son-in-law, but act like they are hesitant. They hoped that with so much effort, he would naturally become part of the family. Meanwhile, the mother centipede told Sorium that he was impressive. She told him that he had completely won the lady's heart. He replied that it's all a matter of guts and perseverance. She smiled warmly at him, called him her benefactor, and informed him that this would probably be the last time. Her resentment is resolved, so her soul will soon ascend to the afterlife. She asked if he could do something for her. She will do whatever is possible. So Young thought about it. He asked if he could take a look at her body. She felt shy but thought it was to be expected, as after all, he is a man. She saw him as someone with a weakness for lust. She revealed her shoulder and was about to undress. He asked her if he really needed to take it off. That made her blush even more. She asked him if he shouldn't take it off. Sorian clarified that it was not what he meant. It's funny how children cover their eyes. Sorian clarified that he wanted to see the appearance of a blue-spotted centipede. She was horrified when she understood. Smoke covered the area. Then she revealed her true form. Sorian gasped. Seeing her, he was excited and happy to see her for real. She was incredibly huge. He asked if he could touch her, but he is already doing it. He asked about her body, as if it were impermeable. He talked about his vision of her walking. He asked if he could touch her legs, but he is already doing it. He asked how strong her poison is. He asked about her eyes, even her antennae. He was so passionate that the children still have their eyes covered. She is really cute. Sorian was so excited that he even wanted to touch her fangs. She replied that it was dangerous, but he insisted. She made the blue-spotted centipede. She is starting to wonder if her daughters will be all right with this man. The reason is that she knew that his touch is anything but ordinary. It is funny and strange how Sorian drools when he strokes her. Chi Ulsun met So Young while drinking a cup of tea. He told him that he heard everything from Guyan, and that is why they would treat him as their son-in-law. Sorian expressed that he thought he should wait 3 years. Chi Ulsun cut him off, saying that the wedding would naturally take place when he reached adulthood. Sorian tried to clarify that it was not what he meant. Guyan's mother enthusiastically welcomed Sorian into the family and introduced herself as his daughter-in-law. Musion was also delighted. He stated that now that Guion has found a suitable match, their clan will prosper even more. Sorian looked at Guion, as he wondered what is happening when there are supposed to be conditions for marriage. It made him think that they probably accepted him without question. He decides to go with the flow for now, and replies that he awaits everyone's guidance. Soryang was perplexed when Museong told Chaltsen that they should set off immediately. Callus informed Soryang that, before he could learn the Tang clan's poison arts, there is something they must show him. He asked what it was. The elders were smiling. Chaltsen revealed that it is the Hall of the 10 poisons. He is sure it is something Soryang will love. They have been waiting for that moment. For Soryang, as a family member, taking his first steps in the Hall of the 10 poisons is a highly cherished tradition by the whole family. Soryang called Mu's young grandfather and expressed that he is very excited. So-young is excited, as he assumed it is a place where 10 types of poisons gather, but he saw Wan's side face. He could not help but admire her beauty. He remembered the saying that beauties are best admired from the side, and at that moment, it was like a photo shoot coming to life. Zoryang blushed. It was funny how his in-laws caught him. They had a look of satisfaction on their faces. Chi Olsen commented that at this rate, he might wear out his daughter's face. He told him that Guion is his wife now. However, he looks at her so absent-mindedly. Mother-in-law could not help but express how Zoryang seemed completely infatuated with Bayan. Both Bayan and Zoryang turned red. Guion tells him to watch where he is walking, and Zoryang stutters in response, yes. A little later, there were 3 men in front of the great gate. 2 men stood proudly as their muscles bulged from their bodies. They reminded me of Yupine and Pin. I don't know why. In the center, a man dressed in the Chain Clan robe welcomes the great patriarch. Museon ordered them to open the door, as he is there to briefly show his son-in-law the Hall of the 10 poisons. The men obeyed his orders. In his head, Soryang commented how, for something out of the Middle Ages, the security is ridiculously tight. The man in the black robe announced to open the gates, and the 2 muscular men grabbed the heavy gate and pushed it. They put all their strength into opening the gigantic door. The man in the black robe commented that the door opened faster that day. Soryang was surprised by that reaction. After fully opening the gate, the 2 muscular men looked exhausted. The man in the black robe invited them in. Chialson briefly glanced at Soryang. As they passed, Soryang bothered to look at the tired, muscular men, as if to give them comfort. Chialson explained that the iron gate is forged with Kunyu steel from the southern wilderness. Even opening the gate is considered an honor. They have arrived inside. This is the treasury where the Chang clan of Sichuan stores all their poisons. It is called the Hall of 10,000 Poisons because it contains 10,000 poisons. Museon warned him to be careful and not touch anything recklessly. Soryang replied that he understands. He also confirmed if it has 10,000 poisons. Chi Olsen shared that the poisons are carefully categorized, such as paralysis, poisons, sleep poisons, and many more. These elders love to tease them. It was evident when Chalkshan asked Hwi to explain it to Soryang, as he knew Soryang would enjoy hearing it from her. Embarrassment exuded from Guion and Soryang as they blushed. Despite that, Guion accepted the task. Guion grabbed Soryang's hand and led him to the Tang clan's strongest poison. Bayan looked uncomfortable while the elders adored their interaction. She started pointing out Eli, dissipating poison that martial artists fear the most once inhaled. It renders energy useless, so she advised Soryang to be extremely cautious. She pointed out the alimentary canal, necrotizing poison, spirit-destroying poison, bloody pulp poison, and even the 7-step soul-snatching poison. She told him that all of them are potent poisons, but the Chang clan's strongest poison is something entirely different. She gave him a small seed. Soryang was confused in his head. He saw it as similar to a tiger bean. Weian explained that it is the most potent poison in existence. Of course, setting aside the poisons of the 10 great venomous creatures. She added that it is a plant that symbolizes the Chang clan. It is called the castor plant seed. Soryang was perplexed by its castor seed. He thought of ricin, a very potent toxalbumin. Just 2 milligrams can be lethal to an adult. Its use in assassinating Bulgarian dissidents during the Cold War is famous. It is a poison 100,000 times more potent than cyanide. Saurian pronounced that it is the poison closest to the Tang clan's ideal. Colorless, odorless, tasteless, and shapeless. That's why they called it the rarest and most precious of all poisons. Golden poison. And when it is used to kill someone, they call it golden death. Huan told him to keep in mind that the strongest poison is not the one that inflicts the most agony or causes the most gruesome death. The strongest poison is the one that kills silently, quickly, and leaves no trace. She shared that the Sichuan Tang clan's poisonous arts strive for the ideal. Stealth and certainty in Zoriang's head are comparable to an assassin clan. Musian told them that was enough for now. Musian invited him to go see the venomous beasts that Zoriang has been eager to see. Musian even offered if Zoriang is interested, he could even supervise their care, and that the clan will provide him with full support for anything he requires in So Young's head. The translation is that they will support his hobby. He looked so excited. As they were about to leave, they immediately called the patriarch. Pai was panting heavily from running fast. They asked him what's wrong. Pai told the patriarch that he needs to head to the Black Turtle Pavilion. Immediately, the patriarch asked why. T was about to say something about the clan elder, but Musian cut him off with his outburst of anger. He asked what those bastards are plotting now. Zoriang was thinking if they belong to the branch family members that Bayan mentioned. T informed him that there are two issues. Firstly, the medicine they sent to the Sichuan city lord did not have the desired effect, and he returned a letter full of complaints. Before Pei reveals the second one, he looked at Zoriang first. Zoriang sighed. Pi revealed that it was about the loot of 10,000 poisons. Musian anticipated that rumors were already circulating. They decided to leave for now, but not without Musian ordering Zoriang to accompany them. At the Black Turtle Pavilion, the elders focused on the patriarch. They began complaining that he made such a critical decision alone. They protested to him for choosing an orphan of unknown origin to be paired with their beloved Wayan. That provoked Chiao San. He did not like that. They said Zoriang is an orphan of unknown origin. Chiao San began emitting a green aura from his body, while asking if they were insulting his son-in-law. The clan elders insisted that it was true. Musiang shouted that he was the one who made the decision. He asked if they had a problem with it. The clan elders became nervous. The elders asked the great patriarch to reason with the patriarch. They expressed that entrusting the management of 10,000 poisons to an outsider with unproven skills is absurd. Musian emphasized that he only said that he himself approved. While this was happening, Waijian was aware of Zoriang and whispered an apology to him. In Zoriang's head, his initial thought was kindness. He sighed, realizing that he had made her worry in his head. She is the one who should apologize. Everyone was surprised when they heard Zoriang say, "Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation." Then he started to say it, as it is a problem stemming from his lack of skill. He proposed to demonstrate his skills and prove himself to the clan elders. The elders were caught off guard. Zoriang pronounced that he could do it by helping them solve the troublesome matter with the Sichuan city lord. In a tone of silence, Hujun asked him what he is trying to do. Zoriang is not the type to step forward and cause a fuss, but if they are disturbing his peaceful pet owner life, this man will not let it pass just like that. Zoriang had left the elders dumbfounded. In the end, they exploded. They lectured him for interfering in the clan elders' conversation. They even asked him if he knew what the letter from the Sichuan province city lord said before bursting in like that. They called him an insolent nobody and reported him to the clan head for daring to interfere. The elders took this opportunity to point out why they suggested someone from a respectable martial clan as a son-in-law. And established. Cho Yulsen's wife, on the other hand, starts getting annoyed. Deep down, Zoriang was thinking about how these eggheads, the more they talk, the more absurd they sound. When he was a spicy streamer, he had over 1 million total subscribers, with an average of over 3.0 viewers per broadcast. He told them that, from what he heard, the elders still refused to acknowledge him as the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. So in short, he is still a guest with spicy feathers, a large fanbase. There were many disturbing trolls causing chaos without any real purpose. Zoriang emphasized that he saved the precious daughter of Lady Hugin of the Sichuan Tang clan. In addition to that, he also defeated that blood hand Raksasa Takanyan and saved the patriarch's life. He challenged them by asking if it is part of the Sichuan Tang clan etiquette to insult a guest to their face. and benefactor. Deep down, Sorgang knew that the kind of malice he saw in the elders is nothing compared to the trolling he faced as a streamer. In comparison, it is frankly adorable. The elders felt ashamed and put in their place. They admitted that they spoke hastily and out of desperation. In his head, he thought they were pathetic. The great patriarch was astonished by Soryang. An elder pointed out that taking out the blood hand Raksasa Union was going too far. The patriarch replied that Soryang was telling the truth and showed them a document. Upon seeing it, the elder gasped. They were dumbfounded when they confirmed that it was the secret manual of the blood hand poison art. It was written in blood, so it was authentic and belonged to the blood sect. The patriarch encouraged Soryo to show the elders the spotted centipedes. Soryang patted his chest lightly while telling the elders to look at it. The 3 blue-spotted centipede younglings happily came out. The elders felt nervous seeing that. The patriarch explained that these were younglings of the blue-spotted centipede and proudly shared that his son-in-law is raising them. He recounted that those little ones were the ones who killed Takuna's youngling by biting. The elder couldn't believe what he was hearing. He confirmed what the patriarch meant, that the young warrior managed to control a blue-spotted centipede. The patriarch, Saurian, and Gyupi wore devilish smiles as they mocked the elders. Chi Olsen cited him for addressing Swarian as a young warrior. As a sign that they refused to accept Saurian as their son-in-law, Soyang even warned them not to bite, or they would end up as black and lifeless as Takuyang. The elders were stunned. Their attitude changed as they denied refusing to accept Soyang. They tried to come up with unconvincing excuses, like there is a process and it is natural for them to hesitate. The great patriarch sighed and decided to set aside the matter of his son-in-law for now. He asked why Soyang could not enter the Hall of 10. Poisons. The elders reasoned that Soryang was not yet a member of the family. Furthermore, the elders could not entrust the Hall of 10. Poisons to a young warrior who hasn't even reached maturity. The great patriarch told them the solution is simple. He asked Soryang to demonstrate his ability. Soryang had a smile on his face as he informed them that in order to prove he is worthy of the Sichuan Tang clan, he will do it the Sichuan Tang clan way, and that is using poison. The elders went wild. They confirmed if what Sajang meant is that he will poison the Sichuan province lord. They called Saurian an idiot for killing the lord instead of sending him medicine. Saurian was confused. Deep down he is confused because he has the impression that the Sichuan Chang clan deals with poison. The next day, the great patriarch informed Saurian that from now on, he would start learning the Chang clan's martial art, the 5 poisons return technique. Soryang asked if it would also involve physical training. The great patriarch replied that as he practices martial arts, his body will naturally adapt to the techniques he learns. Musa Yang explained that the Tang clan prioritizes practicality, so he will learn skills that can be immediately applied in real situations. Musa Yang unpacked the weapons. There were arrows, daggers, shuriken, and many more. They started with throwing hidden weapons like needles, coins, darts, gunpowder daggers, and throwing knives. There are many unconventional hidden weapons, but most can be classified into 5 types. Muzian asked Soryang which one he thought was the easiest to handle. Soryang guessed it was the dagger or throwing knife. He was right. Muzian asked him which one he found most difficult. Soryang replied that the gunpowder, since it has to be spread effectively. Muzian informed him that the needle was the most difficult. Soryan supposed it was because it is small and thin, making it difficult to throw. Muzian replied that it was not just that. It is because Soryan must always remember the exact position where he threw it. Muzian decided to demonstrate, as it is easier to understand that way. He took out a brush, separated the head from the handle, and then made a sudden movement of throwing an object. It was the brush hair and it floated in the air, but then turned into needles, and fell to the ground like rain. Soryan couldn't believe how the bristles embedded themselves like needles. It kept falling from the sky. Muzian shared that the Chang clan has a hidden weapon technique called Sky Darkening Flower Rain. It is a secret art of the Chang clan where hundreds or even thousands of needles fall like a rain of flowers covering the area. In Soryang's head, it sounds like he has to scatter needles everywhere and fight in that terrain. Soryan politely communicated that if the entire area is full of those needles, there would barely be room to move. It was then that Muzian laughed and replied that it is exactly so. Sorian must remember the needle positions so as not to end up being a victim of his own technique. For Sorian, it was unbelievable. Sorian sweats profusely while confirming with Musian if he meant that he needed to remember the positions of the needles that deflect opponents, or the ones that fall out of place. Musian replied, "Of course." Musian informed him that with the 5 poison body, he would have to memorize at least 100 positions just to start. Sorian turned pale. When he finished, Sorian fell flat on the ground. Lady Wayan appeared. She asked him if he looked ready. She is wearing a beekeeper suit since she heard he is going to hunt a hornet. She asked if it was unnecessary. Sorian replied no. He was planning to wait for one, but with that, they can catch it themselves. Baeun rechecked with him if he was waiting for the hornet to come. Sorian answers that he will understand when they get there. Sorian asked her if she knew where the hornet's nest was. Guayun replied that she had found one nearby, so they could go there right away. Sorian had also put on a beekeeper suit. Guayun brought up the topic of the letter sent to the Sichuan province city lord and asked him if he had seen it. Sorian replied yes. Guayun was concerned that, since he is still young, he might not have fully understood the content of the letter. Guayun blushed. Sorian told him that Yangui and men are very important. Guayun felt ashamed, so she told him that was enough. It also seemed that he is aware of it. The big problem afflicting the Sichuan city lord is none other than erectile dysfunction. Or in other words, his rod no longer gets hard. Baeun started suspecting Sorian. Since he knew a lot for his age, Sorian made an excuse because he lived alone for a while. Baeun felt embarrassed, so she quickened her pace. A few hours later, they reached the forest. Sajin was distracted by the creatures there. Baeun had to keep him on track. Until they reached the spot. It was like a mini cave, and it certainly looked like a place where hornets would inhabit. Baeun asked what it meant to find a hive without bees. They started putting on their head protectors. Sorian explained that it means that even though they came looking for hornets, they won't catch any. Baeun was baffled. They headed towards the hole. Sorian informed her that the poisonous insect they are looking for is found in smaller hives and weak ones. Bayu didn't know. Fortunately, it seems the hive has what they are looking for. An insect came out and using chopsticks, Sorian captured it. They didn't go there to hunt a hornet. The insect they were looking for is this one. The little thing will solve the Sichuan city lord's problems. Bayu asked about the bug. She asked if it was a blister beetle. She guessed it. Because of that, Sorian discovered that it is called a blister beetle in that world. The insect caught in the giant hornet's nest. In the Central Plains, it is called a blister beetle. Wayan asked if it was normal to find blister beetles in a hornet's nest. Sorian explained that its life cycle is quite peculiar. Blister beetles have an unusual reproduction method. Normally, most insects watch over the place where they lay eggs, or create a safe environment for them to hatch, but the little creature simply lays eggs wherever it pleases. There was a very funny scene where the beetle told the queen to wait because it had to lay some eggs before leaving. Anywhere it will do without fuss, without frills. It just places them. The minimal consideration it shows is to dump them all in one spot. Anyway, when the miracle happens and the blister beetle larvae hatch, they start crawling towards the highest place around. And when the blister beetle larvae reach the top, they do something strange. They group together and imitate a flower, and then the bees mistake the fake flower for the real one. And they get close the moment the bee gets close enough, but the whole swarm jumps onto the carpenter bee's body in an instant. And that's it, game over. The carpenter bee's home is as good as gone. Sorai is not sure why they favor giant hornet nests, but apparently it is the most suitable environment for the earth beetle larvae to grow. Guyan felt sorry for the giant hornet. Sorio replied that nothing can be done about it. Guyan knew that the bug causes skin burns. She heard that eating too much of it can even be fatal. Sorio affirmed this idea. The orange liquid dripping from a blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin. When this substance comes into contact with the skin, it creates burn-like blisters. Guyan blushed and asked if it had that effect. Sorian replied yes, and that it immediately raises a man's rod, Guan. Feeling embarrassed, she made him stop explaining. He encouraged her to return to the Hall of 10,000 poisons. Sorian wanted to catch a few more. Now they have obtained the earth beetle, the blister beetle. After that, they returned to the Hall of 10,000 poisons. and they showed the warriors how to prepare the medicine. Soryang told them to listen carefully. He instructed them to dry the ground beetle and grind it into powder. He told them that 1/10 of that powder is toxic. The poison becomes deadly when 3 mod of the same are ingested. If a person consumes 3/10 of a mod of the poison by guan body weight, approximately half of those who ingest it will die. So Soryang asked them to prepare medicine with 1/10 of a mod of the poison. That would be approximately the amount of 10 drops of liquid. So 1 mod is 3.75 milligrams. 1 guan is 3.75 kilograms. He asked them if that made sense. Deep down, Soryang felt like his brain was about to explode. A warrior took off his mask and stated that Sichuan's explanations are incredibly detailed. They didn't expect him to have mathematical knowledge. The warrior assured Sichuan that he will make sure they succeed no matter what. Soryang expressed how it depends on them. Later that night, someone commented that it was surreal that earth beetles had such effects. It was Musian, and he was talking to Wian. It made Musian think about reevaluating the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. Wian expressed the same. Then she brought up the topic that Sajong was good at math. Wian shared how Sajong calculated the concentration of the solutions and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid. It has been incredible. Musian admitted that he considered himself an expert in the field of poisons. But Soryang was on another level. The more he learns about him, the more he realizes what a gem that boy is. He teased Wian by asking if he liked Soryang even more now. Now Wian blushed. Wian expressed his regret for rushing at the beginning. Musian replied that what matters is that he makes up for it in the future. Musian asked how they plan to test the medicine once it is complete. Guian blushed. She is red as a tomato. She mentioned how the branch family elders are saying that Soryang has been too insolent. Soryang declared that he would test it by raising the clan elders directly. Musian was dumbfounded. He laughed heartily while saying the boy is funny. The next day, they were all gathered in a room. The clan elders were skeptical. The warrior gave Soryo a wooden box. Then the warrior informed him that he had mixed powdered licorice and honey to make it sweeter and easy to consume. Soryang was amazed at how the man paid attention to even the smallest details. Soryang asked the warrior if he had done it exactly as described. The warrior replied that he had carefully followed the instructions. Other clan members commented that they should stop making such a big deal about it. They even questioned how incredible it could be. The patriarch ordered silence. Then he asked Soryang how he would test the medicine's effectiveness. Soryang acted surprised about it. The clan elders shouted that it is natural for them to have to confirm it. An elder shouted that they would never dare send unproven effectiveness medicine to the Sichuan city lord. Another elder seconded that if something went wrong, it could cause a great disaster. Sichuan replied that there is no other option. The warrior understood. The clan elders were confused because the warrior gave them the medicine. They became upset because it seemed Soryang was telling them to try it. A noisy elder asked Soryang if he even knew what that thing was. The other elder commented that Soryang played outside for so long that it seems his guts have also turned black. Soryang smiled, called his grandfather. Musa Young asked what he needed. Soryang brought up what Musa Young had said before, that those who have mastered the Chang clan martial arts never fear poison. Musa Yang went along with Soryang's scheme and affirmed that statement. And then Soryang pointed out that the elders' reaction implied that they were scared. Musa Yang agreed with him again. Soryang mocked the great elders of a clan that blindly reached the level of mastering 100 poisons. He used reverse psychology and stated that blindly those elders are not afraid of something as trivial as the earth beetle poison, which enraged the elder, and divided the medicine in two. They affirmed that they had nothing to fear from such insignificant and low-grade poison. They took the medicine. They told Soryang that he had underestimated them. They threatened Soryang that if he didn't do anything, he would face the consequences. The elders shouted that they would be the ones to uphold the laws and principles of their clan. They chewed it. Silence fell. Then they smiled with satisfaction and shouted that there is nothing wrong at all. But the elder felt his manhood tingle. The long snake slumber had ended. They felt embarrassed. And so that day, the clan's laws and principles were set straight. A pun. It happened magnificently. The medicine was sent to the Sichuan city lord. Its effects were proven excellent. Shortly after, the elders were walking down the hall holding their pants to hide the evidence. I remember I walked like that when I reached that moment. Anyway, Zoryang told Muzian that it was just as he had said, provoking the elders with something related to poison made them fall into the trap immediately. Musa Young knew they are the type of people who don't have anything left but their pride, so it would naturally happen. But Musa Young is also aware that their actions come from a place of concern for the clan. He told Soryang not to hold too much resentment. Musa Young said that in the end, they are all one family. Soryang replied that he understands. Baeyeon hurriedly made her way. She informed them that something terrible had happened. They asked her what it was, and she told them her children were behaving strangely. Soryang blushed and was dumbfounded. Musin got scared when he called his son-in-law and grabbed him by the neck. Musin asked him what that meant. He asked why they had children. Soryang was drenched in cold sweat. Musin grabbed Sajun by the nape and asked why they have children, especially when they haven't even had their wedding ceremony yet. Wajin shouted that what she meant were not human children, but the spotted centipedes. The ones Soryang is raising. Soryang was stunned, too surprised. It was an understatement of her reaction. Lately, he has been doing a lot of physical training sessions, and every time he asked Baeyeon to take care of them, he ended up completely forgetting. He was worried something had happened to his babies. He asked to see. It was as if he was about to grab Ajun's chest, as she keeps them there. Wahyeon shrieked that they were not there. Muzian was flabbergasted. A moment later, the three blue-spotted centipedes were brown and weak. A handprint was slapped on Soryang's face. It was funny how he slapped, due to his actions before. Soryang stared intensely at the centipedes, while Muzian was curious whether those centipedes just fell from Baeyeon's body with a thud. Baejun replied that they looked fine before, but now she is worried that they might be getting sick. Their color looks a bit pale, and their shells look strange. Zoryang assured her there was no need to worry. He explained that creatures like centipedes that have hard shells are called molting. They shed them when they grow, and that was probably happening. Mu Xiang asked if they were molting their shells already. Then Xiang replied that it would happen soon. A small one was moving strangely. Then the head came out. They were impressed. It was an amazing sight. Then the other two also started shedding their shells. They successfully shed. They are all out now. Baejun noticed that they seemed almost twice as big as before. She asked if these little ones had names. Soryang realized they didn't. His thinking face looked amusing. And what's funnier is the name he came up with. Number 1, number 2, number 3. It was so silly that Wayne refused to accept it. She reasoned that it is said that spotted centipedes turn into dragons after living for 1,000 years. So they need dragon-worthy names. Soryang childishly argues that there is no way a spotted centipede will turn into a dragon, even after 1,000 years. Muzian joined the joke by saying that 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is called a dragon. From that answer, Soryang realized that it must be the grandfather who taught Wajin that. But then Soryang thought seriously about the name, so he decided to call them Nova, Myra, and Grace. The first one is Nova, which symbolizes the beginning. The second is Myra, which means fragrance. And the third is Grace, which represents something elegant or gentle. Wajin was delighted. She did not object because the pretense of naming children is the father's responsibility. Anyway, the spotted centipedes now have names. One day later, the spotted centipedes clung to Sajung again. Their body still doesn't feel completely dry, but it was good enough to move. But it still feels uncomfortable. The centipedes are heavier now. Before they were the size of a thick sausage, but now they have grown as big as his forearm. It looks like the spotted centipedes fell. They felt their hug was too tight for them. So now they have comfortably wrapped around his arms and waist while he was lying cuddled up with the centipedes. He heard someone talking. 2 men were passing by. One of them carried a loaded bag in his hand and declared that the Sichuan Tang clan is always so extravagant. He invited his friend to go to the brothel, and his friend thought it was a good idea. They laughed while saying that making money had never been so easy. Soryang became curious about it. In the pavilion, Chi Olsen declared that he has great news. It is about the medicine they sent to the Sichuan city lord. He recounted that it worked exceptionally well, and the city lord sent a thank you message, and included a generous reward. Soryang and Gwajian were delighted. Chi Olsen was also proud and happy to have reaped such benefits. As soon as he took Soyeon in as his son-in-law, Soyeon had truly achieved something remarkable. Soyeon was happy to have been able to help. Because of that, Chi Olsen suggested to grant Soryam one of his elixirs, because if he had called it a reward, Soryam would probably have refused out of modesty. Soryam's grandfather said before that an elixir is something that increases internal energy. Gwayeon asked what kind of elixir it is. Chi Olsen replied that it is nothing extraordinary. It is the honey of the golden-haired King Bi. In Soryam's mind, he put those words together and deduced that it was normal honey, but he knew that internal energy is crucial for becoming a martial master. So he decided to accept it for now. He was about to thank his father-in-law. When Waijun cut him off, she reminded him that he is going to reward such a young person, so she questioned why it is only honey. Chi Olsen became nervous seeing Waiyun's threatening behavior. She argues that what Soryang achieved is no feat, even if the golden-haired King Bee is a mid-level poisonous creature. Honey is the lowest grade among elixirs. She told him he shouldn't be stingy in rewarding Soryang for such a great achievement, which made Soryang feel shy. She scolded her father, telling him that he should grant something that provides internal energy for a year. She didn't understand how he could give him an elixir that only provided internal energy for 2 months. Chi Olsen became sad and reasoned that it was still an elixir and that it was quite expensive to obtain. But that provoked Gwayeon even more. She argues that compared to what Sajun has done, it is a pittance. Chi Olsen was in a tough spot. Soryang asked what the golden-haired King Bee was about. Chi Olsen explained that it is a mid-level poisonous creature, occasionally found in jungles. Its size is like that of a small dog. It is said that consuming its honey grants internal energy equivalent to 2 whole months of secluded meditation, imagining the bee's size. He was excited and amused, but Gwayeon put reins on his thoughts. She told him that he is making her feel annoyed because of him. Chi Olsen clarified that this was not his intention. It is just because he thought Soryang might want to see the golden-haired King Bee in person. Hearing that excited Soryang, he clarified that if he is suggesting, he should see the golden-haired king himself. It is exactly what Chi Olsen had in mind. Internally, Soryang interpreted it as collecting the honey himself. He used to do it sometimes in his YouTuber days. The gentleman excitedly headed towards the door. Soryang shared that when it comes to bees, he is basically an expert. Chi Olsen knew Soryang would like that idea. Soryang asked what the golden-haired King Bee looked like. Chi Olsen simply replied that it is like the driveway bees. He could only sigh. And so the honey collection journey began. Chi Olsen provided them with top-notch information, so they thought there would be no competitors. But when they arrived, there were 2 clans fighting. Apparently, those people also bought the information. One clan asked the other if the guy they bought it from had messy hair and a big mole on his face. The other clan replied that it is exactly the guy, but no matter what, they won't back down easily. Hearing those descriptions, Soryang remembered the 2 guys who walked past him. He realized that those 2 were going around selling information everywhere. One guy went full force on those scoundrels. He shouted, "How dare you insult the Sichuan Tang clan in Sichuan?" His voice loud and angry. And hearing that they are from the Sichuan Tang clan made the guys nervous. Well, now the peaceful honey collection journey is far from that idea. Before Sajun left for his first trip out, Carlson warned him to be careful. As a member of his family and someone from the Tang clan, he should never forget who he is. Soyeon politely replied yes to that. Then Carlson looked at something beside him, which made Sajun turn his head too. There were men lined up in front of them. Carlson informed Sojong that he would lead those people. It was time for him to learn how to lead others. Sojong was nervous. Sojong thought it should be Way. Jung. Chilsoon called him silly and explained that since Waijun is his one, Min and he is his partner. That makes him the highest authority in the group. Hearing the word partner, Sojang blushed. Baeyeon had faith that he would do well, and she promised to help him along the way. She replied that she would do what she could, but now that she is in the middle of that chaos, she wonders what she should do. She asked the man who was with him what they should do in that situation. She wondered if it is better to share the information with them. Soryang is talking to the leader of the Venomous blood unit, Wolfgang. Wolfgang was not happy that someone dared to share information from the Time clan. Wajun seconded that whoever it is, that person had guts. She was seriously pissed off, and expressed it with her intimidating aura while questioning the sale of information bought by the Sichuan clan to another person. Those from other clans recognized her as the poisonous flower of the three Murim flowers. One man couldn't believe that a direct descendant of the Sichuan clan, the poisonous flower, is there in person. The man was compelled to salute. He represented the Central Wind sect and clarified that they have no intention of interfering in the affairs of the Sichuan Tang clan. He stated that they will withdraw. The Nobleborn sect also decided to withdraw, even though it hurt. The Jade Ghost Hunter continues to withdraw as well. One of them swore to catch that bastard rat and skin him alive. Everyone snuck away. Zoryang realized the influence of the Sichuan Tang clan. He asked if it was resolved. Wolfgang replied no. He knew those unorthodox bastards wouldn't back down that easily. Wolfgang suggested that they camp nearby and take turns on watch. He knew those men were probably hiding waiting for the right time. He ordered JUPI to go find out where they had camped. Soryang seemed worried. Baeyun assured him that everything would be fine. He was more worried about his bee. They hid behind a rock while watching the bees. The bee looked really cute. It's like wearing fake fur on the body. Several of them flew into the trunk. Soryang got excited seeing those golden-haired king bees. Baeyun admitted it's the first time she's seen two. She pointed out how big it is. Soryang finds them adorable. Baeyun is amazed by their fluffy fur. Wolfgang is also happy to see them. Soryang realized their colony seemed small. It was as if there were only about 100 of them, but considering their size, that made sense. Baeyun asked about the colonies. Sojong explained to her that it is the group of bees. Normally, a small hive would have between 5,000 and 7,000 bees. Wajian was surprised that Sojong could know that without even entering the hive. Soryang replied that he could calculate it by observing how many bees entered and exited through the entrance. Someone appeared behind them. It was Pai, and he reported that they had located those unorthodox bastards. Wolfgang asked where they were and hesitated to answer at first, but as Wolfgang expected, those bastards have set up their camp on the opposite side. They don't seem to be doing much. But if anything happens, they will surely make a move. Wolfgang decided to wait until nightfall and harvest the honey, using the Tang clan's method. Soryang asked about that method. Wolfgang explained that if you burn mugwort leaves, the smoke will calm the bees down, and during that time they can harvest the honey. Soryang replied that it is an excellent method, but Pai was worried that the wind might blow towards them at that moment. With that, their plan went down the drain. Then Soryang thought of something. Pyle asked if it was something smart. Soryang explained that if the wind blows towards them, it will mask their scent. So he decided to take the opportunity to make a quick visit. He was already on his way when Baeyun grabbed his shirt to stop him because it was dangerous. The golden-haired king bee is a mid-level poisonous creature, but Soryang was crazy about it. He declared that he would only touch it once and come back. While struggling to break free from Oyun's grip, a pebble fell and rolled towards the hive. They instantly knew it was bad news. In the blink of an eye, the colony swirled outside. Oyun grabbed Soryang as she fled. Afterwards, they were scolded to hell. It was getting dark, and Soryang kept thinking about another way. If they light the fire against the wind, they will be trapped between the unorthodox bastards. In the hive, the golden-haired king bee is a bit different from the bees he knew. They are bees that detect ground vibrations from over 30 kilometers away. Not even earth bees can do that. Wajan didn't find. She told him that the kids had finished eating. They were trying to leave, so she took them. Soryang thanked her. Soryang gently told the little ones to behave. Weon sat next to Sojong, which made him nervous. She asks him if he has made progress. He replied that he needs to observe a little longer. She admitted that she felt like she was pressuring him, so she apologized for it. She told him to take his time and not feel overwhelmed. But that actually had the opposite effect on him. Weon noticed something on the opposite side of the old tree. There were monkeys. The monkeys were noisy. Guyan realized that one monkey was very angry, so Young called her by name. Then he asked her if she smelled anything sweet. Guyan noticed the scent. Sajan realized that they might be pheromones. Sajan hurriedly told her they have to leave because the bees are about to swarm. Guyan grabbed him and ran out in a hurry. She jumped high and distanced herself a bit, still holding Sajan under his armpits. Bayan was stunned. The bees flew out of the hive quickly. Their target is the fallen monkeys. They feasted on the corpse. That was close for those couples. Bayan was intrigued about how Sichuan knew that the golden-haired king bees were about to attack, because he was able to warn her to move away even before they heard. The buzzing. He replied to me that it is because of the smell. Bayan had finally noticed the faint scent of magnet. Soryang was amazed that he could distinguish the smell of pheromones. Sajon asked her if she recognized the smell she had smelled before. She replied yes. She stated that it smelled like a magnolia flower. Soryang was thrilled to have found the answer. As he laughs like an evil maniac, Wei-Yan blushes because her hands are on his shoulders. With a devilish smile on his face, he declared that he had thought of a way to finish off those unorthodox bastards who were after their honey bees. The men from the various clans were relaxing around the bonfire, drinking liquor, and feasting on the meat. One of them asked the others when they thought the Chang clan would go to collect the honey. One man replied that it was hard to say. 3 days ago, they were wandering around everywhere, but now things have calmed down. Someone expressed that the Chang clan might make a move soon. Another person gave a vague answer that it could be. Another man asked if the hives could really bring money. One man got a little angry at this silly question. He commented that that man seemed to have lived under a rock his whole life. Then he explained that candles made from the wax of the golden-haired king bee are treasures exclusively used by the imperial family. The man assumed that the clan would blindly take only the honey and leave, so the remaining hives are for them to take. The men had dark thoughts for when the Tang clan was annihilated. Someone brought up the topic about a notorious poisoner, the 3 flowers of Murim. They decided to keep an eye on her and make sure she doesn't die. They liked the idea, especially since she is a beauty. Their lustful nature became evident when they expressed how their skin tingled with excitement just by thinking about it. They even joked that one of them might end up being the Tang clan's son-in-law. But they stopped when someone sensed a smell. It smelled pleasant. One of them thought it was the smell of the poisonous flower. They even guessed that the natural scent of the poisonous flower is as intoxicating as that. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. They wondered what it was. Something had formed in the sky. Everyone was terrified and confused about what it is. They realized it was a swarm of golden-haired bees. They immediately ran. The golden-haired bees chased them. They screamed as the bees' attack fell upon them. The mixture that produces the scent was spread on the ground. It was laid out like a path. Soryang, Guaran, and Volgant watched from behind the bushes. Guaran and Volgant couldn't believe it worked. The bees are heading in one direction. Guaran asked Soryang what he had done. She didn't expect the bees to go wild over the scent of flowers. Soryang replied that it is because he ordered the bees to launch a large-scale attack. Guaran was confused when he said large-scale attack, since Soryang only crushed some flowers and fruits and sprinkled their juice around. Soryang explained that the scent triggered an attack order. Pheromone is a chemical signal used by animals of the same species to communicate, especially social insects like ants and wasps. They rely heavily on pheromones. The pheromone Soryang used is the exact smell bees release when launching a large-scale attack. It's called isomyl acetate. Wei-Yan confirmed with him if he meant that magnolias emit the same smell bees use to signal an attack. She was fascinated, but Soryang was more fascinated by her ability to recognize the smell. Wei-Yan explained that it is because the Chang clan specializes in poisons, so she must have been sensitive to smells. It was about time, with the golden-haired king bees out launching their large-scale attack. Soryang decided to enter the hive and harvest the honey of the golden-haired king bee. They enter cautiously. Soryang brought an improvised incense wrapped in leaves. Volgang told Soryang that it is dangerous. He offered to take the lead. They were impressed by how big it was. It was astonishing. The honeycombs were like a large golden chandelier on the ceiling. It was beautiful, and fortunately for Sichuan, Wei-Yan, and Volgang, the bees are gone. Soryang realized something. There was no honey. Volgang replied that it can't be. He inspected the honeycomb, and it was empty, just as Soryang predicted. Volgang finds it strange because it has never happened before. Soryang realized something. There were no eggs in the hive either. Volgang asks if that has something to do with the hive being empty of honey. Soryang replied that the bees were preparing to migrate from the start. That's why they must have consumed all the stored honey and carried it in their stomachs. Soryang theorized that it was because they sensed too many human presences nearby. Payan agreed. Soryang explained that when bees prepare to migrate, they stop laying eggs, and they no longer have the capacity to take care of the larvae. Then RMC saw something. He saw the rear end of the bee. Soryan had a big smile on his face and asked the leader how long he could last if he continuously used his mobility arts without rest. Volgant replied that if he kept his pace and ran constantly, he could last half a day. Volgant asked why Soryan brought up that topic. Suddenly, PI appeared and reported about the golden-haired bees. They are returning, so Soryan must leave immediately. They ran in a hurry. Volgant told Soryan to give up. Like W. Jung hurried to Soryang, sighed, grabbed his shirt, and told him to hurry up. Pai, panicked and told them to get out immediately. Something was sticking out of So Young's chest. Time passed that was too close. Wei Jun was thankful that they had managed to get out before the bees returned. She couldn't finish the sentence because she was distracted. She asked what So Young had on his chest. So Young's immediate reaction was, "Oh, the little bee's head appeared from his clothes." Sichuan replied that it is the queen bee of the golden-haired king bees. Since there is no honey, he brought the one that can make it. Hearing that, everyone put on a nervous expression, and everyone paled as sweat drops formed on their faces. The queen bee looked so cute while making a little bee noise, with a devilish smile on her face. Sichuan told Volgan that the bees will realize their queen is missing, and any moment they will start chasing them. It's funny how, instead of being worried, Soryang looked truly delighted while floating the queen bee's head. He told them they should run, and so the life-or-death chase began. Volgant carried Sajong on his back, and they ran as fast as they could. The queen bee was fussy. Soryang floated her head while telling her to stay still for a moment. He assured the queen bee that he would take her somewhere. People will not bother them. A few days have passed since the bee death race began. During that time, the group tried their best, cutting down on sleep and fully exercising their mobility arts. Everyone was breathless and without energy. When they arrived at their destination, some of the warriors from the Venomous blood unit had already fallen behind. Young promised himself to demand that they teach him mobility arts. When they returned, one of the warriors stumbled and fell. The warrior next to him was surprised and announced that another one had fallen. The fallen one is Huan Durian from the Venomous blood unit. He actually looked half dead as he lay on the ground, and his face had dark circles under his eyes, snot and saliva dripping from his open mouth. Soryan also had dark circles under his eyes. He is now hoping that, when the queen bee is far enough from the colony, they won't be able to attack. Volgang starts to lose hope and asks Soryang if they can really escape. Soryang gives a vague answer. 3 days later, another warrior fell face down on the ground. He apologized to Soryang as he can no longer move. Soryang was worried about Volgang. Guyan decided that he would carry Soryang instead. Soryang suggested it's better if he runs himself. Guyan was timid, but despite his haggard appearance, he promised he could do it. He announced that a member of the Tang clan never gives up. At the entrance of the Tang clan house, 2 guards were stationed. They noticed someone approaching and recognized that it was their young master. Wang and Soryang were leaning on each other to stand up. The guard was dumbfounded seeing their appearance. He immediately called for family members. With all the commotion, Musian and Cho Yulson came out. They were stunned when they saw the faces of the 2 young. They really looked messy. Cho Yul Song puts Wei Han's head in his lap while healing her. He is furious and asks So Young what the meaning of all this was. So Young told him to calm down and explained that Wei Young is simply exhausted after using mobility arts for 10 days without rest. So Young was in a hurry and told them there was no time for that and that they must hurry to the training grounds. Mu Young was confused, so Soryang pulled something out of his clothes and showed them the queen bee. He explained that the other bees will swarm there soon, so they must head to the old tree on the training grounds. Everyone's expression couldn't be painted. Everyone was dumbfounded, except Musian, who was laughing, amused by the brat. Chilson couldn't believe it, as he sent Soryang to look for honey, yet he returned with the queen bee. Musian put his hand around Sejan's shoulder and told them they should leave. Sorjan screamed loudly when suddenly Musian jumped high while carrying him. Musian hurried. Sorjan suddenly screamed. Then the old man asked him what was wrong. Sejan told him that the bees were swarming towards them. Museo John saw that there were many. He asked him if he had brought them all with him. They are almost here. So they hurried. Sejan's body couldn't keep up with the speed. Good thing. Museon's hands acted as a safety belt. Finally, they arrived. Soryang headed towards the tree. He explained to the golden-haired Queen Bey that this is the place he mentioned before and that it will be her new home. Soryang let go of the golden-haired Queen Bee while asking, "Not bad, is it?" The Queen Bee made a sound like she understood. She looked at the tree and turned back to Soryang while looking excited, as if expressing that he was right. Soryang wondered if she really liked it. Museon told Soryan that they should leave for now, as the bees were approaching. The clan members watched as the bee colony flew above them. The golden-haired queen made bee noises, as if calling them. The bees headed for the tree. Museon was stunned. He expressed that in all his years, he had never seen anything like it. Mission accomplished. The golden-haired queen bee has been successfully captured. A few moments later, we see these cute dog-sized bees drinking something. Sugar water was given to the golden-haired bees, who were exhausted from following them. After all, there is a saying that bonds are built with food, and that goodwill starts with a meal. They were lucky that there was something like refined sugar in that world. So it worked well. Soryan hoped that the small feast would help diminish the bees' wariness towards them. It would be even better if they started recognizing Soryan as their master. Our master of ceremonies suddenly shouted that he had forgotten something. Kaelson and Museon looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked what it was. Soryan nervously asked about Gwion. Kaelson was a bit annoyed for having thought of her after all. Kaelson replied that he had told the other members to take Gwion to her mother and let her rest. Chial-sun asked if they really used mobility arts all the way from the forest to the house with those bees on their backs. Soryan nervously replied yes and apologized. Soryan recounted that they barely slept 4 hours a day and spent the rest of the time running. Suddenly, Museon realized something. He asked Soryan where the members of the Venomous blood unit were. Sweat drops formed on So Jones's head as he answered, nervously, that the members had collapsed somewhere on the roadside. He told them he would go pick them up. Finally, the members of the Venomous blood unit returned safely with their families. In Wei Jun's room, she is awake and has enough energy to be able to sit up now. Soryan was beside her. Wei Jun happily brought up the topic that the golden-haired bees have regained their strength. Soryan shared that the golden-haired bees are currently collecting nectar from the poisonous flowers on the Tang clan mountain. Wajun replied that it is adorable. Suddenly, someone burst in, calling Sajong in a panic. Pi told him he has to go out immediately. He reported to Soryang that something is happening to the golden-haired bees. It's as if they are looking for something. Sajong and Wajun went out. The bees were scattered all over the area. Until they saw Soryang, they clung to him. Suddenly, they pulled his shirt. Soryang didn't understand why they were acting like this. Because of the pull, he was lifted off the ground. Weibin was surprised to see Soryang being flown by the swarm of bees. Soryang had a funny look in the air with his legs stretched out and arms wide open, creating a tail. Finally, the bees let him go. Soryang asked them why they were making a fuss in their hive. He thought something was wrong. The bees pushed him and Soryang got the message. They want him inside. He looked around and saw that they have already built part of the hive, and they are working hard to collect honey. Then he noticed a bee approaching. It was the queen bee. Soryang extended his palms and asked the queen bee if she wanted him to carry her. Now Soryang cannot move as the other bees clung to him. One bee was also pinching his cheeks. He looked at the queen bee, who looked elegant and cute. The author really put a lot of work into this. Dang! Then the queen bee closes her eyes and approaches Soryang's mouth. Soryang panicked, but they silenced him because the queen bee kissed him on the lips. He felt something being put in his mouth and then swallowed it. The other bees stopped clinging to him. The queen bee had finished kissing him. Sajong was red as a tomato. He was embarrassed and shouted at the queen bee that it was his first time. He asked her what she was doing. Then Soryan felt bad. He collapsed on the floor. He had unbearable pain. In his mind, he asked what the queen bee had fed him. And from her perspective, the queen bee had a mysterious look. Soryan felt excruciating pain as the bees simply watched him. His mouth foamed after the strange discomfort he felt like tickling. The sensation that took over his whole body was intense heat. Soryan's face was red. His snot and saliva were dripping. He also experiences tachycardia, a high pulse. He groaned in pain. The queen bee approached his face and he glared at her. He wondered what the queen bee had made him eat. Sajan was groggy, but he heard Guyan and Musian. Musian theorized that Sajan had swallowed a very potent elixir. Guajan told him to pull himself together. Musian decided to guide his Kwa Jai. Finally, Wajan saw him wake up. She asked him if he was back to his senses. Sorian asked her where he was. Wajan replied that he was in the Tang clan's medical room. She recounted that when they saw the golden-haired bees dragging him away, she and his grandfather rushed there, and when they arrived, he had already fainted. So they took him there. She asked him if he remembered what had happened. Then Sorian dropped his face into his palms upon remembering his first kiss in that world. Weon became worried. She asked him if something was wrong with his body. She wondered if she should call his grandfather. Sorian replied no. He took a deep breath. Then he explained that the queen bee was feeding him the same thing she eats. And that was probably what was causing his condition. Baeyeon asked him what he ate, but Sorian wasn't sure of the exact name. But if he had to call it, he would call it the king bee elixir. Baeyeon was intrigued. Sorian explained that worker bees collect nectar and pollen for their sustenance, and only the worker bees who dedicate their lives to work consume that nectar and pollen. Baeyeon asked what the queen bee eats. Sorian stated that, from birth to death, the queen bee feeds exclusively on the king bee elixir made by the worker bees. In other words, the jelly that the queen bee forcefully fed Sorian was royal jelly. Baeyeon understood that it is an exclusive food that the queen bee ate her whole life. Soryang added that the queen bee elixir has a special effect, that an ordinary worker bee lives a short life of about half a month, but the queen bee that eats the king bee elixir can sometimes live up to 60 times longer. Soryang found it amusing. His excitement overwhelmed Baeyeon, so she told him to calm down. Then Haiyang concluded that the mystery was solved. The internal cultivation method Sorian practiced is the 5 poisons return technique. It's only a beginner technique, so he couldn't absorb all the power of the elixir. But considering that the honey of the golden-haired king bee is said to contain 2 months' worth of internal energy, Sorian has essentially absorbed 60 times that amount, and that would be 10 years of internal energy. She congratulated him on this lucky encounter. Soryang couldn't believe it. Our boy just got 10 years of internal energy and a French kiss. Then Ajan hesitated to say something. She blushed as she told him to look in the silver mirror later. She pointed out that there might be other effects of the king bee elixir. Soryang wondered. Then he asked, what the silver mirror is our MCS. New transformation was finally revealed. He became more manly. Soryang looked at his reflection in the water and expressed that something seemed strange to him. He wondered if royal jelly always had those kinds of effects. He looked handsome now that he wondered where that boorish Anon had gone. His cultivation has improved, and his skin is so smooth and tender that it is almost like a woman's. He pinched his blushing cheeks. Then he thought of the royal jelly that the queen bee eats and saw himself turned into a woman. He was terrified by that idea. He looked down to check his bird and check under his pants. He felt relieved to find his manhood where it is supposed to be. He thought of thanking Musion because it was he who gave his, and otherwise it would have been disastrous. He realized he was on the verge of death, but Musion saved him. Moments later, he was walking through the streets, and people were staring at him brazenly. He felt the unfamiliar stares, and he wondered if it was because his internal energy had increased. He decided to run away. The girls watching him giggled. At the Sichuan Tang clan house restaurant, Zoryang opened the door. The family was already at the dining table and was serving themselves delicious food. His mother-in-law noticed him. She commented on how handsome So-jong looks. She asked him how he feels. So-jong replies that he feels better and apologizes for making them worry. She replied that it's fine and pointed out the lucky encounter he had that is worth celebrating. She praised Soryang's complexion and teased Guan out of envy. Yus blushed while Soryang got nervous. Guan invited Sejoja to hurry up and take a seat, and that made his mother tease her even more. They started the meal with tea. Cheolson asked Sajajan if he was feeling better. Sajajan replied yes and apologized for worrying him. Then Soryang expressed his gratitude to the grandfather who took care of him. Musion mentioned Luqui's encounter with Soryang and congratulated him. Then Shio-san asked him to explain. They had heard a little about the King Bee elixir, but they wanted to know exactly what happened. Sorian hesitated. Then he told them that, apparently, the golden-haired Queen Bee liked her new home, and she had decided to reward him for his kindness. So she dragged him into her hive and fed him the Queen Bee elixir. He summarized that the whole fuss was due to that. They were dumbfounded. Museo couldn't believe that even mid-level poisonous creatures knew how to show gratitude. So Yang's mother-in-law was fascinated. Musean asked if there was any way to acquire the King Bee elixir again. If they could, it would greatly benefit the Tang clan. Chialson replied that even the honey of the golden-haired King Bee alone would be an incredible advantage. But the King Bee elixir would undoubtedly be an extraordinary blessing. The mother-in-law was also passionate about obtaining the King Bee elixir. She asked So Young if he could get more, sure, because it improved his skin. His enthusiasm silenced the entire crowd. The mother-in-law cleared her throat. Bayan spoke up and asked So Young if it was possible. So Young didn't think so. He knew that if they were ordinary bees, they could create multiple queen cells, the chamber for the queen bees, and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly. But if they tried to pull such a trick on the intelligent golden-haired bees, they would turn into swarms in an instant. First of all, royal jelly is essentially baby food produced by worker bees. But what Sorian was fed came directly from the queen bee herself, so it made Sorian think that what he ate was not the same substance. He wondered if he should be honest with them. He told them what he thinks might not be possible. Musean asked why again. Mother-in-law, with all seriousness and enthusiasm, asked why it cannot be done. Sorian explained that even if someone could eat it, he doubted anyone would eat it. Chialson asked him what he meant. He wondered if it is because it tastes bad or because it has a strange smell. Sorian replied that it's not about the taste or the smell. He revealed that the King Bee elixir comes directly from the mouth of the queen bee, and it seems the only way to receive it is through direct contact with the queen bee herself. The method is to form a bond by pressing the mouth and tongue of the queen bee enters the recipient's mouth to transfer the elixir. They were dumbfounded hearing that Museon paled, realizing that it is done through the lips by making out with the queen bee. The mother-in-law was horrified that it even involved the tongue. Even Chi Alijo sweated profusely. He concluded that it cannot be obtained. He added that unless it is Zoryang, whom the golden-haired queen bee has favored, it is impossible for any other person. They heard chopsticks drop. Bayan let out a lip. Sajung got nervous. Kids, you're in trouble. Now press F in the comments section below for Zoryang. So, Bayan looked at him with a disgusted and angry expression. Then he pointed out that Zoryang had kissed the golden-haired queen bee. Meanwhile, in another scene, it was a serene sunset. The moon was reflected in the river. A man observes this landscape. His name is Ho Young-hak, alias Fist Emperor, the leader of the Muram Alliance. Someone knocked on the door to bring him tea. He invites the person to come in. The damned beautiful woman brought the teapot inside. Then she declared that she was brewing white dew from Sichuan Mountain, and that caught Young-hak's attention. Young-hak replied that it is a tea from his hometown. The woman agreed, as it is a famous tea from Sichuan Mountain in Nanchang. Young-hak thanked her and stated that he would savor it. The woman watches him drink. She attentively watches him bring the cup to his lips, but they were interrupted when the alliance leader was informed of General Hegel's arrival. Young-hak asked what brought the man at this hour. He invites him in. General Wu apologized for interrupting the alliance leader's rest. Then General Wu declared that they had received a message from the Sichuan Tang clan, and that he thought it necessary to immediately inform the alliance leader. Young-hak acknowledged that, since the man came with such urgency, it must be important. He told the man to speak. The woman excused herself. Then the general informed the alliance leader that it concerns the Raksasa blood hand. Ta Kyung-yang declared that the Chang clan has recovered both their head and the secret poison manual. From the blood hand, Young-hak was so furious that he broke the glass with his bare hands. He asked how they could have recovered the horrifying manual. General Wu explained that years ago, Takenjang disappeared after being struck by the divine sovereign's myriad venom palm. Later, he seems to have drifted to a non-island and lived in seclusion there. General Wu shared that there is an even more interesting story, that the infamous demon Takenjang was defeated by a young poison master who captured Hanok's interest. General Yu continued saying that the story surrounding the event is quite amusing. He is sure the alliance leader will find it intriguing. He wanted to explain in detail, but the woman appeared behind him and he felt her threatening aura. I think this guy just interrupted something important, and this style of art is so familiar. But I can't give you the sauce for that manhwa. Anyway, in the patriarch's hall of the Sichuan Tang clan, the elder reported to the patriarch that there are people bold enough to sell the information that they acquired from other places. They were furious that there were people who existed to tarnish the Tang clan's reputation. Soryang whispered to Wei Yin, telling him that those elders don't speak harshly to their father-in-law. Wei Yin replied that of course they don't, because after all, they are all family. Wei Yin expressed that no one would dare to harm the family's honor. Even the elders from the collateral branches are furious about it. The patriarch recounted that they had already asked the beggar sect to find out their identity, so they would soon have news from them. He planned to personally visit the Jingchuan prefecture. The elder asked how the patriarch plans to handle it. Chi Olsen replied that he would start with the soul-annihilating poison, the blood poison, the flaming poison, and the intestine-incapacitating poison. Then he described that once they are writing in agony, the blood, the burning of dissolving organs, and feeling like their very soul is being torn apart, he will finish them off with the 7-step soul-cutting poison. Soryang was horrified by the cocktail of poisons. Chialson ordered the annihilation unit to be summoned immediately, and he will leave immediately. They all gathered outside the hall. Chialson told his son-in-law to go today, and that Soryang is in charge of things while he is away. Soryang wished him to be careful. Chialson replied that he has nothing to worry about. Instead, it is those people who should worry. He left with the squad with the intention of making those people's punishment unforgettable. Soryang asked if those men were the poison annihilation unit. He hadn't seen them before. They even just replied that those men were assigned to handle the slightly tough work. Their main responsibility is eliminating people. That's why they are called the poison annihilation unit. In his head, Soryang thought slightly rough is a bit of an understatement. Someone cleared their throat behind the two of them. It was the elder. Soryang greeted them politely. They brought up the topic of Sajun's lucky encounter. Soryang replied yes. In his head, he wondered if they meant the royal jelly of the golden-haired bees. The elder said that they had called him to ask for a small favor. Soryang asked what kind of favor it was. He asked if it had anything to do with the golden-haired bees, but they immediately answered no, that they wouldn't dare covet such things. They believe that miraculous elixirs and rare treasures find their owners naturally. So Soryang asked what they needed. The elders became nervous. They decided to whisper it in Soryang's ear. Then these elders brought up the earth beetle medicine. They believe that since Soryang made it, he has authority over it. Soryang smiled. He knew they needed it. Soryang replied that he had found it difficult to adapt to life in the Tang clan. However, if the esteemed elders are willing to help him in various ways, there is no reason for him not to share it. The elders rejoiced. They praised Soryang for having a good head on his shoulders and promised that from now on they will support him so that he has nothing to worry about and live comfortably. Wajan was dumbfounded seeing how things turned out. Musa Young also saw them. He became curious and asked what that cheerful conversation was about. The elders simply replied that it is just a moment of friendly bonding with the son-in-law. Sajun agreed with them. Museong felt proud that the elders finally appreciated So Young's true worth. They answered him that it was natural. Suddenly, Pai reported that they had a big problem. Museong asked what it was about. He stated that the lord of Sichuan province is on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked, especially So Young. He asked if the lord was still not following the prescribed dosage correctly. Pai replied that this was the problem. He explained that, after experiencing the effects of the medicine, the lord took a new concubine and started consuming more than double the recommended amount. So Young knew it was bad that it made him sweat profusely. Musang declared that he must leave immediately. Then he told So Young that he remained as the only man in the house to protect the women. So Young replied yes. Musang rushed to make his way. In his head, So Young thought that there is nothing else that could go wrong. Night fell. Guian asked Soryang what he thinks of the dual origin 10 poisons art he has been learning. He replied that it is not as difficult to grasp as he initially thought. He compared it in his head that if the 5 venom return technique feels like a single orb, and large moving inside the body, the dual origin 10 poisons art is more like a twin cylinder. Bayan told him that for now, he has probably developed some resistance to common poisons too. Also, he should be able to directly release his chewable or even imbue objects with it. Sorium was surprised and confirmed if that is really true. Sorium decided to try it. He concentrated on the dummy in front of him, closed his eyes and concentrated, and channeled the internal energy from left to right, and spun the 2 orbs in the same direction. The changes in our MC were now clearer, and when he fully circulates it through his body, he released it, he threw the dagger, and when it reached the dummy, it exploded, more than half of it. Sorian exclaimed that he finally did it. Wajong praised him for that incredible move. He managed to imbue the dagger with his perfect mind. The ninjas, like the men, were shocked. They wonder if they have noticed, which makes them consider whether they should eliminate them, but one of them argues that it is just a coincidence. They secured a copy of the Blood Hand, the Poison Art, the secret manual, so their job is done. They decided to leave the place quickly and return to the main sect before troublesome matters arose. One of the ninjas laughed at those fools for having lax security in the training room, and it was thanks to that oversight that escaping will be a piece of cake. But they noticed something. It is the sweet aroma lingering in the air. A bee had seen them, and their eyes truly meant trouble. Suddenly, one of the ninjas shouted loudly. Soryang is alarmed by what it is. HWN stated that it looks like an intruder. The ninjas came out of the bush, as they are being attacked by the bees. Guian immediately made his move, while instructing Sajan to shoot an arrow. The ninjas were supposed to retreat, but a bee stuck to one of them. Guian tried to stop them, took out his whip, and hit them all. But he was surprised that they all dodged his whip. The one with the bee stuck on him charged at Guian and told him to die. Soryang shouted at him to be careful. The ninja swung his sword, but Guian was able to deflect it, using his whip. Then he hit them back, and the man was injured. He fell to the ground. Soryang asked her if he was okay. She replied yes. Then Soryang became uneasy seeing the man turning black and slowly dissipating. He asked who that person was and if he was dead. Wei Jun observed the man. She knew he had bitten poison, and he had committed suicide. From that, she deduced that he had something he wanted to hide. The intruders bothered the Chang clan. Wei Jun decided to immediately organize a pursuit team to start the chase. She told Sorian to follow her, along with Pei, the leader of the Venomous blood unit. They shouted to catch the intruders. Sorian was part of that team, PI. He told them that the intruders shouldn't have gotten far, and that they must capture them at all costs. Soryang internally encouraged by his twin-cylinder engine. Finally, his foot landed on soft ground. PI. He was surprised that half of Sejan's body was buried. They helped him up while asking if he was okay. He felt something. He was horrified to see that the pit was a snake den. PI. He said it was a snake nest. Snakes often gather where yin is strong, particularly for that season. They are unusually aggressive. Sajan was horrified. However, she finds it strange, as tiger-striped water snakes are usually not hostile. Sajan said it was her fault they were delayed, and that it looked like it was going to rain. So they had to move fast. They followed his instructions and started running again. They caught sight of the men and shouted to catch them. The ninjas were in a tight spot. They were cornered and it started raining. PI. He told those men that their escape ended there. He ordered his unit to tighten the encirclement. Both sides prepared to fight. Finally, they attacked. It was an intense fight in the rain. The Chine clan fought with swords, while the intruders used their daggers. They kicked PI and told him to get out of the way, but one of them was caught off guard. PI. Counterattacks. He used the triple mirage skill. The ninja barely deflected one dagger, but now there are 3 more coming towards him. He became flexible in dodging it, but one hit the ninja in the shoulder. PI. He told him that he was a lucky bastard. Then he told the guy to consider himself lucky that the rain diluted the poison on his throwing dagger. PI. She looked severe. Suddenly, along with loud thunder and lightning, someone shouted, "So many pathetic insects have gathered." PI asked, "Who the hell was that?" A man appeared, jumped down from the cliff, and the impact upon landing shattered the ground. He looked creepy. PI. He recognized that the guy is a martial master. He ordered everyone to step back. The man emits an ominous aura. He didn't even ask the ninja if they were capable of recovering it. The ninja replied yes, and explained that it wasn't the original, but a copy recorded by the Tang clan. Soryang had finished tying up the unconscious ninja when he saw the familiar object. He remembered that it is the copy of that bad book Museon was reading last time. He immediately informs Pai that it is a copy of the Blood Hand Poison Manual. Art secret. Pai was surprised to hear that. That made him furious. He asked them what kind of people would dare covet something so sinister. He demanded they reveal their identity. The man scanned the book and, as expected, since it was a copy, it contains the forms of the techniques, but it lacks the critical formulas. But that will be enough. And the man declared that, although it is a bit premature, there is no better way to announce his return. He gave Blood Glory permission to unleash the martial arts of the cult, and his mission was to leave no one alive. Blood Glory followed the order, placed his hand on the ninja who had died, and took his blood. This is like absorbing his remaining life force. Soryang felt alarmed watching him and recognized that technique. They watched the man suck blood through his hand. The elder told Pei that they were right. He is none other than an elder of the blood cult. He is known as Lord Juch Anenk of the Blood Hawk Dagger Claw. He saw Soryang and commented that the kid is in good shape, which is excellent. He shared that it had been too long since he had tasted the untainted blood of young people. Lord Juch Anenk instructed Yulong to capture them, as there is nothing better for recovery than the pure blood of a youth. They pursued them. Pai ordered the unleashing of the 5 poison annihilation formation. They were determined not to let those men reach Soryang. Lord Hugh laughed at them and launched an attack to challenge them. It was a powerful explosion. Debris flew everywhere. Soryang was told to try to dodge it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Soryang from behind and strangled him. Jian put his hand around Sajang's neck to immobilize him. He told Sajang to stay still, as the elder wishes to take his pure blood. Sajang is losing oxygen, he said. Guys, then he ordered them to bite the centipede offspring that came out. And they bit Wajan. Wajan was surprised to see them. The centipede offspring bit him as hard as they could. Jialong couldn't believe it, but he didn't have time to calm down because he had a dagger stuck in his skull. And then his body was engulfed in flames. Someone shouted Soryang. It was the best Beifu. Weiyan, followed by Wolgang and an elder, stopped dead in their tracks in surprise. They noticed the 5 poison annihilation formation, and it made them wonder what is going on. Pidgey recognized Weiyan's presence. Then he informs him that an elder of the blood cult has launched an attack. Immediately, Weiyan ordered everyone to help. Wolgang obeyed his orders and commanded everyone to transform the 5 poison annihilation formation into the 9 poison annihilation formation. They surrounded the elder of the blood cult. Lord Hugh was amused. He realized that so young is the boy who brought down Takan Yang's Blood Hand Poisonous Claw. He pronounced that Blood Hand poisonous. Claw is just an overrated name. After all, he couldn't imagine being bitten to death by nothing less than a centipede. Ban told him to shut up and threatened him with being buried there too. Lord Hugh burst out laughing. He dared them to try if they could. He had a maniacal expression, as if he was even excited. The rain began to pour as explosions were seen everywhere. Soryang was attending to the injured warrior. He encouraged him to hold on a little longer, but deep down, he knew the situation didn't look good. His side is getting more and more exhausted, but that damn blood cult bastard just keeps sucking blood. And recovering. Soryang heard a loud noise. It was W. Young crashing into a tree. W. Young was suffering. So Young ran to her side and asked if she was okay. She coughed up blood and still replied that she was fine. He grabbed her hand and advised her to return to the clan and bring more warriors from the Tang clan family, because they alone are not enough. It was a difficult decision for Soryang. He knew it was true that he couldn't do anything in the fight. Val's gang and the rest begged him to do it for the Tang family. They promised him they would hold them off somehow, so he had to hurry and leave. Soryang looked at him with a pained expression. He replied that he would return as soon as possible. He doubted he would make it, as he lacked mobility in the arts. But he was interrupted when Guyan hugged him and assured him that everything would be fine. She told him he can do it, since he has been training hard all this time. She promised him they would go look for more poisons together next time. She expressed that she is counting on him. Then Hyujun ran back to the battlefield. Soryang looked sad as he expressed how the situation is driving him crazy. Soryang started running. He ran as fast as he could, but he tripped and fell into a puddle. The centipede offspring came out and comforted him. Soryang finds it strange. He realized that even if he uses his mobility arts at full speed, it would take almost half a day. And most of the clan experts are outside, so even if he calls for reinforcements, they won't arrive in time. He looked at the sky, then realized that they sent him far away just to save him. He wondered why, contemplated if it's because the youngest, or because he is weak, that he needs protection. It made him think if this is what the chivalry of martial artists really means. Then he remembered what Sheol-san said, that he is part of the family. Soryan really never thought deeply about the word family before saying that in the end. He must have believed. Still that he was not really a part of the Sichuan Tang clan. Then he recalled some precious memories with them, and realized that everyone else already considered him family, everyone except him. It made him smile. Then he commented that for an assassin clan, it's a little too affectionate. He got up, and this time he was determined. He even pronounced, "Come on, we have to save your mother." He ran as fast as he could, driven by his desire to save those people. He kept thinking of a way and the factors of the fight, such as the blood cult, blood regeneration, poisonous creatures nearby, poisonous beasts, poisonous herbs. He stopped dead because he reached a snake den. He saw the creepy snakes, told the centipedes to wait for him, then placed them on the ground. Then Oryanguyo, the baby centipedes, were confused as to what he is doing. Sauron jumped onto the snake den. Then he remembered that it is spicy Fabra. He pronounced, "I have to handle this spicy Faber way." The red-necked snake, also known as the flower snake, is a species of venomous snake. And now we see our boy allowing these to feast on him. At the same time, a strange green aura began to gather around Sorya. Unlike vipers, which have hooked fangs at the front of the mouth, that snake has small venomous fangs located in the molar region, making venom injection difficult. But still, the Soryang knew that its bite is very potent in terms of toxicity. It is the most venomous land snake in East Asia. To describe it better, its venom surpasses that of the black mamba. However, with the Chang clan's internal energy technique, Zoryan knew he is resistant to poisons. So he should be fine. The centipede offspring peeked worriedly over the edge of the cliff. Zoryan assured them that he is fine, even if he is covered in snakes. Anyway, he is about to leave. He checked his body. He had several bite marks on his body, and that was enough for him. A snake slid down his neck as he decided to climb out of the pit, but then he felt something. The snake slid over his legs, immobilizing him. He didn't expect it. He cursed, realizing that something unexpected had just happened. He was in a tight spot. Suddenly, the centipede offspring jumped onto his shoulders and his head, and one of them made a loud noise to scare away the snakes. The snakes responded by hissing. That annoyed the centipede offspring more, so one of the centipede offspring, who was already fed up with these ugly snakes, attacked it and bit it near the head. This is turning into a Pokémon battle. Grace, the centipede offspring, was furious and kept attacking the surrounding snakes. It took the dominance, and the snake felt helpless. Sorium thanked her and was impressed that the youngest one was so strong. Sorium pats her head and acknowledges that Grace is worried about her father. With that, Sorium thanked her again. Confidently, he said, "All right, it's time to go to Mom." Meanwhile, thick Mom Wayan could already be seen panting. She knew that at this rate, everyone is going to die, even if they have the numerical advantage. They are slowly being dominated. Ju choked a warrior. He was frantic, as his enemies were too easy. He challenged if no one is left to take his next move. Baeun hoped that Sorium managed to escape safely. Baeun ordered them to keep Ju at bay from as far away as possible. He had observed that the rain would clear up soon, so they planned to send another signal to nearby warriors. Volgang recognized his orders. The elder suggested that she escape like a youngster. Baeun refused to do so. He could not understand a direct descendant of the Clantine fleeing, while others were still fighting. The elder argued that if he could not protect her, he could never face the family head again. He urged her to leave quickly. Wayan insists that he stop the nonsense, because the Clantine never abandons their own, no matter what. And that irritated Ju. Ju got angry seeing them and shouted at them to stop. If his toys kept running away, he would ruin his fun. So he had an idea. If he cannot suppress his rage right now, turning the Clantine into a wasteland would be fun for him. And he imagined how the announcement of the blood sect's return would suit him. It would be a great spectacle. The elder cursed, realizing that Hugh had no intention of letting any of them leave alive. Wajan prepared her whip, and with determination, pronounced that even if everyone perishes there, she will make sure to take at least one of Hugh's arms. The others shared his will. They looked at each other as the tension mounted. Suddenly, someone pronounced, just as Lady Hyan said, that the Clanton never retreats and never abandons its own. Bayan was surprised that her beloved Saurian returned. She was confused and worried because he had returned. Saurian reminded her of what he had said before. Clan time never abandons its own under the centipede offspring, and told them to wait. Sajun took off his shirt and declared that he is also part of the Time clan. Our boy wielded his dagger and took a fighting stance. Ju was amused seeing Saurian charging at him. Meanwhile, Guajin was worried. Hugh laughed thinking about how he had taken the trouble to save Soryang, and now he was crawling back on his own. Sajang was in position to stab Hugh. He shouted with all his might. Guayan was anxious. The dagger flew through the air. The next moment we knew Hugh choked Soryang. He concentrated his ability in his palm as he prepared to attack Soryang. He was happy to take the lifeblood that Soryang was voluntarily offering him. He struck Soryang with his palm while waiting to taste his blood. Soryang groaned loudly. Jaiyu found it amusing that Soryang reacted in a fraction of a second and blocked him with his arm. He called Soryang a fool. He thought Soryang did it instinctively and didn't realize that blood was still running down his arm. He grabbed Soryang tighter. Soryang groaned loudly as his blood spilled. Wei Young panicked. Pi received the order to save Soryang. The screams continue. Everyone rushed to rescue RMC. Jaiyu was euphoric with the delicious taste, especially since it had been so long since he tasted the lifeblood of a child. The warriors ran as fast as they could, but Jiyu blocked them using the blood circulation overflow wave. Everyone was blown away. Jaiyu laughed at them. He expressed that those annoying throwing weapons flying around like flies were starting to become annoying. But thanks to that brat, Zoryang, everything has been solved at once. Guayan hit Zoryang and asked him to stay conscious. Guayan hugs Zoryang's body, who is lying on the ground. As Jiyu approaches them and states that he will ensure their death is painless, unexpectedly. Someone coughed. Zoryang opened his eyes. Jiyu cursed him while his mouth was fraudulent. He asked him what he just did. Suddenly, Hugh lost all his hair and his cheeks looked hollow. He realized it was an internal energy dissipating poison, but he thought it was impossible, since the cult's internal energy techniques should have rendered it ineffective. Hugh became very ugly. He panicked and hurled curses at Soryang. He shouted, "This cannot be happening. What the hell are you?" Sajang got up, smiled, and said, "What am I, you ask?" Then Soryang announced, "I am your natural enemy," who was confused when Soryang said that. Soryang nodded to Guayan. Ju wondered what had just happened to him. Since he let that brat's blood flow through him, the blood no longer obeys his will. The world domination by blood cults was within his grasp, so he refused to collapse there. Ironically, just as he said that, he slipped. He shouted at them to die. Vea, she prepared her whip. Then she attacked him. She was able to wrap the whip around his head, in fact. That surprised her that her attack landed, that the ghost, like a dark martial artist's monster, could not dodge her attack. Hugh was furious. He affirmed that even if he ground that brat's bones and drank them, it would not be enough. He asked Soryang what he was doing with his art. He shouted to kill them all and announced the return of the blood cult. Beijun told him to shut up and die. She moved her whip, cutting Hugh's head from his body. Pi was startled when the head landed near him. Next, he claimed his victory. He announced that the young woman had cut off the head of the blood cult elder. Everyone celebrated. While Weon was confused about what happened, she asked Soyeon about it. Soyeon called Weon elder sister, so he caught her off guard. At that moment, Soyeon looked sick. He managed to explain that he needed to be bitten by tiger-striped water snakes to treat the poison. Wei-yun was surprised to hear that, because she knew that tiger-striped water snakes have no venom. She asked someone for an antidote, because it seemed Soryang had been poisoned by the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang lost consciousness and they panicked. A few days later, our son woke up with his mouth full of drool. Musian was by his side and told him that he shouldn't move yet. Wajan also told him so. Our MC asked what is going on. He is lying on his stomach while Musian heals him. Wajan expressed her relief that Sejong finally regained consciousness. Muzian informed him that 10 days had already passed since his collapse. Sejong was surprised to hear that. Wajan told him that, thanks to him, she was able to cut off that bastard's head and they carried his collapsed body back to the clan. She explained that the poisoning was so severe that if Muzian hadn't returned earlier, it would have been a disaster. Soryang was wide-eyed, realizing he had almost died twice from snake bites. Muzian had finished healing him now that he regained consciousness. He should be fine. Soryang thanked him. Muzian had brought up an important topic. He was curious to know if tiger-striped water snakes really have venom. And he also asked how So Young defeated the blood cult leader. His excitement made him shake Soryang back and forth and made So Young cough. Soryang replied that tiger-striped water snakes are venomous and actually have two types of venom. One is inside the mouth, and the other comes from the venom glands in the back of the neck. Muzian and Wei Young did not know that, and so Young explained it to them because the snakes were very timid, and they usually run away when they see humans, and besides their fangs are very small. In fact, people didn't realize until the 1980s that tiger-striped water snakes were venomous. Muzian asked if the dissipation of the blood cult elder's internal energy had anything to do with that. The blood cult was known for being immune to poisons, such as toxin dispersion. Soya still affirmed that it was only his hypothesis, but he believes it is likely due to the venom of the tiger-striped water snakes. The venom of the tiger-striped water snake has a main component called hemotoxin, which is a hemorrhagic toxin. Hemorrhagic toxins can destroy the various internal structures of the organism, including the cell walls of red blood cells and the inner lining of blood vessels, and other tissue cells. So what if a hemorrhagic toxin is given to blood cultists who are like vampires that depend on blood for their martial arts? That's why Soryan's Saidia worked perfectly. It probably altered the blood that serves as the source for martial arts, leading to the defeat of the blood cult elder. Soryan added that the fact that tiger-striped water snakes were venomous was not widely known, but their venom is 5 times stronger than that of a viper. And if its venom were amplified by Jinni, Muzian couldn't believe that such a powerful and venomous creature existed near Sichuan. Guyan was impressed that Soryang achieved such a great feat. Muzian remembered that Guyan told him something, that the blood cult elder called Soryang the nemesis of heaven and his natural enemy. He had a silly expression, as if he were making fun of Soryang. Soryang felt shrunken hearing that it was like a middle school delusion to him. Soryang blushed and covered half his face with a blanket. Musa Young burst out laughing and affirmed that it's not bad, since if So Young could seal the elder's martial arts so perfectly, he is worthy of being called a natural enemy. Young Musa sincerely thanked him for protecting his family. Musa Young became angry that they dared to attack his family while he was away. He swore that this time he would uproot them. Once and for all, Soryang passionately agreed that they must crush them completely. Now that they know their weakness, all that remains is to collect large quantities of tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang was also angry at those damned mosquito bastards. He swore to strip them naked to the soul ever since the blood cult appeared. The Tang clan has been in a state of emergency. Many of the Tang clan warriors have been injured, and some have even died because of this. The allied Orthodox Murim factions are gathering at the Tang clan to lend their help. Muzian said that, considering they faced someone at the peak of martial arts, the casualties were minimal, but he also expressed that he believes blood will run again in Murim, because the blood cult fills him with deep concern. Those damned mosquito bastards. It wasn't enough that they kidnapped random people to drain their blood, but 30 years ago, they also committed massacres, becoming the sworn enemy of Murim as a sect. It is truly a serious matter, but Muzian believes that this time, things will be a little different. That is because his Sichuan Tang clan is a heaven-ordained nemesis, a natural enemy. Soryang turned tomato red with embarrassment. It made him wonder if Muzian said it on purpose. Muzian smiled at him, then told Soryang that he had an errand for him and asked if he could do it. Soryang did not hesitate to answer yes and promised to give it his all. Muzian informed him that people from the Murim Alliance would arrive soon. The military forces of the Murim Alliance will surely be among those who arrive, and Muzian planned to show them the poison that Soryang discovered. And since they finally discovered the weakness of the blood cults, he wants to share it with everyone. Soryang replied that if it is for the greater good, Musian should definitely do it. Musian was happy that Sorian said that. Then he told him he had some news that would make him happy. Sorian asked what it was about. Musian told him that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons have been completed. From then on, he will officially be in charge of managing the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. That made Sorian excited. Sorian was so happy that he could imagine himself spending quality time with the poisonous animals. And as Sorian suggested, they also prepared a pavilion with a skylight. After all, to properly breed tiger-striped water snakes, they first need a solid foundation. Sorian was dizzy while thanking Musian. Musian told him to think of it as being for the good of Muram, so he should do his best. Sorian replied that he understands. Sorian was so amazed by him. And Guyan were walking towards the pavilion. There was a sign that read Toxic Creature Garden. Guyan read it aloud, and Soyo informed her that it means a yard where all poisonous creatures of the Central Plains gather. Guyan confirmed with him if he is really gathering all poisonous creatures. Sorian replied yes, and shared that one day he will even gather the top 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. And that is his promise to Guyan. Guyan replied that she would cheer him on, but then she surprised herself by saying that, and blushed. Embarrassed, she ran to where the crowd was gathered and told Sorian that they had to check it out. Someone noticed that they had arrived. It was Deputy Leader Pai. He is now the commander of the Poison Division, so he is there. Sorian asked about the Poison Division. Pai explained that it is a newly created unit under the Patriarch's orders, and from now on, those people behind Pai will serve as Soriang's hands and feet. Pai told Soriang that whether it is finding poisonous creatures or raising them, Soriang can count on them. That made Soriang blush and drool. In his head, he described Pai as the staff of a pet shop. He felt their full support. It was the moment Soriang's dream came true. Meanwhile, the messenger bird Musian sent had reached its recipient. A woman read the letter. She read that the blood cult has returned, again in the once peaceful Central Plains, and now a bloody storm is about to unfold again. The next thing we knew, several people were walking through the forest. An elder spoke to the general and informed him that they would arrive soon. Finally, they will be able to stay at the Clanchin mansion. The general expressed his relief that they will no longer sleep outdoors. And in the head of this general, he thought it would be nice if they came back with at least one piece of good news. He settles for a minimal trace of the blood cult. The elder announced that the Chang clan mansion is finally in sight. The guard noticed them and asked if they were guests of the Murin Alliance. The general replied affirmatively and introduced himself as Halu, general of the Murin Alliance. The guard thanked them for honoring them with their esteemed presence. He kindly told them to wait a moment, and the guard nervously informed them that there are a few things they must keep in mind before entering the Clantine mansion. The general was surprised. The elder asked if they were required to hand over their weapons upon entry. The guard told them that it might come unexpectedly, but asked for their patience to listen. The guard told them that no matter how small or insignificant a creature seemed, they must not take a life inside the Tiang clan. That scandalized Giggle, so he asked if the Tiang clan had converted to Buddhism. The guard explains that they will understand when they enter. He reminds them there are no exceptions, and his men were skeptical. Someone greeted the general. It was Zoriang and Guyan. They greeted each other politely. The general commented that he hadn't seen Guyan in a long time. Guyan replied that it has been exactly 1 year since they met in the alliance. Then who asked where the divine sovereign of myriad poisons was. Guyan informed him that her grandfather was out looking for traces of the blood cult. She apologized for the trouble, to which he replied that it is no inconvenience, and that being greeted by one of the 3 flowers of Murin is no inconvenience. Then who asked about the warrior next to Guyan Sajong greeted the general, and introduced himself as Wei Soryang. That made Hu and the elder look at each other confusedly. Then Hu asked if he is really Wei and not Tang. Guyan blushed as she replied that Soryang is her fiancé. His surprise was immense when he learned that he is her lover, that any nobody appeared out of nowhere and told them to make way. He can feel that if the atmosphere continues, Soryang will be challenged to duels right. And left. They heard something that caught their attention. One of whose men pointed at something. They were looking at the golden-haired king bees. They were alarmed and bewildered because such dangerous and venomous creatures are inside the mansion. They were on high alert and unsheathed their swords to protect everyone. Soryang tried to remind them of the new Tang clan rules, but the man rejected him. He didn't listen to him because he knew that golden-haired king bees are extremely venomous, and they can kill a normal person in an instant. Soryang tried to tell him, but he was crushed and could barely speak. Then he burst out and raised his voice, that those golden-haired king bees are creatures he has been raising. He told everyone to calm down. Bei Jun just sighed. The men were surprised that he was raising them. Their eyes popped out when they saw the queen bee clinging to Soryang's face. Then several more bees clung to him. Soryang greeted her. It seemed the bees were looking for him because he hadn't shown up in a while. Then he told the bees not to shoot poison needles at his guests. The bees looked at the guests and showed a complacent expression, whose men were surprised to see Soryang treating those golden-haired king bees like his children. Just look at how they look. Finally, the soldiers' heated tempers calmed down. They continued walking with Hujan and Soryang leading, who did not expect that the protagonist of the enigmatic young warrior from Anan Island would be the lover of the flower lady. Poisonous. He also realized that even though Soyo was an outsider, he is treated like a son-in-law of the Tang clan. They observed some men on the side, who turned pale while wondering what the men from the poison division were discussing about which animal best represents the Tang clan, who were puzzled and perplexed. So he asked Soryang why those warriors are attending to insects and animals. Soryang explained that those people are condemned to the poisonous creature. Company. Punishment. Who asked if those people committed any crime. Soryang replied that you could say that. The incident happened a few days ago. Wheon was training Sajun to draw out his internal energy. When someone called Sajun, he asked Commander Hugh what was wrong. Everyone looked guilty as they apologized to Sajun. Pyle reported that more than half of the rat pups that were destined to feed the striped water snakes. Sajong immediately knew they were dead and snapped back that nothing could be done. Since rats are naturally sensitive and susceptible, and if things get noisy, the mother kills them. But Pyle corrected that the warriors were eating them, serving them as drinking snacks. He felt like Soryang's world was falling apart hearing that they were eating the rats as drinking snacks. He wondered why anyone would eat that. Wajan explained about 3 churritos a dish where live baby rats are dipped in sauce, and eating them. Pai apologized once again. He explained that some of the poison handlers were from Henan and said it reminded them of home. So one thing led to another. Bayan told Pai that he should have stopped them. Soryang had a facial reaction of disgust, realizing that the rat pups originally captured to feed the striped water snakes ended up being devoured by the warriors. Instead, he knew this couldn't go on. They have to properly take care of the creatures they are raising. And that's how the Sichuan Clan established the Poisonous Creature Fellowship, punishment and a new set of rules. And that is why every warrior is now responsible for raising a poisonous creature, who expressed that he understood. But he was sweating profusely. Then he looked at Soryang. He realized that Soryang is not an ordinary person. Later that day, Sajun and Muzhin were discussing around the table, who expressed that, just as he thought, the enigmatic young warrior that the Tang clan patriarch met on Anan Island turned out to be none other than Soryang. Muzhin asked him what he thought. He suggested that Soryang is like a treasure in the Tang clan, who replied that simply calling Sajung enigmatic doesn't do him justice. He was impressed with the golden-haired king bees. Soryang felt like they were flattering him. Then Hu brought up a worrying topic, that they haven't found a single clue about the blood cult. He knew they can't just sit back and allow their influence to keep growing. Musang asked Sajong to take something out, who was intrigued. Musang raised his pointing finger, and then they were enveloped in a barrier. He explained that they cannot risk any sound leaking out, which is why he installed that barrier, and Soryang took out a bottle. Hu picked it up. Then Hu asked what kind of element it requires. Even a chi barrier for secrecy. Muzian revealed that it is an internal energy dissipating poison. Yu replied that it is a rather common poison. He saw it as hardly something that would require a chi barrier. Muzian and Soryang looked at each other and nodded. Then Muzian told Hu that the internal dissipating poison he carries only affects the blood cult members. Hu surprisingly asked if that was true. Muzian agreed with him that it is incredible, but emphasized that it is true, who affirmed that it is an amazing discovery. The reason why they struggled so much during the blood cult, the Blood Rebellion 30 years ago was because the Blood cult had used internal dissipating poison against them. That is exactly what happened. Musian explained that when martial artists like them were poisoned, their internal energy dissipated, leaving them powerless. But the Blood cult members were not affected at all. When asked about the potency of that version of the poison, Musian replied that, according to the UN, it reduces their physical abilities to that of an ordinary person. He shared that Guian defeated a Blood cult elder who had been poisoned with a single blow, who was impressed since it meant it has the same effect as the past internal energy dissipating poison. Yu gave thanks to Musian and affirmed that with such a gift, even the alliance leader will be able to breathe easier. Musian told him to direct his gratitude to Soryang, as it was Soyang who made the discovery. Musian narrated that Soryang actually poisoned himself with it and lured a cult elder to absorb his blood. Because of that, Sojong oscillated between life and death for about 10 days, who affirmed that it was a wisdom and such remarkable bravery to sacrifice his own body. Then he put his hand on Sojong's shoulder and told Sojong that if there is anything he wishes for, to tell him, and whatever it is, he will personally present it to the alliance leader. Soryang spoke, then asked if it is possible to obtain information about toxic creatures. Hu was flabbergasted. He didn't expect that answer, as he thought it would be martial arts manuals, elixirs, or treasures of gold and silver, but no. He was even more confused when Musian burst out laughing. In his head, he thought of Soyang as a truly strange person. Even in the long history of Marin, it was the first time he had seen such an eccentric person. He thought of something, although it's not exactly the toxic creature Soryang is looking for, but he asked if Soryang would be interested in a mystical stone lizard. Next, the scene shifts to the waterfalls. Someone announced that they had arrived, and just like his ancestors described the waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, and to one side, they can see the peak of Mount Gunga. In the distance, they are in Mount Gunga, Sichuan. The man touched the crystal-clear water and described it as freezing, as it is meltwater from the perennial snow. The man called General Hagel, who told everyone to wait while he asked Kiyon to follow him. They jumped high and passed through the rocks towards the waterfall. They positioned themselves to the side. Hagel followed the instructions that beyond the turtle-shaped rock, if they climbed up the cliff waterfall, there should be an entrance to a cave next to the fist-shaped rock. Kiyon realized that it perfectly matched the records. They nodded to each other. Hagel entered first and told Chan to follow right behind him. Chan did not recognize. The vines had already taken over the entire cave. They looked around and were impressed by what they saw. They have reached their destination. It was a large rock, illuminated by sunlight through a small hole in the cave ceiling. It was truly mystical, and it was unexpected to see such an impressive sight inside the cave. Yijil affirmed that it is the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive, and he found what he was looking for, the 300-year-old snow ginseng. It is a spiritual herb that has absorbed extreme yin energy. Now they just need to exchange the snow ginseng for the dark fleece flower of the Namgong clan. With that, the cut meridians of the Namgong clan's daughter should also improve. Hickle crouched down. He was about to pick the flower when they heard a loud animal sound. Hickle felt something coming out from between the rocks. It jumped out and hit him on the arm. Then it passes through them. Chan asked if his uncle was okay. Hegel replied that he is fine. He warned Chan to be careful, as it moves extremely fast. The thing was about to hit Hegel from behind. He turned around and blocked it. He gave his fan and was surprised to see that the tip was frozen. He wondered if it was a frozen key. Chan asked him what it was. Hegel replied that it was a lizard. Chan was confused. Hegel explained that it was a blue-colored lizard. Back to the present, Sajong had an intense reaction upon hearing that a natural blue is extremely rare. Musian told him that lizards are not venomous. He asked Soryang if he was sure it was safe. Soryang replied that there was no problem. Our boy was already drooling, just thinking about this new creature. But then he added that lizards carry venomous and venom in their eyes. Musian had no idea what he was talking about, but he agreed. Hagel thought that Soryang was truly an eccentric. Hagel declared that if he received any information about other toxic creatures, he promised they would be the first to know, Soryang and Musian were delighted. The next day, So Young's father-in-law returned. Chil and Ho immediately called So Young. They welcomed him to the hall. Chil-san grabbed So Young's head and asked if he was okay. So Young replied that he is fine. He thought his life would be in danger if he held him like that. Our boy then explained that although he woke up after 10 days with a scar on his arm, at least he is alive. Chi Olsen is angry at those blood cult bastards. Then he realized something his daughter. He looked for Baeun and asked if she was okay. Wen told her father to calm down. She affirmed that she is fine since Soyang and all family members saved her. Musean added that Soyang really did something incredible. Then he narrated that after taking down the elder, Soyang said something like, "Your natural enemy is me." Wajan corrected him, saying it was "I am your natural enemy." Soyang blushed with embarrassment. Soyang declared that it just so happened that his plan worked well. Musean replied that thanks to them, they discovered the weakness of the blood cults. Hejul greeted and told Chialsan that he was there too. Chialsan greeted him and asked if he was well. Chialsan told Jiggle that since GL ascended to a high position, they didn't communicate much, and that now they only saw each other under these circumstances. Jiggle apologized for that. Soyang was confused. Weon whispered to him that Jiggle and Chialsan are childhood friends in Soyang's head. He thought it was so agitated. Jiggle invited Chialsan to take a seat, especially since they have a lot to discuss. Starting with the blood cult, Kael-san told them to sit down too, as they have to discuss it in detail. Later, Kael-san asked about the progress in finding the secret agent. Saryam was confused. He wondered if they were referring to a spy or something similar. Kael-san turned towards him. Then he brought up what Sajun mentioned before, that those blood cult bastards came in to steal the secret manual of the poisonous claw from the blood hand. So John replied that it seems they considered it extremely valuable, so in that case. Sorian asked how those people found out that the blood hand poisonous claw is with the Sichuan Tang clan. So John's expression turned grim. He panicked when he realized it was a big problem. He asked if it could be that someone from their own clan leaked information to the blood cult. Kaelson and Hejul were flabbergasted. They find it amusing. Hejul told Chi Olsen that he needs to educate his son-in-law a little. It seems that as a newcomer to the family, he is unaware of certain things. Still, he finds it quite entertaining to hear the interesting stories. Sorian wonders if he is the strange one. Fossa explained to him that secret agents cannot exist in the clanchen. Chilson declared that, even when they select a mere servant, they conduct an exhaustive background check on all their direct relatives and distant cousins, and if they deem them acceptable, they incorporate all their direct relatives into the clan. All their children are raised within the Tang clan. Under such circumstances, he doubted that anyone would betray them. Zoriang learned that they go through such extreme measures, so Zoriang inquired who the secret agent is. In another scenario, a pot dropped, a woman was being suffocated. Hejul replied that the traitor was a servant of the Murim Alliance. He affirmed that within the alliance, only 3 people knew about the matter. By then, the alliance leader must have already caught her. Meanwhile, as the situation in the Chang clan was calming down, an unexpected guest arrived at the Chang clan mansion. It's a big man and overwhelmed the guard. He affirmed that running all the way from Eb and to Chengdu without using mobility arts was quite entertaining. He beat his chest and ordered the guard to inform his patriarch that Peng Wu Wan, the head of the Peng clan, had arrived. An arrow was released, and Soryang and Wei Yun came running. Soryang asked if it was okay to step out for a bit. Wei Yun replied that yes, since the others are discussing something important. She encouraged him to have a little more self-confidence, especially since he is the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. Soryang hoped they were guests from another faction, and told himself there was no need to be scared, but when he saw those big men, he got scared. Our boy's soul almost left his body. Gu Guang saw them enter. They were happy to see Guayan. Guayan greets Ebei clan head Ping. Gu Guang was friendly. He replied that indeed, it had been a long time since he last saw her. She was still small. Now she is unrecognizable. Guayan replied that it must have been 5 years ago. It has been a long time. Wu Wan noticed So Young and asked who he was. This rascal seemed nervous. He then introduced himself as the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang clan. Wu Wan was not that enthusiastic about it. He grabbed her cheeks and asked if she was Hua Jun's fiancé. Hua Jun replied that he was her fiancé. Wu Wan sized him up. So Young avoided his gaze. He is watching him. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed So Young's umbra to check that Soryang turned red like a tomato. It was a simple check. Wu Wan expressed that he wondered if Sojun was too young, but deep down, he is really a man. Wu Wan also assured Weon that in a few years, he will meet Soryang's spec black mamba. Weon blushed and covered his face. Then he whispered to him that the people of the Ibe Peng clan really dislike formalities and rigid etiquette, so maybe the clan head has his own way of assessing Soryang. Soryang learned his style. Then it was confirmed that his PP is top tier. He was glad a man recognized a man. He thanked the Peng clan head for his compliment. Wu Wan laughed out loud and affirmed that Soryang is different from those useless brats from other noble clans. He then introduced himself as Peng Wu Wan, the head of the Peng clan. He looked forward to working with Soryang, and Soryang declared the same. Gua Ian called him. He supposed they came all the way from distant Ebei just to help his family. He asked them how they managed to arrive so quickly. Wu Wan asked what they would help him with. He asked if something had happened to the Time clan. Wajan wondered. Then why had they come to the Time clan? Soryang saw that she became nervous. They headed inside, and Wu Wan learned that the blood cult had appeared. Wajan explained that they had been eradicated. Wu Wan felt bad for not coming a little sooner. Chi Olsen asked him what brought him there. He forgot about it as he felt so agitated because of the damned blood cult. He came there hoping to get some help from the Tang clan. He sighed. Then he ordered his men to bring someone out, because that girl needs to at least greet her elders. The door opened. A big man appeared. Soryang was dumbfounded because he is expecting a child. Then the man called the young lady and told her to come down, as she had to pay her respects to the elders of the Sichuan Tang clan. A girl from the man's back replied that she is still sleepy. Soryang was stunned. They brought down a little girl, and she was looking at them while holding a lollipop. She started talking and greeted them. She introduced herself as Peng Jin Jin of the Peng clan. Wan introduced her as his daughter. Wajan and Sajong were surprised in Sajong's head. It was a miracle of genetics, but it was funny, because Wu Wan affirmed that they looked so much alike that people ended up giving them that appearance. Then he affirmed that it was because of the child that he came to the Tang clan. It is because his daughter is a little indisposed, and he asked someone to take a look at her. Chi Olsen clarified if Wu Wan's daughter is sick. So Ring watched the girl. She was eating heartily. That night, after hearing Jin Jin's symptoms and examining her, the cause remained unknown. Peng clan head's explanation was as follows. Sometimes Jin Jin has trouble breathing, and large red spots appear on her body. In severe cases, she even loses consciousness. After a while, she regains consciousness, but he has no idea what the cause is. He searched and searched. He even had her examined by disciples of the medicine sect, but they all said she was perfectly healthy. And that is driving him crazy. One of the disciples even said something strange, that Wu Wan almost beat him to near death before stopping. Chi Al-san asked about something strange. Wu Wan narrated that the disciples suspected poisoning symptoms due to someone's deliberate act of poisoning. But Wu Wan believed it was impossible for such a person to exist within the Feather clan. Chi Al-san affirmed that if that poisoning could be internal, Wu Wan shouted that the people of the Feather clan would never do such a thing. Since he got nervous, Wu Wan decided not to talk about the matter further. He didn't want to suspect his own people either. Hejul agreed that nothing is certain yet, so it's better not to jump to conclusions. Poisonings do not always happen because someone deliberately administered poison. Chi Olsen decided to provide them with an empty courtyard in the guest residence so they could stay there and observe the child's condition. He affirmed that the first thing would be to determine whether it is poisoning or some strange disease. Good expressed his gratitude and said that for the time being they will impose while Soryang lies in his bed. No matter how he looks at it, it is childhood diabetes. Sugar is literally multiplying inside her body, but it made him think that if diabetes causes red spots, if there were obvious symptoms, it should have been easier to recognize. Someone knocked on his door and reported that something serious had happened. He asked what the problem was. Then the man reported that the young lady of the Pink clan had fainted. It was late at night. Soryang ran out, saw Guayan, and asked what the hell happened. The Pei clan surrounds the young lady. Bajan explained that Jin Jin was sitting in the pavilion, coughing, and suddenly collapsed. Shelson declared that if she collapsed there, even in their territory, it was safe to assume that there were no spies within the Peng clan. Wu Wan insisted that there are really none. Surprisingly, Wu Wan punched himself, lost a tooth, then smiled and apologized. He admitted that, although he had said those words before, he couldn't forgive himself for momentarily suspecting his own people. He affirmed that even if Jin Jin collapsed there, it must be for another reason. One of the Peng clan members was crying while being touched as Soryo shook him. Abu Wan lost a tooth. The Ping clan also punched themselves while saying they couldn't stop the young lady from collapsing. It's a great sin. It was chaotic. Chi Al-san told them to calm down. As their teeth were falling out, Guiyang asked Soryang what they should do. Soryang affirmed that there is a way. He shouted for everyone to calm down. Then he affirmed that there is a way to identify the cause of her symptoms and prove without a doubt that no one is to blame. Chialson asked what exactly the method was. Everyone anticipated. Then Soryang said that the first step was they had to remove Jin Jing's clothes. Wu and Chialson turned pale. Wu Wan replied angrily. What? Wu Wan asked Soryang what he just said. Sojong was flabbergasted. Then he said he had to remove Jin Jin's clothes. Suddenly, Wu Wan grabbed his neck. Wu Wan was furious because Soryang wanted to undress her. Sojong wanted to explain. Sensing danger, the centipede poked its head out of his shirt. Then Yang ordered it to go inside. Chialsan tried to calm Wan and explained that his son-in-law must have a reason to say such a thing. Wei Zhong seconded him. Wu Wan was furious, but finally agreed, since Sojun dared to suggest undressing his daughter, who has not yet reached the flower of life, and looking at her with those lecherous eyes, he agreed to listen to any justification Sojun can offer. He released Sojun's clothes. Sojun told him to calm down and listen to the end. Wu Wang sneered. He clarified that what he meant was to remove all her clothes and change them for something else, because it is possible that something in her clothes or personal items was what caused the collapse. Wu Wan was surprised when he realized it was funny. He became agitated again, doubting the young warrior's words. So Young panicked and told him to wait. Then So Young empathized with him by saying that his daughter's sudden collapse must have shocked him. Wu Wan felt grateful that So Young understood his mistake. Then Orion declared that from now on, the young lady will be placed under the care of the Tang clan. Until further notice, contact with the Ping clan will be restricted. Everyone was surprised. Wu Wan asked if that included him too. Soryang replied yes, and that if he experiences the same symptoms under his care, then that proves the cause is not related to the Ping clan. Controlled environmental adaptation is a technique commonly used by breeders who raise insects, striped snakes, and venomous amphibians. If the creatures they care for could tell them which parts hurt, things would be simpler, but humans cannot communicate with them directly. That is why humans systematically modify aspects of their environment to determine what is causing them discomfort. Soryang used that method to diagnose the young lady of the Tan clan. He will reset her entire environment and reintroduce elements gradually to identify the triggers, since they cannot stand idly by and let her keep collapsing without knowing why. Chi Olsen agreed with him. Although it might take some time, they should be able to uncover the cause of her condition. He replied that it was a good idea. Wu Wan understood, but he didn't look well. He is crying while telling them to take good care of her. Zoryang told him to trust him. In So Zhong's head, it's because he had already raised countless creatures. So a little girl is nothing in comparison. But it was not as easy as So Zhong expected. Jin Jin was crying. She screamed loudly and made So Young panic. As soon as she regained consciousness, she burst into tears. Meanwhile, Wei Yin and his mother-in-law were gathering essential supplies to care for Lady Tong. So Young was left alone with an unpredictable child. It was just the two of them. So Young asked her if she was hungry or sleepy, but she just kept crying. So Young didn't know what to do. She kept crying. So Young asked if it was because Mr. Peng wasn't there. She explained that he had gone to get her medicine and would be back. Lady Peng replied that it's because she wants candy. Zoryang was surprised that it wasn't about Dad, but candy. Zoryang remembered that he had a bunch of hidden pockets for candy. Jin Jin is crying that all the candy is gone and only. Zoryang told her to calm down and explained that since she just fainted, she couldn't eat candy yet. Then Zoryang told her to eat rice porridge and that he would make her candied fruit skewers later. That made her stop crying. Zoryang told her that if she ate her porridge well and listened properly, he would make candied fruit skewers just for her. They made a promise about it. Jinjin affirmed that the Peng clan always keeps its promises, and if she broke it, he should punch her in the face. Soryang replied that no way in his head. He cursed the Peng clan to ask what they are teaching their children. The next morning, within the Tang clan grounds, Wu Wan hides in the bushes to watch his daughter. He was overwhelmed with worry due to the no-contact rule with the Ping clan. He couldn't be with his daughter. Soryang found him and asked what he was doing. He pulled Sajang into the bushes. He asked how Jin was. Sajang reported that she eats well and listens obediently. Wu Wan was surprised that she eats well. Soryang narrated that Jin devoured an entire plate of fried pork. Wu Wan asked how he managed to get her to eat. So-young replied that she ate it all by herself. Wu Wan wondered how So-young could do what he couldn't. He was surprised that someone approached them. It was Wei-jun. He greeted Wu Wan. Wu Wan thanked him for taking care of his daughter. Wei-jun reported that Jin was asking where older brother So-young had gone. Wu Wan was surprised how Jin addressed So-young. It is because he hasn't had a proper conversation with his daughter yet. He asked So-young when they became intimate at this moment. He is jealous and angry. He kept probing. When he started, So-young started to flee. Wei-jun asked if he was heading to the training ground. He replied yes, because if they play with the golden-haired king bees a little bit, Jin listens better. And it seems the golden-haired king buys like Jin too. Jin was holding one of the bees when Soryang called her. She was happy to see him. She was playing with the bees. They were licking her and tickling her. Thanks to those little creatures, Soryang managed to bond with Jin very quickly. The golden-haired king bees adored her, probably because sugar syrup spilled on her while eating candy. Let's hope they don't mistake her for food. In any case, Jin knows they like her, so now she throws a tantrum every day, demanding to visit them. Jin pointed to the queen bee. A little playtime before returning keeps Jin under control. So it's a win-win. Soryang told her that the queen was busy, so she shouldn't ask her to play. Soryang thought that if he had a little sister, he would feel this way. He thought taking care of children wasn't so bad. Jin called him and informed him that there is another bee that shocked Soryang. He was about to warn her to be careful, but she screamed. It stung her. He asked if she was okay. She was about to cry. Soryang invited her to head to the medicine room. First, Jin replied that she didn't look bad. Soryang told her that they needed to take medicine because sometimes bee venom can make people very sick. She agreed. Then he noticed her breathing was shallow and she didn't look good. Then she collapsed. He recalled the symptoms Wu Wan told him. He knew that reaction. The reason why Jin has been collapsing all this time is anaphylactic shock, or anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by an overactive immune response. Normally, when foreign and harmful substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. And that immune response is known as inflammation. The body releases histamine, which dilates blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to rush in and neutralize the invader. The problem arises when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances. Chaos occurs in the body when histamine is released excessively and malfunctions due to a hyperactive immune response. Blood vessels throughout the body dilate rapidly, causing a dangerous drop in blood pressure. As blood vessels dilate, symptoms such as difficulty breathing appear, and intense itching. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can be fatal. Soryang ran as fast as he could. They don't have time. He told Jin to wait a little longer. He arrived in front of the pavilion. Then he informed his father-in-law that Jin had lost consciousness. He ran out along with Wu Wan. Soryang reported that Jin has difficulty breathing. Wu Wan poured his internal energy to stabilize her, let out a long sigh. Soryang felt relieved realizing how incredible internal energy is. In modern medicine, the main treatment for anaphylaxis is stabilizing blood pressure and ensuring airway patency, which is achieved with epinephrine, steroids, and antihistamines. But in their world, QIA-based techniques solve everything. No wonder Sajang doesn't find it impressive. Chi Olsen realized that Jing's symptoms are the same as the last time. Chi Olsen asked if Sojang saw what caused it. Wu Wan asked the same question. So Zhang admitted that he clearly saw it. Jing Jing fainted after being stung by a bee. Chil San and Wu Wan were surprised. Chil San affirmed that although it is rare, there are cases of people fainting after being stung by a bee. But that wouldn't explain why she fainted on all other occasions. Wu Wan agreed, because if the cause had been the bee sting, she wouldn't have gotten there. So it just means they don't know what the cause is. Shael San replied that they cannot find any clear connection. Sorian called his father-in-law, then revealed that he had found the cause, asked if he was telling the truth. He explained that the fact that young Peng was stung by a bee helped him figure out the real cause. Wu Wan asked him to explain. So the first thing, Sorian said they had to remove all her clothes. Wu Wan triggered again. Sorian managed an Urfi. A few hours later, Wajun reported that the rashes on Jin Jing's body made it difficult to see at first. But underneath there are some old marks, and now new ones have appeared. They were glad Sorian was right. The mother-in-law left the room and scolded them to be quiet, as Jin Jin has not yet regained consciousness. They politely followed her. Then Wu Wan brought up that there were other marks besides the rash. Then he asked why his daughter had been collapsing all this time. Sorian replied that it was due to be venom poisoning. Wu Wan was confused, because the Tang patriarch had just stated that it was not the cause. He added that it is impossible that they didn't notice a bee sting and that their courtyard has no flowers. Only stone paving. There is no reason for bees to be there. So he asked Sorian why he was sure it was bee venom. Sorian replied that a bee sting would have been noticed. In Sajun's mind, there is no doubt that her symptoms perfectly match anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. He thought about it. He needed to find out what other creature has the same venom as a bee, one that contains melatonin, or peptides that trigger swelling and shortness of breath. Our boy once again used his encyclopedic knowledge. At that moment, it was like having superpowers. The Chinese province of Hebei has a temperate continental climate. Among the venomous creatures in these regions are white-lipped pit viper, Chinese cobra, Chinese scorpion, red ant, red-breasted ant. Soriang also ruled out snakes and scorpions. Wu Wan watched him and asked Chi San what he was doing. Chi San shushed him and told him to leave Sor Yang alone. Sor Yang kept thinking about an environment where Jin Jin would be often stung by that creature. He thought about her usual activities and remembered she likes sweets. She had a secret pocket in her clothes for hiding candies. Sor Yang found his answer. Our AMC told them that he is sure it is bee venom and that they can trust him. Haiyun was confused. Buan asked him, "What the hell are you saying when there are no bees in the Peng clan residence?" Sorian said that the Chang clan members would know that venom doesn't affect everyone the same way. For some, even a work prick can be lethal, while others can withstand 10 times that amount without a problem. Chi Olsen told Buan that Sorian is right, even with the same venom. The effects vary from person to person. Soyan explained that Jin Jin is sensitive to bee venom and that they had seen it before. Wu Wan replied yes. So Soyan concluded that one thing is certain. Jin Jin is vulnerable to bee venom, but if there are no bees in her house, that leaves one possibility. Wu Wan asked him what that would be. Soyan replied that it is a bee, but a very special kind. Night fell and everyone was outside. Wu Wan asked Sorio if he was sure it was there. Sorian replied yes. He asked Guyan to shine some light. They saw ants feasting in a suite. A big ant bit the other ants. Sorian grabbed the ant with a toothpick and told them it was the culprit. Wu Wan was confused, as it is an ant, not a bee. Sorian told him to look closely. It is a collateral relative of bees. Wu Wan couldn't follow him, then he saw it. It has a huge stinger on its butt. It's confusing that there is an ant with such a large stinger. Chi Al-san couldn't believe it. Now he realized what Sor Yang meant when he said it was a collateral relative. Wu Wan got stuck realizing it was an ant with a large stinger. Sor Yang explained that the little one is a collateral relative of the bee that made Jin Jin faint. It is a king sting ant. The ant is the real culprit for Jing Jing's condition. It belongs to the order Hymenoptera family Formicity. It is called Passacondylachinensis, or Asian needle ant, King Stingero ant Passacondylachina. Its order is Hymenoptera family Formicity subfamily of Ponrini. One wonders what the hell do ants have to do with stingers? Stinging ants evolved from the same ancestor as bees, which means they have retained many similar characteristics to them. In fact, studies on the venom of both stinging ants and bees have shown that people who experience anaphylaxis from stinging ant venom also tend to react the same way to bee venom. Anyway, Soryang expressed that he doesn't think the ants specifically targeted Jin Jin. It probably appeared to feast on the demonic beasts swarming the Tang house. The king sting demon ant mainly feeds on other demon creatures. After all, besides the sting, Mark looked like an ordinary rash. So then they had no way of knowing that it had actually stung Jin Jin. And when she regained consciousness a few days later, she probably assumed it was a leftover rash from something insignificant. Wu Huan expressed that it was logical that he didn't expect Jin Jin to collapse because of such a pathetic little creature. He asked Chial-san if he had an antidote for that. Chial-san thought about it. He replied that there is an antidote for bee venom, but in cases like Jin Jin's, where the body is highly sensitive to the toxin, it often doesn't even work. Wu Wan became worried. Chial-san said that knowing the cause is a step forward. At least they can be cautious before Jin collapses again. Wu Wan took a deep breath. He expressed that he still hasn't thanked them properly. He expressed his gratitude to Sajong. Soryang assured Wu Wan that there is no need to worry, as there is a way to treat Jin Jin. It is slow, but it exists. Wu Wan was surprised to learn that he had asked Sajong to inform him. Sajong replied that it is called desensitization. He explained that demeans senseless, like failing. I Sadian, what does it mean to make it happen? Wu Wan was dumbfounded. He got nervous because he thought they had to undress her again. Soryang clarified that it is a treatment where small amounts of bee venom are injected into her body over time, gradually reducing her sensitivity to the toxin, but it will take time. Soryang affirmed that once the treatment is complete, Jin Jin will no longer collapse from the venom. Chi Olsen agreed that it is a viable method. He added that even in the Tang clan they have similar techniques by introducing poison gradually into the body to build resistance. Wan asked if Jin Jin would stop suffering collapses once the treatment was finished. Kyo-sun replied that it would take a long time, but it would be possible. Wu Wan smiled happily. He slapped Soyin on the back while thanking him for saving his daughter. He smiled again. Then he affirmed that after receiving so much help, there is no way he will let it go. He asked Soyin if there is anything she wants, whatever it may be. She just has to name it, and Wu Wan will grant it. Deep down, So Young thought, what the hell is wrong with the people there? The moment they were helped, they started throwing blank checks. So Young expressed that Jin Jin is like a little sister to him. Now Wan replies that there is no modesty in the Peng clan, so he should just say it. Wu Wan pats So Young on the back with unintentional force, making him think that if he doesn't spit something out right now, he will die. Then something occurred to him. Sajan invited Wu Wan on a mountain excursion. Wu Wan was curious about Mount Gongas in Sichuan province. Wu Wan exclaimed that it was splendid. He commented that it was a magnificent mountain. Soryang replied that there is even a beautiful stone cliff. Bayan uttered that, according to the general, this must be the place. Soryang recognized that it must be the waterfall he had mentioned. Soryang asked how they were supposed to get to the cave behind the waterfall. Gu Gaon was confused by the question. Then he remembered that Soryang said he only recently started learning mobility arts. So Soryang might not be familiar with the technique of undulating, stepping, swallowing. Fighting? Soryang asked what it was. Gu Gaon looked at him blankly. Then he looked worried. He told Soryang that explaining is a pain in the ass. So he grabbed him by the shirt. Then he threw Soryang's crap towards the waterfall. Our boy turned into a human catapult. Weon was shocked. Then Wu Wan headed for the cave. Wu Wan laughed upon learning that Soryang had an agile body. Weon worried about him. H.W. Yoon said it looked like the entrance to a cavern. Soryang expressed that an entrance behind a waterfall feels so mysterious. Wu Wan invited them in and to find out what was there. In the cave behind the waterfall, they headed inside. Soryang's expression expressed that something feels wrong. Wajan agrees, but they knew it was impossible for that general to have lied. But the inside of the cavern looked nothing like what they had expected, because from the described Morim Alliance Jagal, a ray of light poured down into the center of the cavern. Below, the ground was covered with countless nameless flowers in bloom. It was mysterious and strange beyond words. It was like another world, like a paradise. Soryang said it was like hell and far from paradise. Although light pours in through that hole, there are no flowering plants. In fact, they all look withered and wilted. Wu Huan said it was a lot for a holy beast. He wondered if it altered the environment around it. He saw the Ifrio radiating from the rock in the center. Saurian agreed. Wu Huan grabbed his sword and told him to stand behind him and stay sharp. And as expected, it was very cold. It roared. A loud, monstrous noise echoed. Wu Huan told them it was right in front, so they should stay close. So Jung got excited hearing the crazy roar. It slowly started coming out, so Jung peeked over Wu Huan's shoulder. So Jung identified it as a fat-tailed gecko and estimated it was about 30 centimeters long. It has tiny, round, yellow eyes and a slightly plump little tail. Saurian was about to lose it because he found it incredibly cute. Bei Jun commented that it was a beautifully colored blue lizard. So John expressed that, as expected, Gua Ian was able to recognize its value. But then Wu Wan saw something that alerted him. He informed them that there was another one inside. Saurian thought the lizards must be a couple. He finds it incredible because they could have offspring from it. Saurian called Lord Pen and told him that they have to bring them back alive, no matter what. He looked for the other one and saw it inside the fold. It looked sick. They asked Soil Jung if something was wrong. So Jung replied that he had glimpsed something, but he knew it wasn't good. He doesn't think the other one is breathing. Meanwhile, the other one tried to intimidate them. Saurian entrusted the task to Pei. He advised him to call him if anything happened, PI. He told him to leave it to him, and if the rock thing shows any unusual behavior, he will report to Saurian immediately. They decided to retreat for the time being first. They knew nothing about its habits, and trying something reckless could have harmed the already injured creature. Baeon was very pretty when she called Saurian down for dinner. The 3 centipedes were on top of her. Saurian blushed imagining her cooking for him while carrying her child. It was something sweet. They were camping. Wu Wan asked if there was any progress. Saurian replied that it hadn't moved at all. Wu Wan said that when he checked too. The thing hadn't moved an inch. He hoped it would go eat or something. So Young thought the same. Normally, common wall lizards or lizards fast for several days when stressed, especially fat-tailed geckos. They store energy in their thick tails. If it hasn't eaten anything, it is probably surviving on stored energy alone. Soryang knows they have reached a point where a decision must be made. He informs them that they finally have to check the one that hasn't moved at all. Wu Huan simplified it to catching the creatures. Soryang clarified that it's not exactly catching. It's more about checking if it's injured. Meanwhile, if it's hungry, it might even eat something. Sajan asked Lord Pen to lure out the remaining one. Wu Wan, being simple-minded, replied that it would be easier to knock it out with one hit. That way, they would get both the healthy and the injured one. Deep down, Soryang knew that if he hit it with those muscles, it would probably die instantly. Soryang explained that if he hits it, even the rock that led General Yijel's men might drop dead instantly. Will it explode like a bomb? Wu Wan proudly replied, "Of course." Then he affirmed that it was no wonder that a scholar like Yijel, who was always glued to his desk, let himself be pushed aside by a freak like that rock thing. He agreed with Saurian that if he hit it, he might actually kill it. So he asked him if they should go with Saurian's plan to subdue it gently. Saurian replied that it seemed like the best option. He explained the plan. First, Lord Pone will lure out the animated Hiko. Then Lady Ween, and he will check on the one that seems injured. Meanwhile, the poison division can block the paths to Saurian. Wu Wan replied that it seemed like the best approach. Wu Wan asked him if he had to be careful about anything. Saurian told him to make sure it doesn't reach the wall because it might climb and get close to his side. Wu Wan didn't understand. Now it's on. Saurian reminded him to stay calm. Saurian knew that if the gecko was really sick, it might not have much time left. Wu Wan and his men faced the spirited Hiko. He was on high alert. Saurian whispered to Wu Wan that it was time. He drew his sword and released his aura. It was as if he was about to fight a powerful opponent, which made our boy dumbfounded. Then they moved according to plan. The Hiko roared loudly. It moved quickly, aimed for Wu Wan, but he deflected it with his greatsword. Wu Wan commented that it had some weight. He commented that it was good enough to be a first-class warrior of the Ping family. It backed off and attacked again. Wu Wan was entertained. It moved fast and tried to hit Wu Wan with its tail. but he deflected it again. While it was airborne, Wu Wan found his chance. They surrounded it. It roared so loudly it scared So Young and Hua Jun. Hua Jun told Sajong to move quickly while they could. They looked around. Sorian saw something. Waijun asked if it was really injured. Sorian replied that it seemed so. He saw that the tip of the tail was becoming necrotic due to an incomplete shed. It couldn't finish shedding, and now its eyes are also filled with pus. Waijun asked what they should do. Sorian replied that they had to treat it immediately. Waijun said there is no medicine there. Sajong replied that it's okay because he will just have to remove its tail. Baeyeon looked displeased. It bothers him that it seems like Sajong wants to strip it bare. Soryang blushed, even though it was the only correct method. The weak Heko noticed them and got up. Sajong assured him that he would be fine. He told him to stay still because he would heal him. He slowly approached him. He was able to carry it without any trouble. He realized that, just like the Queen Bee, it seems to understand speech. To some extent, it had calmed down. Sorian pinched its skin. Wayan was surprised. Sorian explained that these creatures, like snakes, also shed their skin. Sorian affirms that wild fat-tailed geckos usually eat their own shed skin, so it's usually hard to find remnants. Wayan finds it fascinating. Sorian said the skin was incredibly hard. He took out a small blade, as doing it by bare hand won't work. He slowly chipped away at the skin. Wai Jun was surprised. He commented that it looked like a gemstone. The skin underneath slowly revealed itself, and its color is pretty. Sorian gently removed the skin from its feet. Wai Jun couldn't help but comment that it's cute. It was like a glove. Sorian knew it was irresistible. Even in his Yuk-Tur-Bur days, videos of skinning exploded. The only parts left without skin are the head and the tail. Sorian decided to hold it while removing the skin from its head. He has to be very careful around the eyes. And as he thought, poo had accumulated in its eyes. It is because it couldn't shed properly. Inflammation filled the eyes. He gently pulls the skin. In the end, it was all done. He asked the gecko if it felt better. Baeyeon exclaimed that its eyes were opening. It looked very pretty, but Baeyeon was confused why Sorian didn't share his excitement. Sorian expressed that he is debating what to do with its tail to stop the necrosis. He had to cut off its tail, but in its current state, he might accidentally kill it. Suddenly, they heard a warning to be careful. It is because Wan had lost the gecko. Now facing Sorian Jiweon, he was furious. Sorian yelled at him to calm down. By instinct, he points a dagger at him, and on the other hand, hugs the injured gecko, telling the furious one that he is trying to heal his friend. He realized that the dagger showed he had bad intentions. The energetic gecko was furious. Its blue fury resonated throughout the cave. Ro looked like it was about to evolve. The gecko roared loudly and concentrated its power. Blue rays were already coming out of its body. Our boy knew it was pissed off. He lunges forward. Guayan told Sorian to be careful. She pushed him away. The gecko fell to the ground. Instead, Sorian crashed to the ground, but he held the injured blue gecko tightly. Then he told the angry one to wait. He tried to explain himself. Suddenly, he heard the gecko he was holding making a noise. It's as if it was trying to talk to the other gecko. The other gecko was furious, but suddenly its anger dissipated. And then these two geckos declared, laughing. Sorian was surprised to see them talking to each other. Gugyuan and his men rushed to Sorian's side. They asked him if he was okay. Gugyuan was annoyed that the gecko was fierce and fast. He didn't expect it to slip between his legs. The gecko turned towards the furious one. Soryang intervened and told them to wait. He tells them he is fine and asks them to step aside a bit while he tries to talk to the gecko. Wu Wan was stunned. He asked Soryang if he thought that bastard understood words. Soryang replies that the gecko seems to understand speech to some extent and that it probably won't attack them again. He asked Guion to bring dry grass. She did as they were told. The baby centipede helped her with it. Sorian placed the gecko on the dry grass. Then he told the geckos that he was not trying to hurt them. He explained that he removed the peel that wouldn't come off and what was covering the female gecko's eyes. Then he told the male gecko to keep licking the female's eyes for a while. The male gecko did as told. Then Sorian said there was one problem left. The male gecko made a sound as if asking what it was. Soryang explained that the eyes should be fine, but half of the female Hiko's tail is already rotting. He doesn't think the sea will help her. The male Hiko checked the tail. Then Soryeong continued talking. The male Hiko paid attention. Then Soryeong expressed that they have to cut the tail. The male Hiko imagined it and looked horrified. He started growling at Soryeong. Then he attacked Soryeong. Soryeong shouted out loud. It was followed by a loud noise. After that, Soryeong was being treated by Woo-won. Soryeong hurt his cheek. He complained about that ungrateful brat when he is trying to help him. Won told him to stay still, as he is still applying a healing balm. If he moves, it could leave a scar. Woo-won found it amusing, and told Soryeong that it seemed like he was finally starting to act like a real man. And that was because he had gained a glorious battle scar, but Woo-won, being the best Beifu she is, she shot a death glare at Woo-won. Woo-won was speechless, as he knew he would get into trouble for making fun of Sajun. Even the centipedes were shooting him death glares, except for one that was always sleeping. Soryeong thought that at least the misunderstanding had been cleared up. The centipedes clung to Woo-won, seeing how the centipedes don't react to any killing intent. Soryeong assumed that the little Hiko never meant to hurt him in the first place. Commander Ju called Soryeong. Ju pointed at the creature and said it seemed to want to say something. Soryeong assumed that the boobs were finally ready. The Hiko nodded its head. Soon replied that he would do his best. But before that, he wanted to ask something. Soryeong asked what they were eating. He explained that, since he was going to cut off the tail of the female Hiko, she would need to eat something nutritious to recover well. The male Hiko started running. So Young followed him. The male Hiko was waiting for So Young. Then So Young noticed the plant in the male Hiko's mouth. It was in So Young's palm. When Woo-won asked if he could take a look, So Young gave it to him. Woo-won inspected it. He said he felt a faint seepage and said it was the seed of a spiritual herb that used to grow there. So Young was surprised to learn that. Woo-wang recounted that he had heard long ago that a spiritual herb always grows where spirit beasts inhabit. Baeun retorted that if that was the case, then perhaps the geckos were like the centipedes that survive by feeding on the key of spiritual herbs. Then Oryang realized that since they have spiritual herbs, it could mean they are in serious trouble. He immediately started replanting it. Woo-won told him it was useless, because once a spiritual herb has been touched by human hands, it will not grow again. Won guessed that the little one must know that too. That's why he dug it up and showed it to him. Won told him that even if it's replanted, it won't grow beyond that point. Sajun imagined a human cruelly plucking the spiritual herb, and that left the creatures in a pitiful situation. Soryeong regretted that it made him cry. Woo-won asked what the spiritual herb that used to grow there was called. He replied that he remembered it was called iced ginseng. Woo-won told them that all they had to do was find something that gave off the same kind of, and that frost ginseng. Soryeong was cheered up upon hearing that there is something like that. Woo-won replied yes, and it is called ice jade. Just like frost ginseng, it carries the essence of cold. Woo-won expressed that the problem is how to obtain ice jade. It is incredibly rare, even with money. It's not something easy to acquire. Wajun joined the conversation about ice jade and told them that he knew someone who had it. Woo-won and So Young's eyes lit up upon hearing that. It was big news. So Young excitedly asked who it was. So Young and Woo-won anticipated his answer, but Guayan had difficulty saying it. He took a deep breath. Then with a smug look, he said it was another herb or whatever. Woo-won was confused. So Young was dumbfounded. Then we see Guayan pouting. So Young could only think that with an overwhelmed expression, So Young turned pale. Woo-won asked what the herb meant. Guayan had an annoyed expression, while Soryeong was nervous. He couldn't believe his father-in-law said something like that again. Then it was during their first meeting, when Chilson clarified that his daughter is not a bad weed. Gu-won asked who the other herb that supposedly has the ice jade is. Soryeong couldn't believe he asked it that way. Guayan knew that person. He affirmed that she is one of the 3 Muram flowers, the Flame Queen Peony. Her name is Namgon Seul, the daughter of the Namgon clan, and from what Guayan heard, Seul has the ice jade. But she really doesn't need it. The gecko approached Soryeong and made a noise. Guayan asked what it was saying. Soryeong replied that it is asking them to treat the injured one quickly. Soryeong suggested saving the rest of the talk after they treated the gecko. Beijing recognized that she had also noticed that the gecko was nervous. Sorian looked at the injured one. He took it out of the cave. Weon expressed that he had heard that geckos can cut off their own tails. He wondered why it held out until it got sick. Sorian replied that he is right, but he also knew that there are some that are not like that. That was new information for Guion. When a lizard cuts off its tail, it is called autotomy, and depending on the species, the traits are different. There are some that can perform autotomy, but not regenerate. Some can both shed and regenerate, and others can do neither. That's why they can't assume anything until they've examined it properly. Sorian told them that once they confirmed it, they would find the shedding segment and press it with a finger to trigger the separation. Guion asked about the shedding segment. Sorian explained that, although it seems like he's talking about the gecko being able to break anywhere, the point where it breaks is actually predetermined. It is what they call the shedding segment. Wayne expressed that he didn't know much about geckos since they are not venomous. He asked how Soryang knew so much. Soryang just laughed. Soryang sounded confident when he said that, but he is worried since the tail is already very deteriorated. So he is not sure if the surgery will go well, but they will have to try anyway. He cheered himself up. He squeezed the tail. A few minutes later, Wu Wan was sitting nearby. He was with the other gecko. He expressed that it is taking longer than he thought. The gecko made a noise. Sorian and Wajan were approaching them. Wu Wan asked what happened to the gecko. Sorian replied that everything went well and that, as long as they took good care of the gecko, everything would be fine. The healthy gecko was very happy. Sorian also noticed, Wu Wan, watching them, thought that the more he looked at Sorian, the more he realized that the boy was amazing. After successfully completing the operation, Sorian and the others decided to stay nearby to monitor its condition for a few days. A few days later, Sorian and Hyujun came running. They were excited to see the geckos. The geckos greeted them happily. Sorian finds them so cute. They aren't even kittens. They are like damn baby lizards. He thought that if it had been in his past life, it would have gone viral. He saw that the injured gecko had regained some of its strength. Sorian said goodbye to them. The gecko looked confused. Sorian explained that they were not leaving forever. They would just gather food for them and come back. He told them that until then, the geckos should keep the seeds why. The geckos responded by nodding their heads. It was adorable. Sorian told Bayan that they should return to the Chang clan. Their next task is to retrieve the ice jade. Back at the pavilion, they are in the room with Chi Olsen. Quite a bit of news had arrived, and among them, the biggest incident was undoubtedly the matter concerning the blood cult. After the identity of a spy embedded in the Murim alliance was discovered, his warriors followed the owl raised by an assistant. The hidden man was surprised. The owl led them straight to the hideout of the blood cults. Coincidentally, a squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and the Chain clan sent them poison extracted from tiger-striped water snakes. Sorian heard that the poison played a major role when the Murim alliance raided the hideout. Chialson informed them that the alliance leader personally sent a handwritten letter of thanks. He expressed that he is proud of Sorian. Then he asked if they had caught the mysterious Hiko. He uttered that he would stop by the creature's garden to see what it looked like. So Yoon nervously replied that they had only half caught it. Shael-san was confused. Guayan offered to explain it. After a while, Shael-san is thinking about the ice jade. Guayan told him that they planned to go together to Anhui province to visit the Nam Yon clan. She asked for permission. Shael-san told them to go ahead. There is also something that needs to be delivered on the way, so it was convenient. He said it wasn't a good time due to the blood cult, but he trusted Sorian, so he could be at ease. Sorian took that as a sneaky way of assigning a task. Then Chialson realized something, that there have been unsettling rumors lately. Wei Yang and Sorian exchanged confused glances. Near the yellow mountain of the Nangan clan, two men were walking through the forest in the middle of the night. They were gossiping about the lady of the Nangan clan. It was a scandalous and disgusting rumor. Then they realized something. They saw a man on the ground. The two men shouted that someone had fainted. They checked if the man was dead. Then they heard the man start laughing. This guy was blushing, nose bleeding and drooling, and it was as if he was lost in fantasy land. The two men looked at each other. They thought the man was drunk. They took him towards the village. They didn't know that a woman was hiding behind a tree. She was emitting an aura from her body. She laughed. Then a mysterious spider appeared. Now that was suspicious. Late at night in the forest, there was a warrior dressed in white. He opened his eyes and cut the falling leaves. He continued practicing his swordsmanship. A few minutes later, his hands were trembling. He ran out of breaths. He failed to cut all the leaves, which made him think that he still needed more training. A girl called him. The girl told this woman that they have to go back, as it's already late and there's a possibility they might get caught. She is Nam Kong Yun. She told her that her father would also scold her if they were caught. She understands that being a swordsman is fine, but as the eldest in the family, her older sister should take better care of herself. The woman took off her hat. She replied to Yun that she understands that she is the eldest daughter of the Nengan clan. The flame peony queen named Nengan Seul. Suddenly Seo coughed, her cheeks turned red. It is a deviation and overflowing. At first, everyone in the family considered it a blessing. This is because the QE channels are completely open, making internal energy construction much faster. And there are no blockages at all in the circulation of Apuro. The elder said that too many seal blood points are open. The child's innate is being depleted too quickly. Seo's father asked if there was no solution. The elder advised him that Seo needs Jin energy, in addition to a strong Jin energy that would be used before innate Kai. Otherwise, Seo's life will be cut short. Seo looked sick and Jun was worried. Seo told Jun that she was fine and that they would go back. Jun asked if she was sure. Seo looked at the lamp, thought about how similar it is to the oil flame inside the lantern, like a being that will disappear when the oil is consumed. She knew she had to hurry up and master at least the Emperor's sword style as soon as possible. She wanted that to happen before her body burns up and disappears. The next day on the Yangtze River, Soryang and Guiyang, with the rest of the crew, are on the boat. Pei pointed at the river and called Soryang because there is a Beiji dolphin there. Soryang was surprised to hear that. They were truly amazed that it was here. Soryang couldn't believe he could see with his own eyes a species that had gone extinct. Although Soryang liked insects and reptiles, dolphins are another matter. Guiyang told him that if they follow the Yangtze River, they will reach Guiyang, where the Murin Alliance is located. Soryang reminded him that the father-in-law's orders are to stop at Buen and deliver the red-necked keel poison. After that, they can get off the boat at any Guiyan. Guiyan told him that at the speed they are going, they can arrive much sooner. Soryang expressed that there is something bothering him. Guiyan asked what it was. Soryang told him that if the ice jade is really that valuable, he wondered if the Namgon clan would hand it over easily. It kept bothering him. No matter how much he thought about it, Guiyan asked him to trust her. She affirmed that the ice jade is especially useful for young Seul. Apparently, Seul needs to eat it. But the ice jade cannot be eaten. Since they have something to trade, are you sure they will give you the ice jade? After all, what they have is edible. Soryang replied that Guiyan is not wrong. Soryang wondered if the ice jade they have is even safe. Lizards are cold-blooded, so they normally hate anything cold. Sajong doesn't feel good about feeding Seul something he's not sure about. Sajong asked about what Guiyan said, that the ice jade contains cold yin energy. Soryang had heard about yin and yang energy before, but it's still hard to understand, since it is important for martial arts cultivation too. Guiyan explained it to him. She told him to listen carefully and remember. Jin Kai is the key that creates Jin fire, and among the keys of heaven and earth. It refers to the key that sinks and gathers. Normally, Jin energy suppresses the activity of living things. Darkness, cold, fear are all types of Jin energies. So the expression cold Jin energy is simply a type of Jin energy. Soryang asked if that means Jin energy is bad. Wei Jun told him that it is not exactly so. Opposite to Jin energy, Yang energy creates Yang fire, but its excess accelerates vital activities, which causes faster aging and energy depletion. The reason why lizards need cold energy is that their bodies are cold energy themselves. And that's why they grow, by absorbing that Jin energy. Soryang thought of it as recharging. He asked if Jin and Yang should be balanced like male and female. Soryang asked how they achieve that balance when they have pure yin energy. Win's cheeks turned red. She became nervous and replied that she didn't know. Then she told him that they would figure out how to find that balance between yin and yang. Later, that fell upon Soryang and made him blush. Soryang tried to explain that he didn't mean to ask that way. Pi interrupted them and informed them that they had arrived. He told them to prepare to disembark. In Buan, the ship arrived at the port. Guyan politely introduced himself and informed them that he brought the items they requested. A man met them and informed them that the general was waiting for them. Sorian was impressed with the surroundings. The Muram alliance seems grand to him. Someone was screaming in pain. He saw a short woman twisting a man's ear. The other man who was with them stared. The man fidgeted as he wanted to teach the guy a lesson. The woman became even more annoyed and lectured him that he couldn't duel his own allies. The guy told the fidgeting man named Xianho that he acted too hastily without checking the facts. First of all, Xianho was offended and stated that he was only defending the young lady's honor. Xianho noticed something. He recognized the poison flower. She turned upon hearing that. Guyan recognized the three of them. The chilling man was Dragon Slayer. The woman was Phoenix Sword, and the fidgeting one was Spear Dragon. Seeing Guyan, Spear Dragon blushed. Bayu didn't greet and said it was the first time since they met at the Phoenix Dragon meeting. He asked how they were doing. Dragon replied that it was a great time meeting her. In Murin, only those with notable skills receive titles like Dragon or Phoenix. Soryang realized that these people are elite martial artists. Phoenix Sword told him that it's perfect, as there is a strange rumor surrounding poison flower, and she wanted to ask him about it. Phoenix Sword said that it was a ridiculous rumor that poison flower had a lover. Sorian turned pale. Wayan was confused. Spear Dragon recounted that all the warriors were gossiping about it. Spear Dragon even wanted to challenge them to a duel in the name of Poison Flower's honor for spreading such nonsense. He didn't care much, but since they were comrades, he wanted to protect her honor. Sorian realized that Spear Dragon was in love with Baijun. Baijun replied that the rumor is false. Spear Dragon was relieved. He was determined to fight the warrior who said that and teach him a lesson. Baijun decided to correct the rumor. She pulled Sorian by the arm and announced that she doesn't have a lover. Instead, she has a fiancé. She introduced her fiancé, Sorian. Sorian's cheeks turned red, making it official for everyone. I guess the three of them were stunned. They were dumbfounded. Sword Phoenix commented that Sorian looks young. Guyan apologized for not introducing Sorian. Previously, Sorian introduced himself formally. He was about to say he was glad to meet them, but he saw that Spear Dragon was furious. Spear Dragon uttered, "Young warrior the way you said it." Sorian replied, "Yes." At that moment, Sorian turned pale. Suddenly, Spear Dragon knelt down in front of him. Sorian became nervous. Spear Dragon introduced himself as Xinggu, the Spear Dragon of the Yang family of Xincheng. Xinggu was excited as he wanted to challenge Sorian to a duel, sword, phoenix, and killing. Dragon sighed. It seems they were fed up. Sorian was confused by the proposition. Suddenly, someone grabbed Spear Dragon. Guyan was annoyed. She asked him what he was talking about. Sorian was the one who grabbed him and told him to give him a break. Deep down Sorian, he thought of Wu Wan because of how Spear Dragon challenged him to a duel as soon as they met. He thought about how he kept encountering strange people. Someone arrived and asked what the fuss was about. "It's the general." They formally greeted the general, and out of nowhere, the general slapped Spear Dragon in the face using his fan. He scolded Xiang Ho. Then he told Saryang that he was getting old waiting for him. He invited him to the Martial Celestial Pavilion, where the Alliance leader is. Spear Dragon watched them leave with a bitter face. He clenched his fist while restraining himself. Phoenix Sword suggested they leave. In the Martial Celestial Pavilion, Wei-Yin told her that he would wait for her in the guest room. A servant told Soryang to drink tea first, but she corrected herself and told him that she had to greet the Alliance leader first. She seemed nervous and flustered. Soryang realized how this person is a novice and seemed clueless. Hegel told Soryang that they caught the guy thanks to him. Then Hegel explained that the rookie Soryang saw is the one they brought to replace the previous servant who turned out to be a spy. Hegel admitted that the servant girl is still green. It must be because she is new. Then the servant announced to the Alliance leader that the general had arrived, and the young warrior from the Tang clan. The Alliance leader invited them in. When they entered, the Alliance leader was on the balcony. Soryang formally greets the Alliance leader. The Alliance leader understood that Soryang must be tired from the long journey, but he was immediately alarmed. He asked So Young about the little ones around his waist and wrist, and confirmed if he hadn't just bitten someone. So Young replied no. So Young heard that the alliance leader is one of the top 3 martial arts masters in all of Murin, and he instantly realized the venomous creatures wrapped around Soyoung's body. He invited everyone to sit down. He proceeded to talk about the most important matter. He asked Soryang if Soyoung had brought the poison from the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang replied yes. Soryang prepared as much as possible right before leaving. So he had 3 bottles. Hickel was surprised. Hickel said that when he was in Sichuan, he observed the venom extraction process. So he knew it wasn't an easy task. He knew it took a lot of work and effort to collect it. He expressed his gratitude for sending so much. The alliance leader brought up that he heard Soryang had become the son-in-law of the Tang clan in Sichuan. Sajun replied that he is correct. The alliance leader asked about Sajun's parents. Sajun replied that he has no family and is alone in this world with no one to rely on. Chagel recounted that he had heard that Soryang lost all his memories in an accident, and that before being taken in by the Tang clan patriarch, he lived on Anan Island, hunting snakes and selling them. The alliance leader understood that Soryang must have lived a lonely life and difficult. Soryang replied that he didn't feel that lonely. Then the alliance leader informed him that the reason he had summoned him there was that he had played a significant role in the recent blood cult incident, and that he wished to grant him a reward. Soryang was surprised because he had already told the general what he needed last time. Hegal told him that what he discovered is big enough to ensure those filthy blood cult leeches never set foot in the Central Plains again. Central Plains. And Hegal thinks that naturally, such service deserves more than just a simple reward. Soryang was nervous. He stated that it was only something he stumbled upon while trying to save his people from them. He told them that if it was the gift they had already promised him, it was more than enough for him. Hegal and the alliance leader were surprised. Then the alliance leader repeated what Soryang had said earlier, that he only stumbled upon it while trying to save his people. The alliance leader looked genuinely happy. He said he wondered why he felt so close to him and realized it was because they resembled each other. Soryang's reaction upon hearing they looked alike was amusing. The alliance leader clarified that he didn't mean their faces. He shared something personal. The Fist King told him that he lost his clan and the person he loved at the hands of the blood cult bastards. He did his best to save at least one member of his family, and at some point, he achieved enlightenment and martial mastery. He heard that Soryang charged at a blood cult leader while poisoned to save the Tang clan's people. The alliance leader commented that Soryang was like him 30 years ago. He declared that Soryang was powerless. Yet he charged with his whole being with nothing but desperation in his heart. The alliance leader patted Soryang's shoulder and told him that, as a reward, he would grant him his unique martial art. It is called the Iron Chest technique. Both Soryang and Giggle were surprised. The alliance leader shared that he had never taken a disciple, and when he dies, the martial art will disappear with him. He also made it clear that he had no intention of acting as So Jones's master, so he must let the Chang clan know not to worry. Yijel was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. Soryang also has the same reaction. Soryang thanked the alliance leader and promised him that he would make sure not to disgrace his great name. The alliance leader smiled at him and stated that he was counting on him. Night arrived. Soryang was carrying a book and complaining about how heavy it was. He couldn't believe the alliance leader granted him his very own martial art. Yijel suggested that for the time being, he should keep it a secret from everyone except the elders of his clan, because if the word gets out, Soryang could become a target for those blood cult bastards. Sajun was heading to the guest room. He was thinking about how delighted Guion would be if she received a martial art. But someone caught Soyoung's attention. Spear Dragon is here, and he is all worked up. Sajun was cautious, recognizing him. Spear Dragon had heard that Sajun passed through the Celestial Martial Pavilion, so he came because Sajun hadn't answered him regarding his duel at Sajun's head. He commented on how persistent the guy is. Spear Dragon pleaded with him, as he needs to know if Sajun is a man worthy of Poison Flower Guajian. He challenged him to prove it. Soryang replied that it is too dangerous. Spear Dragon interrupts him, assuring him that he will take the spear tips off, and he will go slow with his hands. Soryang told him that's not what he meant. He clarified that it is too dangerous because he fears Spear Dragon might die. An awkward silence ensues, and when that landed on Spear Dragon, he got angry. His veins bulged. He grabbed Sorian by the neck and shouted, "What did you say, bastard?" But to his surprise, the small, standing ones burst out angrily from Sajan's clothes. Sorian did his best to keep them still and assured them that they didn't need to bite the guy because he was fine. Spear Dragon fell on his butt and was dumbfounded with surprise. Sorian comforted the small and on-feet ones like they were children. Spear Dragon sweated profusely and asked what it was. Then Sorian approached Spear Dragon and brought up that he already told him it would be dangerous. He crouched down to meet him at eye level. Spear Dragon looks scared. It is valid when Sorian touches his shoulder, while those small and on-feet ones stare at him. And Sorian utters, "I have already forgiven you once." I bet Spear Dragon wet his pants. Seeing this, Sorian placed his hand on Spear Dragon's shoulder. Spear Dragon realized that it wasn't a joke, and if Sorian hadn't intervened, he would have really died. He realized that Sorian is truly a terrifying man for him. Sorian looked like a monster. Sorian asked him if he was okay. Suddenly, Wajan appeared behind them. She shouted their names, which surprised Sorian. The master of the monster is here. With an intimidating expression, Wajan asked them what is going on. She asked Dragon Lanza if he is trying to do something to Sorian again. Wajan emits a terrifying aura. Dragon Lanza recognized that killing intent. Sorian was nervous. He replied that it was a misunderstanding. He explained that he got lost while leaving the Martial Celestial Pavilion, and just as he was stuck, Dragon Lanza appeared and offered to guide him. Wei-Yin asked him that if that's the case, why are the 100 feet so fired up? Sajong explained that Spear Dragon and he were chatting, and he just wanted to show the 100 feet. So he told them to release a bit of killing intent as a joke. And things turned out like this. To prove his point, Sajong placed 100 feet on Spear Dragon's head. Spear Dragon tried to explain that he only intended to play a harmless joke, but it seems Sajong got scared. Sorian agreed. Wei-Yin didn't think. She thanked Spear Dragon for guiding Sorian. She invited Sorian back to the guest room with her. Sorian catches up to her. Spear Dragon sighed in relief. It was almost a disaster. Sorian remembered something, so he called Spear Dragon. He then pointed out that he had already saved him twice. Spear Dragon was dumbfounded. This guy almost lost his life twice just by challenging our boy, once with the 100 feet, and another time with great Beifu Wei-Yin. The next morning, Wei-Yin Sajong Pei boarded the boat. Wei-Yin informed the Dragon Slayer, Phoenix Sword, and Spear Dragon that they have things to take care of, so they will set off now. The three warriors wished them a good journey. Suddenly, Phoenix Sword called Sorian and told him to wait a moment. Then Phoenix Sword urged Spear Dragon to bow. Phoenix Sword explained that yesterday she learned everything from that fool. She thanked Sorian for his generosity. Spear Dragon apologized to Sorian and thanked him for what he had done. He admitted that after talking with Phoenix Sword, he realized how foolish he had been. He added that, given the way Sorian handled his rudeness with such grace and understanding, he is now fully convinced that Sorian is indeed a suitable match for poison flowers. Bateau Tetspear Dragon was holding back tears as he said this. He asked Sorian to keep looking for poisonous flowers from now on. Sorian smiles and replies that he understands. He wishes him good health. Deep down, Sorian thought that they would meet again at the Phoenix Dragon Assembly, so there was no need for them to become enemies. The boat set off and they waved goodbye. The weather was nice that day. Late at night in the lower village of Wangsan Mountain at a certain inn, Guayan and Sor Yang were having dinner together. They had left Buan and arrived at Annan. Pei suggested earlier that they spend the night there. As it's already late, he said that Wangsan Mountain is treacherous, and it will take them at least half a day to reach the Namgon clan estate. So they decided to spend the night at this inn. Guayan was stunned when she heard that Sor Yang received the secret manual of the Iron Chest technique, the Fist Emperor's exclusive martial art. Sorian shared that the alliance leader said they were alike. He asked Guayan if what happened is true. Baiyun replied yes. She heard that although training for the Iron Chest technique is painful, once he masters it, Sorian will be able to block blades and attacks based on Chai. She says it is the exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor himself. Some even say it rivals Shaolin's indestructible diamond, divine art. And since it is an external martial art, it is not heavily influenced by internal cultivation methods. So Sorian shouldn't have trouble learning it. Sorian thinks that if he masters it, he will gain bulletproof defense. He realized that he inherited an amazing technique. Guayan declared that she can help him train with it. She heard that the Fist Emperor used to whip his own body every morning as part of the regiment, and Guayan offered to do that for So Yong. So Yong was surprised. Guayan became passionate when she explained that skin can be hardened by whipping, so it is part of the training. So Yong blushed, imagining a sexy Guayan with a whip. He told himself he would do it for the sake of cultivation. I see the spicy Faber likes perverted shits. Anyways. The then-in servant approached So Yong and asked if they planned to climb Mount Wangsan. Guayan replied yes and asked why. The elder introduced himself as the inn owner, and by his look, he guessed that Sorian was heading to the Namgon clan. Sorian asked if there was a problem. Guayan recalled that his father says a sinister rumor has been spreading. He wondered if it was related. The elder recounted that for the past couple of months, people who had gone up Mount Wangsan started disappearing. They were eventually found safe, but all their yang energy had been completely drained. Soriang blushed. Weiyun replied that it was strange. Then she asked what it had to do with the Namgon clan. The elder blushed. Then he stated that every single person who came to their senses had said exactly the same thing. The person they spent the night with was none other than Lady Namgon Seul from the Namgon clan. That was surprising. Guayan gets agitated and shouts that it's absurd. She assumes it's a setup and claims it's malicious slander. Sorian tries to calm her down. The elder admitted that everyone reacted like her, but the evidence was compelling. In the Namgon clan, Seol was cheerfully addressing. A servant entered. She was panicking while reporting to her master that the patriarch is summoning Seol to the patriarch's hall. Immediately, Seol wondered what it was. She wondered if her father had found out that she had been secretly practicing swordsmanship at night. She was surprised upon arriving at the hall. Several men were lined up kneeling and bowing to the patriarch. The patriarch acknowledges Sil's presence. Sil asks what is going on. The patriarch told the men to raise their heads and see for themselves if it was truly their daughter that they saw. The men were trembling and crying. The enraged elder ordered them to speak at once. The patriarch asked Seol if she had secretly gone to Mount Wangsan at night recently. Then he shouted that those men claimed Seol drained their yang energy. Seol blushed and was surprised to hear that. The patriarch ordered her to speak clearly. Seol firmly replied that it is true she has been practicing with her sword in the valleys of Mount Wangsan for the past few days. But she claims that apart from sword practice, she hasn't done anything else. The patriarch told those men that his daughter claims her innocence, so he urged them to provide solid proof of what they saw. One man replied that he was only speaking of what he saw with his own eyes, and that it wasn't his intention to insult the young lady. They were confused about what was happening. The man said if everyone had gone crazy or were possessed by spirits. The other man agreed. He remembered a mole. The patriarch asked him what he was talking about. Then the man said that the woman they saw had a mole on her chest. He opened his shirt to locate it. The patriarch thought this was nonsense. He asked his daughter if what they were saying was true. Seol turned pale. From Seol's expression, the patriarch assumed and became angry. Seol wondered how this could have happened. The next day, we saw that Weiyun was pouting. Sajun carefully follows her. She looked angry. Soryang asked her if she was still angry about the inn owner's story. Wajun shouted that she wasn't. She shouted that for Lady Namgun to take yang energy from a man every night is absolutely ridiculous. Soryang realized how angry Wajun was. Wajun sighed, apologized, and explained that she didn't mean to get angry, but she thinks it's impossible. She explained that Lady Namgun cannot come into contact with men because she has a strange illness. Without Jin energy, her life will be shortened because her Yankee body is almost like poison. That's why she is careful even when a man approaches her. So for her to do such shameless things night after night is inconceivable. Soryang thought that it is a fantasy heroine setup. He worried if she was okay. A few moments later, they arrived at their destination. The guard asked them why they had come to the Nangun clan. Bei Jun whispered in Soryang's ear to say that the clan's atmosphere is not very good. So if they say they came to meet Seol, they might be rejected. Soryang didn't understand. Sajong cleared his throat. Then he stated that they came to make a deal. Bajun was surprised. He asked what he meant by that. Soryeon sweats profusely. Suddenly, someone came out and asked why there was such a fuss. Bajun was surprised. It was Lady Nangon June. June recognized her. They happily reunited. June expressed that it has been a long time. Bajun asked her if she was okay. It has been 2 years since the 7 clans meeting. Jun asked about a deal, so June felt embarrassed. Won explained that something came up and the Chai clan needs the ice jade. She heard that Sion had it last time. Won expressed that they came because they absolutely need it. She asked if they could have it. June suggested that they first go to the Patriarch's hall and meet her father to discuss it. She knew he would be delighted to see Wei Yon after a long time. Wei Yon added that she also brought something in exchange for the ice jade. She pushes Sarian forward. Jung asked about it. In the Nam Yon clan, Patriarch's hall, the Patriarch raised his voice asking if it is really true. He confirms if they really brought an elixir containing cold. Jung told Sarian to take it out. Sarian placed it on the table. It is an icy orb with something in the center. The Patriarch asked if he could see it up close. It is an elixir that Sarian brought with great care, holding it in his arms. He hoped they would accept the exchange. The Patriarch noticed that the purity of the cold key is very high with it. Sial could last at least 10 years. Jun asked if it is that incredible. The Patriarch replied that since it is valuable, he would agree to exchange it for the ice jade. Sajun and Guayan were happy that it worked. The Patriarch saw something inside the crystal and asked what it was. Sorian apologized for not telling him what it was. The Patriarch understands that knowing it could point to the place where it was found. With that, he didn't inquire further. Sorian thanked him for his understanding, but that's not really the reason. Some time ago, while walking with Musian, he suddenly felt cold. Musian asked him what was wrong. Sorian checked what it was. Musian saw that it was a tail. Sorian said there was a strange ice crystal in the gecko's tail, which he kept as a souvenir. Musian was impressed with the cold. He said it would be a good material for those who master ice arts or cold martial arts. Sorian expected that geckos stored nutrients in their tails, like a fat-tailed gecko. He didn't expect it would be cold. Mund asked him if he wanted to try turning it into an elixir. So the reason he didn't say it was because a gecko's withered tail is not worth mentioning. The Patriarch told Yun to tell his sister to exchange the elixir for the ice jade. She followed the order. The Patriarch told Soryang and Guayan to rest. He would throw a party to welcome his clan's guest. He knew that Guayan is very close to Seul. He shared that his daughter went through something bad recently, and he wondered if Guayan could comfort her while she is there. Guayan replied that she would. Yon offered to guide them to the guest residence. They leave it to her. They were walking side by side. Jun expressed that thanks to Wyon, her father's mood turned good. She shared that they have been walking on thin ice for the past few days. Wyon asked what happened to Seol. She said she heard rumors beneath Wangsan Mountain, but she was still worried. Jun was surprised that she knew. Jun expressed that she didn't think her sister would do such a thing, but since they couldn't find any clue. Seul was locked up in the confinement room and had to be sealed with virginity sand to prove her innocence. Bei Jun was surprised. Soryang had no idea what virginity sand is. Virginity sand is something women put on their body to prove their body is pure. They explain that if you raise a lizard in a jar and feed it with cinnabar, its body will turn red, then it is ground into powder and stamped on the woman's body. If the body is pure, that blood cannot be washed away, not even with water. So Young was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that it was ground up. She was fuming because she believes that identifying a maiden is a task for a unicorn, not a gecko. She thinks it is an abuse. Young saw her sister, which caught the attention of these two. Sara Young realized right away. She observed her from a distance. Seol is a beauty, and I think I like her more than Guayan, but don't misunderstand me. The two are more without question. Back to the recap, the mark on the back of her hand could also be easily noticed. Guayan approaches her. Seul was surprised to see her. Jun explained to her sister that Guayan brought an elixir containing cold, and her father asked her to exchange it for the ice jade. She held the crystal and expressed that she could feel the incredible cold. She showed them the ice jade and thanked them for bringing the elixir. She gave it to him. Guayan and Sor Yang were happy. Seul sighed and drew their attention. Guayan expressed that she heard the rumors and expressed that she also doesn't think she would do such things. She encouraged her not to get too upset. Seul replied that there are many witnesses. She questioned what people saw and how they found out where her mole is. Sor Yang saw this as a mysterious case. He had a sinister laugh because he is confident that he is an expert in this kind of thing. He was called Sherlock Fever when they played escape rooms and deduction in his past life. He asked if the lady had washed herself alone in a pond or a river at night. Baeyeon asked Sor Young if he is thinking that someone spied on Seul. Seul explained that she never washed her body outside and that, even if they saw her, there would be no reason to slander her. She stated that the people in the reception hall are like a family living together in the bottom of the mountain village. Jun pointed out that Sorian is very wrong. Sajun was in shock state. They are now like they were at the beginning. Sorian apologized. Weon thought of something. She told them that there is a very likely explanation. Sorian asked about it. Weon didn't utter. Oyun spoke about the culprit's identity. She had an idea, and the rest anticipated what she would say. Then, with a serious expression, she states that it is a ghost. Jun and Seol were dumbfounded. Sorian was surprised. He wondered what kind of deep thing she was about to say, but now he is confused as to why she is suddenly talking about ghosts. But he's thought about it. He remembered that he encountered the ghost of the blue-spotted centipede in a dream after his death, so it made him think that it is not absurd at all. He asked Seol if by any chance she had touched or done anything unusual lately, like eating the inner core of a spirit beast. Seol spoke seriously. When she stated that she touched an acorn and a tree branch, Sajun realized that it is what is called an idiotic charm. Then Seol remembered something. While training alone at night, she felt someone's presence. It was as if someone was watching her the whole time. Jun asked if it was true. Seol was sure of it. She recounted that at first she thought it was Jun, so she went to check. But there was no one. It made her wonder if she is too sensitive. Sorian thought it was a suspicious situation. An attendant came running to the young lady. She reported that something terrible has happened. Seol asked her what it was for her to come running in a panic. The attendant reported that another villager had disappeared. She explained that the warriors just left the clan grounds to start the search. She asked if that is true. They became worried for Seol when they saw her expression. She was furious. She stated that no matter what, she has to catch him personally and avenge the grudge for her lost chastity. Jun told her no, because if she sneaks out alone again and gets caught, she will be in serious trouble. Seol assured her that they wouldn't go alone. Jun was confused. Seol grabbed Guayan's hand. She asked those two if they were willing to help her. The two were stunned. At night, they were walking in the forest. Jun was scared. She is still hanging on. She told her sister that if they get caught this time, she will be locked up in the closed cultivation room. She estimated she would be trapped there for at least half a year. Jun told Sorian that he should help her stop her sister, and yet he fell for her just like that. Sorian just laughed. A moment ago, Seol gave him something. It is a noragui made with knots. The centerpiece is handmade so that an ice jade can be set in it. Seol had no idea why they needed the ice jade, but if they were looking for something to carry with them, it wasn't a bad choice. Guayan finds the item pretty. Even Sorian was impressed. Seol even suggested that they could split it in half and it could serve as a sample between the two. She told them that if they helped her, she would give it to them. The two were tempted. That is what led them to that moment in the forest. Sorian defended that. It's not that he likes noragui. He states that he just wants to protect Seol's honor. Jun shouted at him to stop lying. Seol scolded Jun and told her not to rush. Jun complained that she doesn't know what to do anymore. Seol stopped walking. She pointed in the direction where she had felt someone's presence. There might be some kind of trace, so they decided to check the area carefully. Baeyeon asked what would happen if it really is a ghost. Seol replied that she will cut it down with the sword, infused with the energy of destroying evil and revealing righteousness. Sorian thinks that was intense. Sorian noticed something. There was fog suddenly, making it hard for them to see. Sorian wonders what is happening. He called Guayan, Seol, and Jun, making him wonder if they had scattered, asked if anyone was there. Something touched his feet. He got stuck in something. He wondered what it was upon looking closer. It was a spider web. He was surprised to see that the thread was incredibly thick. It made him wonder how big the thing that made it was. Then he heard someone scream. Our boy recognized that it was Jun's voice. He wondered what had happened to her. He called the centipedes. He asked Myra and Grace to find his mother. The centipedes were ready for the task. Sorian told them to go protect Ui Jun. Meanwhile, Sorian kept calling Jun. He felt they were getting deeper and deeper into the forest. He wondered why there was a spider web like that. He knew that spiders are generally divided into two types, sedentary and wandering. Sedentary ones build a web and stay in one place, while wandering ones roam like vagabonds. But in any case, none of them lay flat webs on the ground like that. So Sorian knew it wasn't just any spider. The forest looked gloomy. He noticed that the fog cleared up a bit. Now he just has to hurry up and find everyone else. Then he stopped running. When he saw that the path in front of him was covered with spiderwebs, he was surprised to see it. Then he heard someone calling him. Jun was wrapped in a spiderweb. He was surprised to see her. Then he realized something. Someone seemed to be sitting on a throne. Then this person laughed. It was Seul sitting on a spider. Sorian recognized that it was a ground spider. And boy, oh boy, they really spent a lot of time making this panel. I bet. Sorian saw the spider. But on top of this spider is a woman who looks like Seul. On her head, he called this bastard. It was a ground spider that Sorquion had never seen before, and instead of in the air. It is weaving its web on the ground. That made Sorian think that it was a new species. He finally understands the true story behind all the incidents. So far, he has learned that the one before him now, like Lady Seul, the spiders imitate the pedipalps. Pedipalp is a word that usually refers to the antenna-like legs, which are special organs used for feeling, touching, mating, and hunting for food. Although they are called antenna legs, they are not just legs, because the pedipalps are organs attached to the head. Even scorpion pincers are not actually legs, they are pedipalps. He saw the Seul imitator showing her shoulder and acting seductive to tempt him. He guessed that it is the result of evolution to seduce men who are its prey. Zoriang blushed and said she didn't have to do that since he was captivated enough. Jun was wrapped in a spider web and hung in the air. She worried because she saw Zoriang approaching the spider. Zoriang approached. He is charmed by how beautiful she is. The Seol imitation was confused. Then suddenly, Zoriang hugged her. Our boy really chose the perfect spot to land. His bad intentions were reflected in his smile. He was about to grab Zoriang, but Zoriang called Cho and ordered him to bite her. Cho bit Seol's shoulder, then jumped back onto Zoriang. The imitation looked pathetic. So Yong realized how realistic her expression is. That's why people completely fall in love with her. The imitation. Seol felt dizzy. The spider's legs were weakened. Zoriang noticed that it is now completely paralyzed. The centipede's venom is a neurotoxin meant to paralyze other insects. He poked it with a stick. Zoriang knows how strong the venom of the blue-spotted centipede is, but he is not worried because the spider is big, so it should be fine. Zoriang strokes the spider while telling it not to be angry. He explains that he saved it because the villagers might catch and kill it. Zoriang seemed interested in it. He expressed that he couldn't hold back anymore. Then he hugged it, not Seul's body, but the spider itself. You already know that our MC is more obsessed with insects than girls. He likes its bright red body with 4 big spots on its back and the soft fur, and dense like velvet. He finds it cute like a scarlet tarantula, so he wanted to check how handsome it is. He is curious what kind of face it will have. He thinks it will look like a tarantula with big fangs. For him to see, he lifted Sion's dress. It looked like he was doing something bad to a woman. Out of nowhere, Wajan appeared. Her feet landed on his face as she screamed no. Sajan's cheek was bruised. He is confused too. Wajan was so powerful that her kick sent Sorian flying. Then she told him that the spider is a monster. Sorian sat still, not moving. Wajan encouraged him to breathe while circulating his inside. She was directing the breathing. When he looked at her, he realized that he had miscalculated his strength. It was funny how Sajan looked as if his soul left his body. After a few moments, Sorian was able to stand up. Weon apologized. She was so embarrassed to realize her mistake. She thought Sajan was seduced by that spider on Sejun's head. She was thinking about how he was seduced, but in a different sense. Sajan rubbed his face on the spider's leg, while expressing that he was only observing the spider's appearance. He showed the leg to Hawa Jun, while saying it was so fluffy and cute. Wai Jun replied that she understood and told him to stop caressing it. Then she asked him if he was okay. Soya was still confused with her question. AW. Wai Jun explained that the mist covering the forest is made by the spider, and if you inhale it, it will make your heart race so much that it is comparable to an aphrodisiac. Hawa Jun said she also inhaled a little and was surprised. Then she escaped the fog to regain her energy and came back. Sorian replied that it didn't affect him at all. Sorian realized that the villagers who seemed possessed by ghosts acted like that because of the fog. That made him wonder if it was some kind of pheromone emitted by the spider. Sorian asked Guion what the creature was. Sorian took into account the size and the ability to use mist of this type of monster. Guion stuttered while replying that she wasn't sure and couldn't remember. She even added that she doesn't memorize all poisonous creatures. Sorian was confused. He noticed that she was acting very nervous. Then they heard a groan. Sorian searched for the source of the sound. He checked and it did not come from the spider. Then he heard it again. He saw Jun in the tree. He completely forgot about her. They quickly brought her down. They laid her on the ground and tried to wake her up. Soryang checked and saw that Yun was still breathing, and it seemed she was only paralyzed. Soryang stated that the only one left now is Seul. Hun stated that since all the mist had dissipated, she hoped Seul would find them soon. RMC had something to do before that. He tied the spider with the silks around the area. Then he announced that he was done. He dragged it with the plan to take it back to the clan to check its identity. He hopes it is some unusual poisonous creature. Wei-yin couldn't figure out her answer. Suddenly, he realized that Xiao was coming in. Xiao was worried about Ethan. She saw her sister, motionless, her eyes filled with tears. She is furious at the spider because, after tarnishing her honor, it dared to touch Yun. Now she unsheathes her sword. Sorian worried when he saw her coming in. He told her to wait. He ran and stood in front while telling her that she couldn't do that. Xiao stood in echo. She pointed her sword while telling Sorian to step aside. Sajan insisted that she cannot do that. Seul was confused. Our boy argued. I caught it, so it is mine. Guiyan was dumbfounded, but Sorian was determined. Seul turned pale. Her fury was reflected on her face as she replied, "What did you say?" Seul and Sorian were face to face. It fired. Sorian was thinking that killing that small creature was too much. First it killed a lizard with that poisonous song or something, and now it tries to kill the spider too. Baeyun told her to wait and informed her that Yun is alive and was only paralyzed. Xiao was surprised to learn that Baeyun was encouraging her to calm down. She expresses that she understands her feelings and rationalizes with her that if she kills the host and the mimicry breaks, it would change into another form, which would mean there will be no way to clear her name ever. Hua Jun told her to think about it. If she takes that and shows it to her family members, the grievance will be cleared. Moreover, Sajan, who caught the host, found the elixir that would be delivered to her, and even saved Jun's life. She emphasized that it was Sajan who helped clear her grievance. She suggested that Seul not swing her sword recklessly. That said, Seul thought about it. She apologized to Sajan and admitted that she didn't even think of his kindness and made such a mistake. Sajan replied that it was okay. He gave 2 thumbs up for being able to think about it logically. Xiao asked what they planned to do with the creature. Sorian answered that he plans to forgive it and take it to the Chang clan. He pats its head while saying it is cute. But the mimic looked like Xiao, which made Xiao blush. She got nervous when she pointed out that he already has Guiyan. Guiyan sighed and clarified that Sorian didn't mean that. She told him that he was only saying that the host spider itself is cute. It is red. Its fur is soft and it has unique abilities. So he said it's cute like that. Xian understood. Sorian snapped back to his senses and asked them what they were talking about. Both replied that you're welcome. At dawn, the spider and Lady Yun were safely transported to the Nangon family. Patriarch Nangon became agitated upon seeing the creature that stole his daughter's appearance and insulted her. He was ready to unsheath his sword. Sorian told him to calm down, saying the misunderstanding about the lady would be cleared up. and the rumors would be corrected. Sorian was thinking how the father and daughter are quick to attack. Patriarch Namgon thanked Sajong. He said it was as if he had saved the life and honor of his two daughters. He stated that the Namgon clan would never forget his kindness, so he would grant his wishes. Sajong only repeated that he would take the host with him. The patriarch agreed, but expressed that there is something bothering him. It's the spider's appearance. It keeps copying Seul. He stated that if it is copying his daughter's appearance, it might change into another form. He asked if it can take another form, because he didn't want to live through such a scare with his daughter again. Soryang thought he could secure ownership, but still had to deal with the issue of image rights. He wondered what he should do about it. Something caught So Young's attention. He asked what happened because it looked chaotic as Pai approaches. And asks what is happening. Pai replies that the crowd is getting very agitated. One of the seduced ones shouted that the bastard was imitating the young lady's appearance. They wondered why. They didn't kill him right away. Pai told them to be careful with their words because the host had been captured by his clan. He perceived that they dared to slander the property of the clan. Upon hearing this, those men suddenly apologized. Sorian replied that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Almost everyone who needed to see it had seen it. He suggested that they should not accept anyone else anymore. Pi understood the order. He ordered the gate to be closed. The guards encouraged the crowd to return. Instantly, someone shouted to wait. It was an old man. It was already hard for him to walk, just by how his body trembled. He was weak and frail, but he asked if he could take a look. The guard apologized and explained that there is an order from above, so it cannot be helped. He alleges that a brief moment is fine. The guard insists that it is not allowed. Soryang told the guard to let the old man see, since he had traveled a long way despite his poor health. The old man thanked Soryang, stood in front of the spider and observed it. His eyes filled with tears. The spider reacted somehow to him. He asked what was going to happen to him, asked if they were going to kill him. Soryang replied no, that since it was a precious creature, he planned to take it to Sichuan and raise it properly in the Tang clan. Soryang cheerfully stated that it may seem unusual for what it eats, but he is sure it is a simple host. And as it is predetermined by the heavens, he could not blame the creature for it. That made the old man happy. He stated that he had never heard anyone say anything like that. It made him feel that he could trust him. Unexpectedly, the old man removed the ropes. Everyone was surprised. Soryang told him that it is dangerous. He strokes the spider's head. The spider looked at him in amazement. Soryang just realized that it is no wonder that from the beginning, he felt like a familiar aura radiated from the old man. It was a soulmate, and there is no doubt that he is an enthusiast. The old man said the spider's name is Yohua. He recounted that when he lost his family to the plague and fell into despair, he found that little one who was only the size of his fist back then, and they started living together. That was more than 20 years ago, and when he was still full of vitality. He personally feasted his Yonkai to raise it, but as his strength diminished, and he could no longer provide for his Yonkai, those kinds of things happened. You ended up doing something terrible to the young lady of the Namgon clan, and this old man claims it was his fault. He shed tears while expressing what he must do. A moment ago, he was pacing back and forth in distress, but now a kind gentleman like Soryang has taken care of her, so he can rest in peace. He asked Soryang to take good care of Yohua. Soryang told him he would raise her well. The old man spoke to Yohua as if she were his daughter. He told Yohua that he is old and can no longer take care of her. He encouraged them to follow Soryang and live a long life. The Seul mimic sheds tears as they hug. Soryang also felt like crying. He thought about how that pet understood human speech and responded to emotions like that. It made him suppose that they must not have spent so much time together for a long time. He also realized how the old man treated her like a daughter and cherished her. Our MC asked the old man if he would consider following them to Sichuan. Do you think it would be better for the spider and him to go together rather than separate? The old man simply replied no. He expressed his deep gratitude for his words, but he is no longer young enough to endure such a long journey and, moreover, his family tombs are there, so he could not leave the place. Soryang then asked him to share his experience in raising Yohua. He is interested since it is his first time dealing with such a creature. He replied that he would answer everything he asked. To the extent of his knowledge, Soryang blushed and timidly asked how he provided Yang Kai. He demonstrated it. He inserted his finger into her mouth, and just by sleeping together, he transmits the Yang Qi. And when he transmits the Yang Qi like this, the creature will transform into the form it considers most beautiful in the eyes of the Yang Qi's owner. She turned into another woman. The old man stated that it was the appearance of his deceased wife when she was young. He wanted to see that face before he died. It came true, and now he feels relieved. He suggested Sorian try it. Then our boy fed her with his finger. The spider sucked it. Then it started to glow. Sorian was excited to see what form it would take. He hoped it would be Guayan, but it turned into something terrifying. It wasn't very clear now, but I'm sure Sajun didn't expect this result. Sorian turned pale seeing it. Pai and Patriarch Namgon looked surprised and terrified. He asked if that was Sajun's taste. Sajun's initial reaction was, The spider started to change shape and took the form of a wooden doll. The old man's eyes widened in confusion and surprise. According to him, this form was undoubtedly the appearance that she had shown only once before taking human form. Dupi panicked and asked Sorjon why it didn't appear as Lady Huyen. Sorjon started sweating and feeling dizzy. He understood that the reason Joa, or rather the creature, had been able to maintain Namgong Seul's appearance all that time was because most villagers considered her the most beautiful woman. However, this time it was the most beautiful woman in the entire Central Plains, Tan Weiyan, the poisonous flower that he himself had given his Yongkai to the creature, and yet Zhou hadn't transformed into Lady Weiyan, which made no sense to him. Sorjon turned his back on them and started running. He was sure that the Tian clan would see this as nothing less than treason against them. Seeing this, Jiayu Pi and the others were thrown into confusion. Sorjon began to pant heavily because of him. This was inconceivable. He refused to accept that his fascination with poisons was stronger than his admiration for Lady Huey, let alone that this was the reason why the creature revealed its true form. He was convinced that there clearly had to be another explanation for what was happening. At the same time, Huan was in Namgong Yun's room in the guest residence. Yun was lying on the bed shortly after Sorjong opened the door. Running up, Hayu Young's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. She didn't know what was happening or why she was so breathless. Sorjong said he had to ask her a favor. With eyes shining with seriousness, he asked if he could hug her. This made her blush like a tomato. With a forced smile, Sorolon started waving his hands and asked her please not to misunderstand him, saying it wasn't so, although then changing his mind, he mused aloud that perhaps a misunderstanding wouldn't be so bad. After all, she stood up and clenched her fists and couldn't help but get nervous realizing that in the end, he found out. She ran her hands over her face and revealed that she hadn't intended to hide it on purpose. She had only read about it in books, so she herself wasn't sure. And consequently, she hadn't been able to say anything. Sorion was confused as he didn't know what she was talking about. He started gasping and decided to talk about that spider, revealing that it was one of the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. The human-faced spider. Our boy froze, not knowing how to react. His eyes filled with surprise. He couldn't believe Yo was one of the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. With an embarrassed look, Hyen started fiddling with her fingers and swore she never intended to deceive him. She had only thought it would be better to secure first due to the promise they had made in the past. Sorjon started observing her closely, realizing that this was the reason why she had been hesitating. He started approaching Sorion, knowing that a promise was a promise. Without a second thought, she gave our boy a hug. Sorion couldn't help but blush like a tomato, but then someone coughed, making his eyes snap open in surprise. It was Yun who was awake, and with an embarrassed expression, asked if she should give the two of them some space. Seeing that she was awake, our boy got startled, and upon seeing her expression, she got nervous, and started looking away. It was already daytime, and the sun was shining high in the sky. And 2 days later, Tan Young started saying goodbye to Seul and the others. Seul started waving goodbye to them and thanked them deeply, promising that she would never forget that debt of gratitude. The incident came to an end, and they moved away from the Nam Goon clan. Fortunately, after Yo consumed So Young's Yongkai, she transformed into Lady Haiyan's appearance. He supposed they wouldn't have to worry about those piercing stares anymore. With a gentle smile, he asked her if she was all right, asking her to hold on a little longer, and assuring her that he would let her out as soon as they arrived. Hearing this, Yo Chuan couldn't help but feel happy. Yo was inside a cage. Jupi reached out and asked Soryan if he had any idea about the next part of the journey. Soryan explained that originally, after retrieving the ice jade, he had been planning to head straight for Mount Gondam, where the fat-tailed geckos lived. But now that they had brought Joa, he was debating whether they should stop by the Clanton first, since he wasn't sure if Joa could endure an even longer journey. Joa started shaking her head, and noticing this, Soryan became confused, not knowing if she was all right. His eyes started shining with concern. Soryan approached the cage and a tear formed in his eyes. He couldn't believe it. He wondered if she was truly worried about him, to think that she was such a kind soul. And Gentle deeply touched him. He thanked Yo and promised he would take them there as soon as he could. With a determined look, Soryan turned around and decided to go straight to Mount Gonga. As planned, they would catch the fat-tailed geckos and Yohua and return together to the clan. Tandupia nodded. They started sailing downriver. The sky was full of seagulls, and our boy was enjoying the sights. Two people on the boat started talking to each other. One of them asked the other if they had heard the news that, apparently, the Alliance leader personally led the Blue Dragon unit on an expedition this time. The other mentioned that he heard that the captured types during the recent assault on the Blood Cult's base had revealed information about the location of other strongholds. With a worried expression, the ponytail guy revealed that he heard there were hardly any casualties in that battle, which he found quite incredible. It was said that someone had managed to create a poisonous fog that only affected the Blood Cult members. Sorjan was in shock as they were talking about him. With a curious look, the ponytail guy asked his friend who achieved such an incredible feat. The friend mentioned that since there was a possibility of the cult retaliating, the Alliance had decided not to reveal his identity. Whoever he was nothing less than a hero. And he had decided to admire that person. From that moment on, Sorjan felt excited as he began to recall his past life where he was a YouTuber. While he was distracted by the flood of compliments, before they knew it, they had arrived at Mount Gonga. They got off the boat and reached the area where the waterfall was. With a sincere look, Soryan explained that he wasn't very good at Lightfoot techniques, so he wouldn't be able to cross alone. Therefore, he asked if Madame Wan and Commander Jupi could go and bring back the little ones. He knew there was no one there this time to throw him to the other side. Jupi started rubbing his head. He wasn't sure if the geckos would follow without Soryan. With a sincere look, Hugang admitted that Jupi was right. He told Soryan that it would probably be better if he went in person, or else. He asked if he should try to extend a wild kudzu vine to the other side. With a confused expression, one of the warriors started pointing to the sky and asked Soryan to look. Our boy was somewhat confused, and he turned around. Yo was climbing the mountain. Soryan got startled and asked her to come down. At that moment, the spider decided to use its silk and made a beautiful leap, passing over Soryan, and landed in front of them. The eyes of Soryan and the others filled with surprise. Yo started stretching her arms, and Soryan's attention was fixed on her. He wondered if that was hot air ballooning, and if I was telling her that she could also fly because she is a spider, ballooning. Most people didn't know this, but spiders, despite having no wings, were insects that could fly by giving their body to the wind. They could fly tens or even hundreds of kilometers. This phenomenon was called ballooning. Sometimes, while walking down the street, if you suddenly felt like you had run into a spider web suspended in the air, that was the trail left by ballooning. His eyes widened in amazement, realizing that Yohua could also do ballooning. An idea came to his mind shortly after Yohua hugged Soryan, and with a jump using the balloon, they reached the waterfall. Our boy was happy to see that this had worked. He couldn't help but hug Yohua as, in his opinion, she was amazing. He didn't know how she could be so ridiculously versatile. Yohua started showing an annoyed face smile. Hugh Inc. approached them and expressed his discomfort with the hug to Soryan. He explained that since Yo had her appearance, the situation made him feel as if she herself was being cradled, which felt strange to him. Soryan became flustered and stopped hugging Yo. He asked them to wait a moment and decided to go bring the geckos. Our boy entered the cave. Sunlight came through the hole in the ceiling, and in front of Soryan were the geckos. He started showing a smile and called their attention. The geckos turned around and upon seeing Soryan, felt somewhat surprised. They jumped and Soryan started running towards them. He was worried and wanted to know if they had been well and if they hadn't hurt themselves anywhere. The geckos started licking our boy's face, who couldn't help but smile. He realized they had become even more affectionate during his absence and was very happy to see them healthy. He started showing them the ice jade and promised to take good care of them if they came with him. The geckos started observing him closely. They began showing a smile. Soryo decided to name them. He named the female Snow and the male Ice, carrying the geckos in his arms. Soryo decided it was time to go to their new home. And so Snow and Ice became part of the family. It was night and someone arrived at the Tang clan mansion. Upon seeing who it was, the guards couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. It was Soryong, Pai, Lady Huang, and Joa, who was in Huang's form. The guards were a bit surprised to see two Huangs. Upon observing them closely, they realized that Joa was a spider, and they couldn't understand why this creature had the appearance of Lady Huang. Soryong coughed, and with a confident expression, he asked the guards to announce to the clan elders that the proud official son-in-law of the Tian clan had arrived. Furthermore, he ordered them to report that he had captured. Then he corrected himself and clarified that he had actually brought with him one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Upon hearing that Sorjan had brought one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, the guards couldn't help but enter shock, and they decided to report immediately. They fired a flare to announce that Sorjan had returned with one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Not long after, the patriarch, his wife, the great patriarch, and the clan elders began running towards Soryon. The great patriarch. They remembered that Soryon had said he was going to get food for the lizards, and wondered in disbelief how, instead, he had ended up bringing a spider. The patriarch demanded to know where Soryon had been and what he had been doing. The eyes of the patriarch and his wife widened in surprise and confusion upon seeing that the spider resembled their daughter. With a pleasant smile, Sorjan explained that they had found the spider by chance when passing by the Namjon clan, leaving the patriarch somewhat confused. The elders were somewhat confused in their entire lives. It was the first time they heard that someone had stumbled upon one of the 10 great poisonous creatures by chance, and they couldn't understand how a human-faced spider, which was said to be so fierce, could have been captured. They couldn't help but smile with a proud expression. The great patriarch mentioned that Soryon was always doing incredible things. After clearing his throat, he stated that at least this way, one could truly be called the son-in-law of the Tang family. The patriarch started laughing, declaring that Soryon was officially their son-in-law. Hugin's mother began to show a smile and mention that now the promise between Soryon and Huang had been fulfilled. Sorjan's jaw dropped in surprise, as he didn't know how she knew. While on the other hand, Huang couldn't help but blush. With a smile, the patriarch mentioned that this didn't matter. What really mattered was that he was now truly part of the family. With a calm look, the great patriarch asked Sorjan to go to the river, starting the next day, and capture a live goose. Our boy was somewhat confused. The great patriarch extended his hand, and with a smile, asked if Soryon didn't know that he had to prepare the goose himself for the engagement ceremony. He added that although she wasn't old enough to marry immediately, they could at least celebrate the engagement. Soryon's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know what to say. The patriarch started showing a finger and explained that once this was done, even if one day he stopped liking Huang, she wouldn't be able to run away. Huang became nervous and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She asked her father to stop talking about it. They started chatting among themselves. A smile appeared on Soryong's face. He caught everyone's attention, making them turn around. Soryong greeted him respectfully, and noticing him, a proud smile appeared on their faces. Hugen couldn't help but clench his fist and feel emotional. With a confident smile, Soryong declared that as a member of the Sichuan Tang clan, and as the official son-in-law of the Tang clan, he hoped to get along well with everyone from now on. So once they arrived at the Tang clan, the first thing Sorjan did was assign the places where the children could stay. First, IOHK chose a large tree next to the well inside the Tang clan village as a residence. Since the lizards behave similarly to dogs, he didn't want to separate them and, instead of sending them to the poisonous creature garden, he allowed them to stay in his room. Once everything was more or less organized, Soryon sat down with them to chat. When our boy asked them if they liked this place, the geckos started showing a smile. And Yohua nodded. Then he told Yohua that if she was hungry, she could come directly to where he was, asking her if she knew how to get there. She started showing a smile, and then started pointing at the spider web with her fingers. Sorlan's attention was drawn to her, making his eyes widen with curiosity. She had spread the spider web all over the place. If any bad person came, she would punish him and send an alert with her web. Huan was somewhat confused, while on the other side, Soralan's eyes widened with joy. Showing a finger, he asked if what she meant was that, in case someone suspicious invaded, he should touch the spider web and she would come running. She started applauding. With eyes shining with joy, the geckos started looking at our boy. Soralan understood that they also wanted to tell him not to worry because they were going to protect him. He covered his mouth with his hand and couldn't help but cry with joy. He prepared to give them a hug, realizing that they were very trustworthy. He was very happy. So once the new home for the new family members was prepared, the engagement ceremony was held. For this, the clan elders gathered, and in a simple ceremony, the engagement gifts were exchanged as a marriage vow. However, there was a small misunderstanding during the preparation of the gifts. While Sojong was waiting in the hall, Win appeared carrying the geckos in his arms. Sojong's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. She started showing a confident look, and our boy realized that she wanted the gifts to be the lizards. And he couldn't help but wonder if they wouldn't just be a mere decoration. Our boy's face filled with sweat upon realizing that this was a problem. He regretted that it had to be precisely this, and he didn't understand how he was supposed to offer the geckos as an engagement gift. He started thinking of Huan. He knew that she liked the geckos, but he didn't think she would say it directly. With a confident expression, he apologized and explained that this was going to be complicated. She looked somewhat confused, not knowing why. Soryeon grabbed her arm, started looking her in the eyes, and explained that originally, engagement gifts existed to promise eternal love. He clarified that although the lizards were pretty, the gift should be unchanging objects like the ice jade to properly symbolize this promise. Huan couldn't help but blush like a tomato. With a kind smile, Sorjan mentioned that both the geese, which symbolize 100 years of life together, and the oath letters held deep meaning. He continued explaining that by celebrating the engagement, everything he possessed would essentially be hers. Hearing this, her eyes widened with love. She turned around and thought that it was true and decided to follow Soryang's will. Our boy was happy and praised himself. She caught our boy's attention, making him curious. With a confident look, she asked him to call her Huang from now on, instead of Lady Huang. Now that they were dating, they shouldn't use titles with each other. Soryang's face filled with sweat, making him blush like a tomato, while the geckos played with a nervous expression. He nodded his head. The next day, when the sun rose, it was time for the meeting with the patriarch. He asked if Soryeon and Huang had rested well. Our boy felt some curiosity, wondering why he had called them, and if it was to give them some advice. With a serious expression, the patriarch revealed that he had called them because he had something to say about Soryeon's great technique. Soryeon's attention was fixed on him, and his mind filled with confusion. Hyugang explained that the great technique consisted of learning the Tang clan's internal art and accepting poison. Sorjan realized he was referring to the 10 poisons with a smile. The great patriarch explained that this time it was very good that Sorjan brought the human-faced spider. Since being the weakest of the 10 great poisonous creatures, it was the best one to accept first. Sorjan wondered if he was going to train the great technique now. The patriarch shook his head and mentioned that Soryeon had said he would use the 10 great poisonous creatures for the great technique. But originally, he had another proposal. Our boy's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. With a calm expression, the patriarch revealed that by reviewing the poisons that Soryeon had, which he would bring, he had remembered something the clan had long forgotten. With a smile, he asked if Soryeon knew what 5 poisons meant. Soryeon's eyes widened in uncertainty, wondering if he was referring to the 5 poisons return technique he had learned. The patriarch nodded his head, then started showing one finger at a time and named the centipede, the lizard, the scorpion, the snake, and the toad. He explained that these 5 poisons formed the basis of the 5 poisons return technique. With a serious expression, he suggested to Soralan the idea of practicing the divine 5 poisons return technique. Our boy couldn't help but sweat. He didn't know what to say. The patriarch clasped his hands and explained that in the Tan clan, they divided poisonous creatures into 2 main categories: common beasts and spirit beasts. His eyes started shining with confidence as he revealed that common beasts were ordinary poisonous creatures that could be found anywhere. Spirit beasts, on the other hand, were those that possessed mystical powers, intelligence, or even an internal core. Sorjan felt somewhat confused and wondered if the golden-haired king would be. Then considered spirit beasts, the fat-tailed gecko Snow and Ice, the blue-spotted centipede, and the human-faced spider. The patriarch nodded his head. This is precisely why he was going to propose something else. The great patriarch laughed and clarified that the 5 poisons return technique was limited in its scope, since it only absorbed the poison of ordinary poisonous creatures. But his original technique, the true 5 poisons return technique, was different. It could absorb the poison of spirit beasts. He pointed out that with the blue-spotted centipede and the fat-tailed geckos, he already had 2 of these beasts prepared, and they also managed to obtain the poisons of the snake, the scorpion, and the spirit-level toad. Then all the conditions to master the divine art of the 5 poisons return would be met. That's why he suggested the training, and he said divine art. So-young's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that the fat-tailed geckos were not poisonous. The great patriarch began stroking his beard, explaining that he had examined them. They carried a poison that put people into a state of extreme cold. The icy air they emitted was their poison, leaving So-young somewhat surprised. Now our boy had 2 paths open before him. One was to absorb the poison of the blue-spotted centipede, and the fat-tailed gecko to aspire to master the divine art of the 5 poisons return. The other was to absorb the poison of the human-faced spider, one of the 10 great poisonous creatures, and start gathering the 10 venoms required for the dual-core and 10 venom body. With a curious look, Sorlan asked if he couldn't just use the 10 great poisonous creatures to complete the 5 venom body. The patriarch shook his head. The fat-tailed gecko was not among the 10 great poisonous creatures. Sorlan put his hand under his chin and began to ponder. He understood that if he absorbed poisons from lower-class creatures, like the blue-spotted centipede and the fat-tailed geckos, it would no longer be possible to complete the path of the 10 venomous bodies, using only the 10 great poisonous creatures. The choice came down to this: absorbing what he called children's poison and following the path of the spirit beast. 5 venom class body, or collecting the 10 great poisonous creatures and fully committing to the path of the 10 venom body. Juan started observing our boy closely, not knowing what was on his mind. Sorlan realized this was like choosing a skill tree in a game. He clearly remembered from his past life, when playing RPGs, that the most important thing was always the skill tree. This choice determined whether one became a useless character or a god-tier character. The patriarch asked our boy to think carefully. He explained that the returning 5 poisons divine art was an incredible martial art, and that without truly heaven-sent luck, even he couldn't come across the 10 great poisonous creatures, let alone tame them. Sorjan snapped out of his thoughts and couldn't help but get nervous, not knowing what to do. He was torn between taking the easy and fast path of the 5 venom body, or the arduous and punishing path of the 10 venom body, one that would allow him to reach even greater heights. Our boy started going crazy, falling into a spiral of indecision. A few hours later, Soryan was still thinking about what to do. Huang's attention turned to him, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. She called his attention and mentioned that if it was because of that promise, he didn't have to tie himself to the 10 venom body. The divine 5 venom return art was more than enough, since it was an incredible martial art in its own right. As her eyes shone with concern, she asked our boy not to rush into a decision out of anxiety. She assured him that whichever path he chose, he would still be Soryan. Hearing this, Soryan turned around, and as his eyes shone with sincerity, he was honest and said that even the patriarch had mentioned that the preparation process was the same in both cases, and only the final venom changed. He decided to take his time to think about it. A few days later, Soryan was lying on the bed. Although 2 days had passed while the great technique was being prepared, he still couldn't easily decide. As the geckos played, our boy, completely undecided, asked them what they thought he should choose. Just then, Hugang opened the door to Sorlan's room with a surprised expression. Our boy felt some curiosity and asked what was wrong. With a face full of sweat, he revealed that the blue-spotted centipedes were about to shed their skin again. Soryan got out of bed and his eyes widened in surprise. Without wasting any more time, he headed to the pavilion where the centipedes were. Upon seeing them, Juan and he felt tenderness. The creature's skin had become hard as stone. Soryan remembered that they had been growing very fast lately, and he hadn't expected the second molt to start so soon. With a curious smile, Juan asked if the appearance of the blue-spotted centipedes would change again. With a confident smile, Soryeon nodded his head, revealing that this time blue spots would start appearing on their bodies. Our boy's eyes filled with excitement. Just the thought that they were becoming like their mother made his heart beat wildly. Hyugun began to show a kind smile. He was looking forward to seeing how the centipedes would change. Soryeon was sure they were going to be even cuter than before. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise, and his attention focused on them. He suddenly realized that this was not something to celebrate. What if they couldn't finish drying their bodies in time for the day the great technique would take place? Soryeon clutched his head and couldn't help but feel worried. He knew that ordinary centipedes took a whole day to dry their bodies. And based on the last molt, this process would definitely take even longer. Hyen's attention was fixed on our boy, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. Soryeon knew that the poison of the fat-tailed geckos was special and needed proper preparation before it could be extracted. He had debated between using the poison of the blue-spotted centipedes or that of the yoas for the first dose. But if this happened, he could no longer use the poison of the blue-spotted centipedes. Our boy started thinking. He understood that if he tried to force the poison out now, something would go wrong. However, he also couldn't just sit around waiting for their bodies to harden. He started imagining Yorba, the gecko, and the centipede in a ring with Yohua raising her fist. It was then that he realized why the hell he had been agonizing for the last few days. 2 days later, the great technique prepared for him was finally carried out. The ritual took place in the great technique room, deep inside the room of the 10-0 clan Venoms of time. He had considered postponing it for the sake of the blue-spotted centipedes, but the preparation of the great technique was so meticulously complex that delaying it simply was not an option. The process was very elaborate. First, hundreds of decoction cauldrons were used, each for boiling different herbs and extracting their medicinal essences. Then these extracts were cooled and gathered in one huge jar. This constituted the first step. Next to that jar, a precise mixture of various poisons was added, and poisonous beast blood. Although this might sound simple, working with hundreds of herbs, poisons, and blood, each with its own volatile properties, and handling them all simultaneously to perfection, was an extraordinarily difficult undertaking. Furthermore, with the slightest delay, all the medicinal liquid they had worked so hard to prepare would become useless, and would have to be discarded entirely, so standing idly by waiting was also not an option. He had already made a decision. He would accept Yo as poison, one of the 10 great poisonous creatures. Sari Young started observing the liquid closely, realizing that the color was incredibly dark. The great patriarch approached our boy and informed him that they would now begin the great technique, ordering him to take off his clothes and enter the jar. Soryeon snapped out of his trance and nodded. Soryeon took off his clothes, first putting his foot into the jar, and then started submerging the lower part of his body. His eyes widened in surprise, as to him, this felt strangely familiar. Like an herbal bath, while the great patriarch's eyes shone with joy. With a smile, he mentioned that they were going to add a single drop of Joaz's poison into this herbal decoction to provoke a reaction. Then they would add the already prepared medicinal compound, so his body could start absorbing the poison. The great patriarch laughed, revealing that normally, the process would be unbearably painful. Fortunately, Joa's poison was paralyzing, so it wouldn't hurt too much. Hearing this, Soryeon felt somewhat worried and couldn't help but sweat. The patriarch decided to go get the rest of the necessary ingredients and asked him to wait a moment. After saying this, they left the room, leaving Soryeon alone. Not long after, Hwan, carrying the geckos in her arms, Io, entered the room and greeted our boy with a smile, with a cheerful expression. Hwan revealed that the centipedes were awake. They had shed their skin, now had spots, and their bodies emitted an intense glow. The centipedes started playing, and Soryeon realized that Nova, Myra, and Grace were now even more adorable. They started climbing onto the jar where Soryeon was submerged. The change was not as drastic as he expected. In fact, their appearance now resembled pillow-shaped stuffed animals, which in a strange way made them even more adorable. The centipede's attention was fixed on the liquid. Soryeon laughed as he realized it must be strange for them to see their father inside there. He knew it was dangerous, so he asked them to stay with Hwan. With a smile, he started calling the centipedes to come to her. Bilba didn't listen, and her attention was fixed on the liquid when she tried to climb down from the jar. Unintentionally, the liquid came into contact with her ear. She started writhing in pain and upon seeing this, Sorjan's eyes widened cautiously. He revealed to Huang that Nova's antenna had touched the medicinal liquid and asked her to wash it with water. Immediately, Huang's eyes widened in surprise and concern. Without wasting any more time, she grabbed Nova in the process, opened her mouth, and her saliva came out of her mouth and fell into the liquid. Sorjan started observing closely. Nova's saliva made the liquid start to react, and it began to change color. Huang's eyes filled with fear upon realizing that the poison was seeping into the jar. Sorjan gritted his teeth tightly, and not long after, he started screaming in agony. Our boy started screaming in agony, with a worried expression. Lady Wang asked Sorjan to regain control. The liquid started burning Sorjan's skin, making his face turn red. He didn't know this kind of pain. It was as if all his skin was being stripped off, while his entire body burned. He remembered being told not to move at all during the great technique. Although he desperately wanted to jump out of there, somehow, he barely managed to restrain himself. Foam started coming out of our boy's mouth. For him, this was too much. Seeing this, Yoa and the geckos were in shock. Lady Wan put her hand near her mouth, and her eyes filled with worry. She didn't know what to do. The great patriarch and the patriarch returned, and upon seeing what was happening, they entered Sok. They started running towards our boy. Ing turned around, and with a sincere expression, explained to the great patriarch that the centipede had accidentally dropped some poison. Sorjan started collapsing while pleading for them to save him. The great patriarch grabbed Sorjan and supported one hand under his head, trying to calm him down. The patriarch asked our boy to stay alert, calm his mind, slow down his breathing, and, above all, not lose consciousness. Our son opened his mouth and started bleeding. He could no longer bear the pain. A little later, he let go of the hand because he no longer had the strength. The patriarch's attention was fixed on him, and his mind filled with surprise. Everyone panicked, not knowing if Sorjan was all right. Gradually, our boy's eyes started to close. Sorjan felt as if he were underwater. Little by little, he opened his eyes, and his attention focused on Nova, who was asleep. She came into contact with Sorjang, and a strange energy started coming out of her body and entering Sorjang's. Several hours later, our boy started opening his eyes. Noticing this lady, Wang felt relieved, and with a surprised expression, informed the great patriarch that Sorjang was regaining consciousness. Once Sorjang had completely opened his eyes, Wang couldn't help but cry, and felt relieved to see that he was okay. While, on the other hand, the great father started showing a kind smile. Sorjan started touching his head, and realized he was in the same place with a worried expression. Wang asked him if he was all right. The great patriarch explained that fortunately, he had guided his internal directly through his BUI point, so he had managed to get through the worst of it. He informed him that the great technique had also finished safely and successfully, and that although it wasn't Yehoha venom, in the end, he had accepted the centipede's poison instead. Sorlan put his hand on his head and let out a sigh, realizing that Nova wanted her father to learn the 5 venom body after all. With a worried look, he asked if Nova was all right, as he remembered that Nova's antenna had been exposed to the substance. Juan and the great patriarch were somewhat surprised. She explained that she had washed Nova's antenna immediately. She did it anxiously, not knowing if Sorjan would live or die. Sorjan's attention was fixed on her, and his eyes widened with concern. She averted her gaze to the side. Angry, our boy panicked, knowing that right after the engagement ceremony, he should have gone to see Weijing, his fiancée. But instead, he had instinctively run towards the centipedes first. Sor Young's head started hurting again. Noticing this, Wang asked him if the pain was coming back. Our boy's eyes started shining seriously, as the most important thing to him was knowing if Nova was okay. The great patriarch and Hua Jing were in shock, as they couldn't believe he was more worried about Nova than his own well-being. He realized that the boy hadn't fully regained consciousness yet. The great patriarch decided to call the doctors. Our boy let out a sigh of relief, as his movement had been quick. 2 days later, the great technique came to an end, once all the medicine in the jar had dried up. Sorjan met with the great patriarch, who asked our boy if he was really all right, suggesting that perhaps they should examine him a bit more thoroughly. Sorjan promised he was fine. With a serene look, the great patriarch mentioned that, in any case, whether he wanted to or not, he had now started the path of the Divine 5 Venus return art, so he would hand over the corresponding martial arts manual. Sorlan remained listening in silence, and his eyes filled with surprise. The great patriarch revealed that there were 5 martial techniques in total. 100 feet, poisonous fang claw, poisonous snake life, grasping hand, scorpion tail, fast leg, lizard body, climbing body, stepping and toad, explosive palm. He began stroking his beard and explaining that each of the techniques belonged to a specific category. Claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, stepping technique, body technique, and palm technique. This martial art allowed one to reach a realm where one became poison, and poison became oneself, achieving a true unity between being and poison. Soryeon's eyes widened with excitement and joy. Seeing our boy's expression, the great patriarch realized he liked it. Soryeon nodded his head, although he admitted to being surprised. They were not poisonous arts or assassination techniques, as he had expected. The great patriarch coughed. According to him, Soryeon had been insightful to notice that, since the truth was that this martial art did not originally come from his Tang clan. He closed his eyes and revealed that the divine 5 poisons return art, and these 5 poisonous techniques were the martial arts of the 5 poison sect, which had been annihilated 200 years ago. The second son of the Tang family, a genius of his time, and the daughter of the palace, lord of the southern barbarian beast palace, fell in love. Despite the fierce opposition from both clans, they eloped and founded the 5 poison sect. They created a new martial art by combining the strengths of the Tang clan's poison arts with the beast fist techniques of the beast palace. However, they selfishly took martial arts that should never have left their sect, and even mixed them. Naturally, they could not escape the pursuit of both clans. And about 100 years ago, they were finally annihilated in the jungles of Yunnan by both forces. Showing a finger, the great patriarch mentioned that after this, it was agreed that both sides would recover their respective martial techniques. And what was recovered then was the divine 5 poisons return art and the 5 poison techniques. His eyes started shining calmly as he explained that since the essence of both clans' martial arts was intertwined, there was much dispute over its ownership, but since accepting the venom was necessary to master it, in the end it passed to his Tang clan. It was said that the sect master of the 5 poisons sect at that time had been able to withstand the joint assault of both the Beast Palace and his Tang clan. So undoubtedly, it was an extraordinary martial art. He thought it would be the perfect style for someone like him who had an affinity for poisons. Sorjan was slightly surprised to realize that the great patriarch had this in mind all along. Our boy thanked him and promised to train diligently. The great patriarch was pleased. As long as he continued with this dedication, he was destined for greatness. And so, Soryan took his first step into the divine 5 poisons return art. Soryan left the poison room and started stretching his arms, wondering how long it had been since he last saw the sunlight. Only now did he truly feel alive again. At that moment, one of the little geckos started running towards our boy. His attention fixed on him, and his eyes widened. Surprisingly, it was Nova. He couldn't help but cry with joy upon seeing that she was fine. Sorlan realized she had been waiting for him there the whole time. He started showing off his biceps and smiled. He knew she must have had an emotional, rough time. He assured her that she shouldn't be heartbroken, as this wasn't her fault. And to prove it, he showed her that Daddy was already fine. Nova crawled inside our boy's clothes and started playing. He thought maybe she felt a bit prickly because not much time had passed since she molted. He really preferred her climbing on his clothes rather than his bare skin. He started observing our boy closely, and noticing it, Soryan couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. She came out of Soryan's clothes and started running along his arm. Our boy's eyes widened in fear, wondering if Nova had just understood what he was thinking. According to him, this couldn't be. It must just be a coincidence. He told himself that these kinds of things sometimes happened when you raised a pet for a while. Sorjan started reflecting, realizing he was a hopeless fool. There was no way Nova, a simple poison creature, could really do this. Nova's eyes started shining with rage. She was furious with Soryan. Our boy panicked, not knowing what was going on. His eyes filled with surprise. He said nothing and in his thoughts asked her to climb onto his head. Nova obeyed and climbed up. Then Soryan hid behind a tree and asked her to try and find him. She did so without much difficulty. Soryan panicked as this hadn't happened just once, but 3 times in a row. Nova let out a sigh and started showing a confident expression. It was as if her heart and Soryan's were connected by a strange energy. Soryeon was in shock, not knowing what was happening. While the two centipedes were playing, Mrs. Wang, who was somewhat worried about Nova, started looking for her, not knowing where she was. She approached the centipedes and asked them if they knew where Nova had gone, explaining that since she molted, she had been wandering so much that it was hard to find her Soryeon, who was panting and carrying Nova on his back, started running towards Wajin. His eyes were filled with surprise. Our boy put his hands on his knees to catch his breath. Uyen asked if Soryeon was all right, but immediately after scolded, Nova reminded her that he had told her not to wander far due to the worry she was causing, and insisted that she should inform her mother before going anywhere. With a surprised look, Soryeon started showing Nova, revealing that this wasn't what mattered at the moment, but the fact that Nova understood human speech. Wang's eyes filled with calmness. Remembering that Nova had always understood human speech, it was nothing new. Soryeon couldn't help but sweat and feel somewhat confused. He panicked and explained that she understood him, even when he was only thinking to himself. Leaving Gwajin somewhat surprised, carrying Nova on her back, Soryeon decided to go see the great patriarch to find out what was wrong. With a worried look, Wang suggested they go together. It was daytime, and several minutes later, they arrived at the patriarch's room. Our boy placed Nova on the table and asked them to please take a look. He explained that Nova understood him just as well, even when he was only speaking in his mind. Considering that the other children couldn't do this, he proposed that perhaps it was due to the influence of the great art. The great patriarch started stroking his beard, and his attention fixed on her. With a serious expression, he explained that this was not the case. He pointed out that in the history of the town clan, quite a few people had accepted the poison of spirit creatures. If supernatural abilities like this had been discovered, there should be records. But he had never seen them or heard of them. Soryeon's eyes widened with curiosity. With a serene expression, Wang wondered what the cause could be, for the great patriarch started thinking. He concluded that it was undoubtedly because the 5 Venuses had returned with their divine art. The patriarch interrupted his thoughts and confirmed that the great art was created to absorb poison. And Soryeon was the only one who had absorbed the poison of spirit creatures using the divine 5 poisons return art. The great patriarch snapped out of his trance and couldn't help but smile. He knew that the reason this was happening could be the influence of the southern barbarian beast palace, since they treated the beasts as if they were their own members. Its secret, he concluded, might be embedded in the divine 5 poisons return art. The patriarch started stroking his beard. According to him, it would be impossible to figure out why this was happening. Soryeon's eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know why. The great patriarch explained that there was no reason for them to reveal their most precious secret. He added that if they found out that they had mastered a martial art influenced by that influence, it would be impossible to predict how they would react. Hwang felt somewhat worried, not knowing if there was any way to avoid it. The great patriarch closed his eyes and started thinking, concluding that it wouldn't be easy, unless they owed them a big favor. A while later, Soryeon left the patriarch's room. He was downcast, as this was somewhat disappointing. He started imagining himself with his pets. He hoped to gather Nova, Myra, Grass, Snow, Ice, golden-furred queen bees, and Yoroa to form something like the Bremen town musicians. While he was distracted, someone called his attention, arousing his curiosity. When he turned around, he saw Commander Gupi, who greeted Soryeon with a smile and expressed his joy at seeing that he was better. Gupi started patting his head. According to him, it was lucky to have run into him there. He explained that there was a small problem with the poisonous creature garden and asked if he wanted to accompany him. Soryeon couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised to see that there was a problem. Soryeon started reflecting. He decided that he should take care of the poisonous creature garden problem first, and then think about the southern barbarian beast palace. He realized he had completely forgotten about the garden since he went straight to the engagement ceremony. As soon as he returned, his eyes started shining with joy and with a smile. He decided to go together. Behind Jupi was someone he also wanted to entrust Soryeon to. Soryeon's eyes widened with curiosity. Behind Gupi stood Jin Jin, who, with a smile, started running towards our boy to give him a hug. Sorjong took little Jin Jin's hand, and they started walking with Gupi, following behind them. From behind, our boy decided to take Jin Jin to the poisonous creature garden. As she clung to him and wouldn't let go, he turned around and asked her why Jin Jin was here. Gupi started showing a smile, explaining that she was here to receive treatment, and that she would be staying in the Chang clan for a while, as it was a request from Patriarch Peng. Meanwhile, little Ying's eyes shone with joy. With a smile, she asked her older brother why he hadn't come to see her if he had already been back for several days, explaining that this was precisely why she had been waiting for him today. Sorjan was slightly surprised to notice that she had lost her front teeth. Meanwhile, our boy started showing a forced smile and apologizing to Jing Jing. He explained that he thought she had already returned and asked if she had been very bored being alone. She started showing a bag, making it clear that she hadn't been bored since she had been playing with Clicky. Soryon opened the bag, and his eyes widened with curiosity. Gyupi also came closer to see what was in the bag. The bag contained a spring beetle. The spring beetle, known in the West as a click beetle, was characterized by its ability to make a clicking sound when flipped onto its back. It was a pest that bored into potatoes and sweet potatoes and destroyed plant roots. But to children, it turned out to be a familiar and adorable insect. Gyupi felt somewhat confused, not knowing if it was a click beetle. Janjing clarified to him that it was clicky, not a click beetle. Sorjan started recalling his childhood. He called these insects clickers. This was the first insect he raised in his past life. He could consider it an introductory insect, the one that led him to where he was today. He sat in front of her and with a smile, realized that Jin Jin liked bugs. She felt affirming that she liked them and that she also liked Queen Bee and Kiki. Soryon's eyes started shining with excitement, as she seemed like a small version of himself when he was young, and he wondered if he should give her some kind of training with poisonous creatures. He picked up Jin Jin and with a smile, asked her if she would like to learn about insects with her older brother, assuring her that they were very special and fun. Jin Jin's eyes started shining with joy, and she couldn't help but smile. They started chatting among themselves. Gupi felt somewhat confused, as he didn't know what to say. Patriarch Peng, they arrived at the poisonous creature garden. Jing Jing's attention was fixed on a small turtle. Sorjan opened one of the drawers, which contained a striped snake. He turned and asked Gyupi how the rat breeding was going. Gyupi mentioned that at that moment, after only giving birth once or twice, there would be no more shortage. And he calculated that in about 2 months, the population would probably exceed 1,000. Sorjan realized that the feeding for the tiger-striped water snake had been solved. So he wondered what the problem was then. He took out the small turtle that was inside the cage and started playing with it. Gyupi started patting his head, explaining that the number of crickets they bred as food was not increasing at all, and that because of that, some creatures were starving. With a confused look, Sorjan placed his hand under his chin. He wondered if they were eating jealousy again, like in the incident with the baby rats. Since crickets, no matter how many there were never enough. After thinking it over, he concluded that the only way was to find an alternative food source. Just then, little Jin Jin started crying, causing Soryon to panic. Ngupi. He tried to calm her down by asking if she was okay. Jin Jin continued to cry, revealing that there was a strange smell, leaving Sorjan somewhat confused. She started showing her hand, while a strange smell came from it. With a surprised expression, Sorjan asked Jin Jin if he could see her silk bag. Sorjan opened the silk bag with the chopsticks, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was just as he had thought, that she had made the same mistake he did when he was young. He let out a sigh and asked her to look closely, because they were not clickwees but something else. Jin Jin stopped crying. With the chopsticks, Soryan took another insect out of the silk bag, and Gupi realized that it was a flower weevil. The name of this insect was mealworm beetle. Upon reaching adulthood, it emitted a terrible stench when touched, due to the substance secreted by its scent glands. Its appearance was similar to that of a click beetle, which is why this confusion sometimes occurred. Showing a finger, Sorjan explained to her that click beetles made a clicking sound with their abdomen, but the mealworm beetle did not, so she shouldn't confuse them next time. With a look full of determination, Jin Jin clenched her fists and nodded her head. With a proud smile, Sorjan told Jin Jin that even so, she had done a good job, since his older brother really needed those friends. Gyupi was somewhat confused, as he didn't know what he would need those stinky insects for. Showing the silk bag, Soryon's eyes started shining with determination. He revealed that from now on, they would breed the mealworm beetles that Jin Jin had captured in the poisonous creature garden. Although it didn't look like much, these mealworm beetles were actually the most commonly used food by insects and lizards. Sorjan was happy because it was the perfect time. If they replaced crickets with mealworms, the food supply would be sufficient. With a smile, he mentioned that thanks to Jin Jin, they could take care of the immediate problem. He decided to go to the cricket hatchery to see what the problem was. With a cheerful look, Gupi nodded. They went to the cricket hatchery. Our boy placed his hand under his chin and started observing closely. Realizing that the breeding facility and the environment seemed to have no problems, he opened the cap of a jar and his eyes widened in confusion. Seeing that the cricket legs were detached, his eyes filled with fear, thinking that cannibalism was occurring, since the number of specimens was not increasing, which left Gupi and the others in shock. He was sure he had given the crickets enough food. Sorjan turned to Eli with a serene smile. He revealed that he had also experienced this problem when raising them on Anan Island, since these things sometimes happened regardless of the food. Sorjan started reflecting. He didn't know much about crickets either, which was somewhat frustrating. He was a spicy Fabra, not just a Faber. So unfortunately, he did not possess the necessary knowledge for large-scale breeding of ordinary, non-poisonous insects. He knew this was a big problem, as they couldn't figure out the cause. At that moment, one of Gupi's men approached them. He started stroking his head, and with a nervous smile, mentioned that if it was someone familiar with crickets, he happened to know the right person. Gupi felt some curiosity upon seeing Wang Yong, extended his hand to him, and explained to Sorjang that, aside from him, Wang Jin was the only volunteer from the poison division. Sorjang was surprised to see that he had volunteered. He seemed trustworthy. With a nervous expression, Wang Jin was honest. He admitted that he sometimes went to the cricket fighting arena to pass the time, although he clarified that he didn't do it often, just to have a few drinks. Our boy felt somewhat confused, but Wang Jin explained that it was a gambling game where crickets fought each other, and bets were placed. Since the biggest and strongest crickets were traded at high prices, they were usually bred in facilities within the gambling den. There was a cricket keeper there. In a place where light barely reached, someone started stroking a cricket. It was a long-haired woman. She had bandages all over her body and messy hair. Huan Yin had heard that she knew everything about crickets. Night fell and the streets of the Chang clan were lit up with red lanterns. Everyone had gone out to have fun. The women had put on makeup and the men were drinking. A little later, Sorjang, He Yupei, Lady Wajin, and Huan Gian arrived. They headed to the capital gambling house to meet the cricket keeper Huan Gian had told them about. Sorjang and He Yupei wore elegant suits. Our boy had thought they would use the light-footed technique, believing his destiny was far away. However, they were advised to dress well and use a carriage, as they were heading to a gambling house. While he was distracted, someone informed him that they had already arrived at the capital gambling hall, which pulled him out of his trance. In front of them was a man next to two muscular guards. Jiu Pei walked up, extended his hand to the man, and informed him that Lady Wine, a direct descendant of the Tang family, and her fiancé, Sor Young, were there asking him to show them the way. The man's eyes widened in fear upon hearing that it was the direct descendant of the Tang family. He and his men greeted her respectfully. The man introduced himself as the owner of the Golden Phoenix gambling house. He welcomed them and expressed the great honor of their visit. Seeing the man's attitude, Sor Young couldn't help but feel somewhat confused. With a smile, Wang Qiang asked the owner if they could see the fighting crickets. The owner nodded, mentioning that the cricket general battle was being held that very day. He started guiding them and asked them to enter, passing through the curtains. Sorjan and the others entered the cricket den. Our boy, his attention was fixed on several excited warriors gathered around a table. A battle between two crickets was about to begin, and one of the men decided to bet all the prize money he had won last time. The crickets started looking at each other and then attacked. As the two creatures fought, people started cheering for the fight. Soryang was slightly surprised to see that this was what a cricket fight was like with a smile. Wang Yang asked if it wasn't exciting, explaining that the one that turned its back on the other would lose. One of the crickets took a hard bite on the other's abdomen, causing it to start fleeing the fight. The owner of the winning cricket couldn't help but smile upon seeing that the battle of the cricket generals had ended. Shortly after, several men started showing bags full of money. Wang Jin revealed that they also immediately auctioned off the winning general cricket. According to rumors, one could fetch a price of about 30 silver taels. Sorjan was in a state of shock upon seeing so much money. His eyes started shining with excitement. And with a smile, he decided he could get into the cricket selling business later. With a serious look, Mrs. Wadgen caught our boy's attention, telling him he had seen enough, and that it was time to go see the keeper. A few minutes later, they started going down some stairs, and the owner opened the door to the basement of the place. He couldn't believe they had come to meet the cricket keeper. He indifferently explained that although other guests sometimes wanted to see her, the girl wasn't anything special. Her only job was to feed the crickets and clean, as they didn't care who won. The owner started pointing at the woman with his finger, revealing that she was the keeper. He added with disdain that the girl was useless, and that's why he left the cricket care to the snot-nosed girl. Finally, he complained about how incredibly gloomy she could be. The woman turned her back on him, and upon noticing, the owner started shouting, demanding she get up immediately. Soryan and Wang were important guests. He couldn't believe she wouldn't even greet him. With a fearful expression, she stood up and apologized. Soryan's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Observing her closely, he realized that the keeper was a woman, with eyes shining with fury. She started staring at them silently. Sorjan remained silent. He approached her, extended his hand, and with a serene look, mentioned that they came from the Sichuan Tang family, and that they simply had a question about cricket care. Asking if they could consult her about something, she nodded, showing a finger. Our boy explained that he was raising several crickets in the same place, but they kept eating each other. He wanted to know if she knew the reason. She started reflecting, and then revealed that it was because they wanted meat. She thought that Soryan had probably only fed them grass. Crickets are omnivores, so it was necessary to give them meat to prevent cannibalism. Soryan's eyes widened in surprise, and then he started thinking that it hadn't even occurred to him. Cannibalism was solely due to a lack of protein. The woman's body started emitting a strange aura. Sorjan wondered if this was what it meant to be a true cricket expert, and he knew he had to recruit her immediately. With a smile, our boy turned to Lady Wang, and she understood what he had in mind. She took out a bag, extended her hand, and asked the owner if he could buy her. The owner was somewhat confused, as he didn't understand why they wanted to buy the girl. With an arrogant smile, he slapped her on the back, saying they could take her at that moment. However, the woman approached Lady Wang and hit her with her hand, making the gold coin fly into the air, leaving Sorjan and the others in a state of shock. With a face full of rage, the owner grabbed her by the hair. He demanded to know how she dared, and if she was aware of who they were. He started hitting the girl, asking her to go with them, but she screamed that she didn't want to. Sorjan panicked and told the owner to stop. With a sincere expression, Lady Wine promised her that they would treat her kindly and even take her family to the Tank's home if she wished. Still, she refused again, saying she didn't want to go with them. The owner became even more furious and wondered if he would have to resort to violence with her again. Jiayu. Pai started watching silently, without saying a single word. Sorlan asked the owner to calm down, and then, with a curious expression, asked her if she had debts, or if she was working for someone else. The owner said not exactly, then revealed that about 5 years ago, she had offered to work for him for free, and he had taken her in. However, she wasn't good at serving customers, so he only assigned her minor tasks, saying she was just another mouth to feed. Our boy let out a sigh, as he didn't know why she didn't want to leave with them. Gupi put his hand under his chin and started thinking. Then he revealed that the girl reminded him of himself before coming under the protection of the Tang family. Soryan's eyes filled with confusion and surprise. Gupi asked the owner if they could take her for just one day, explaining that they would feed her, and tried to persuade her. The owner couldn't help but smile and gave them permission to do as they wished. With a kind expression, Duda asked the girl how she felt about going out for some fresh air with them. She started looking at the floor and then nodded her head. Realizing this, Gupi promised to come back for her the next day. Sorjan let out a sigh of relief, and Lady Huang started showing a smile. A while later, they took the woman to the Tang family guest residence in the capital and offered her food. Sorjan was somewhat surprised, as he didn't know the Tang family had a building in the capital. Gupi mentioned that the place was like the Sichuan Tang family's branch in the capital. The 2 inns, the 8 pharmacies, and the 5 restaurants on this alley all belonged to the Tang family. He added that later he would show him the trading company and the escort agency. A trading company was an organization made up of merchants, while an escort agency was a business dedicated to delivering goods for a commission. Sorjan was speechless to learn that the entire alley belonged to the Tang family. His grandfather and father-in-law only practiced martial arts all day, so he had always wondered how the family managed to survive. He certainly didn't expect this. With a curious expression, Gupi asked the woman if she could tell them now why she didn't want to leave, assuring her that if she had problems, they could help her. Sorjan started whispering and told Lady Wajan that the woman hadn't said a word yet. Lady Wajan mentioned that she wasn't even touching the food or tea. Gupi realized that she seemed to hold a grudge against someone. He told her not to worry and to tell them, reminding her that this was the Sichuan Tang family. The woman placed her hands on the table and stood up. She then bowed to our boy, leaving him dumbfounded. She introduced herself as Sun Not from Sun Village, a place not far away. Lady Wang was dumbfounded to see that the woman had finally spoken with a calm look. Our boy asked her if there was any reason why she didn't want to leave the gambling house. The woman started to get up and push the hair covering her face away, causing the eyes of Sor Joan and the others to widen in surprise. The woman had a pretty face, but also burn marks. Sor John couldn't help but go into shock, while Gupas for his part asked how someone could have burned a woman's face like that. She decided to tell the truth, declaring that she had to get revenge, no matter the cost. She clenched her teeth tightly, and as tears of sadness and rage welled up in her eyes, she made it clear that she would not leave that place under any circumstances until her grudge was settled. Song Neek decided to tell her past. Her story dated back to a quiet day in the areas near Song's Sichuan village, where she and her younger sister, Nian, lived in the small town where the family gathered. Song, after losing her parents at an early age, Song Neek took charge of raising her younger sister. And because of that, the two of them became quite well known in the village due to their beautiful appearance, and especially their pearl-white skin. They were known as the Hair Sisters. Nayeon, in a sad tone, asked her older sister if she couldn't skip work that day. With a smile, Tak explained that the neighboring village wasn't far. She promised that she would help with the festival tasks and would come right back, asking her to wait a little while. Nayeon started shouting, saying she didn't want to be alone that day and preferred to go with her. The truth was that day was Nan's birthday, stroking little Nayeon's head. Nike apologized. She couldn't let her suffer too. It was something she had already promised their parents. On the floor was a jar with several crickets, and Nayak knew that even if her sister felt lonely, she had to stay and play with them until she came back. Nan calmed down a little, but still with tears in her eyes, and mentioned that even cricket fighting was more fun with two people. Nike reached into her purse and let out a sigh. Noticing this, Nahyun felt some curiosity. Nake pulled out an incense pouch that she had hidden as a birthday gift. She reminded her sister that this was what she had wanted last time. The incense pouch was a small bag filled with aromatic herbs for perfuming. Little Nahyun was shocked as she recognized it as an incense pouch. She knew it must be very expensive. Nayak explained that they had given it to her as a reward for helping last time. She was giving it to her in advance, asking her to please wait patiently. That day, Nayang took the incense pouch and thanked her older sister, promising to keep it as a treasure. Now that Nayang had calmed down, Nayak decided to leave, her eyes shining with joy. Niuna started saying goodbye to her sister, asking her to come back as soon as possible, and assuring her that she would be waiting for her. Seeing how happy her sister was, Nayak couldn't help but feel happy. However, more guests than expected arrived, so things dragged on, and the promised time passed quickly. Once night fell, the workers lit lanterns and warned Nayak to be careful, since it was dark and she could hurt herself. She asked them to excuse her. Nayak must have been hungry, so she needed to hurry, since she wanted to celebrate her sister's birthday with the delicious festival food. She ran off without a lantern. In the middle of the night, a man arrived in their village. The man turned a corner, and the careless girl bumped into him. She apologized, and the man advised her to watch where she was going. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. The man turned his back on her and ran away, leaving a scent trail behind him. Nike's attention was fixed on him, as she could smell the incense pouch coming from that man. She felt a little worried. It seemed strange, as strangers weren't often seen in the village, but she just dismissed it and headed home. A few minutes later, she arrived at her house, announcing her arrival. She was confused, not knowing why everything was so quiet, wondering if her sister had gotten tired of waiting and fallen asleep. She lit a small candle and opened the door. The only thing she could see was the destroyed furniture in the house. Her sister was lying on the floor with torn clothes and covered in blood. Nike dropped the candle on the floor and, with tears in her eyes, ran to see if her little sister was all right. Her eyes filled with fear and sadness as she wondered what on earth had happened. It couldn't be. The candle set the house on fire. Realizing this, one of the men started pointing at the house and shouting about the fire, recognizing it as Nayok's house. A little later, someone emerged from the burning house. It was Nayok, carrying her little sister in her arms. She started panting heavily, and just before she could reveal what had happened, she passed out and fell to the ground. The others panicked, shouting for someone to call the doctor. Nayok's eyes filled with sadness, and all she could see was her house burning down. Back to the present, Sorelin finally realized why she had that scar on her face. With a sincere expression, Nayok revealed that when she regained consciousness, more than 2 weeks had already passed. An elderly couple was taking care of her. Nayok's body was covered in bandages, and she still had burns all over her body. The old man started crying, explaining that he had asked the escort agency to find that bastard. But they couldn't, and that it wouldn't be easy. The old woman apologized, admitting she didn't know how she could face Youngnin after this. The only thing Nati could do was cry silently, just as life goes numb in late autumn. Her heart also gradually went out. Her only communication with the world was the small groans she made when they changed the cloths to treat her burn wounds. Time flowed like a river, and when winter passed and spring arrived, the crickets awoke again. The image of her little sister in the burning house came to her mind. Her little sister asked her older sister to please catch that bastard and relieve her grudge. In the middle of the night, Nak woke up, and her eyes flew wide open in fear. She went out to the garden and sat down. It was when the chirping of the crickets sounded like Nyon's voice that she regained her senses. Nai clenched her fist tightly, and her eyes began to shine with rage. She knew she had to find and kill that bastard. All that remained for her was a grudge deeply rooted in her bones. The next day, she told the old man something that made him panic. With a confused expression, he asked her where she was going, reminding her that she wasn't even fully healed. But Nayak was honest and revealed that every night, Nyan screamed in pain. She couldn't stay still, like her sister, she had to avenge her. The old man became even more confused, questioning how a woman like her could carry out revenge, especially when she didn't even know who that bastard was. The old woman admitted that her husband was right and advised Nayak to take better care of herself. The old man and woman even locked the door so she couldn't get out. But every night, the sound of the crickets further strengthened her determination. In the end, she secretly escaped during the night and left the village with a sad look. She asked them to stay healthy. Nax's attention was fixed on the bag. She gripped the bag tightly and asked her sister Neon to wait a little longer. The first place she went was the city, because the bastard had headed in that direction. She didn't know his face, but just like the red scars he had left on her body, that unforgettable voice was imprinted on her like a brand, and she swore to find him no matter what. She started talking to random men. Of course, no one looked at her kindly. Time began to pass, and 2 years later, on a rainy night, she arrived at the Golden Phoenix gambling house just at the season when the crickets started chirping again. With her body trembling from the cold, she asked the owner if she could take shelter from the rain. For a moment, the owner got somewhat angry. He called her snot-nosed girl, shouting that she was ruining his business, and told her to get lost. At that moment, a man walked past her, and he seemed annoyed by the smell she gave off when he heard it. Nike's eyes widened in surprise, with a penetrating look. The man mentioned that the smell was ruining his mood and told her to get out. Nayak was in shock, and memories of her little sister lying in the house came back to her. She hadn't forgotten. She couldn't forget. She had finally found the owner of that voice. Sorjan and Wing became somewhat curious and wanted to know what happened next. Okay. She mentioned that while wandering the city, she approached a beggar who told her that the bastard frequently visited a gambling house. Soralan finally understood why she had worked at the gambling house. With a sad look, she explained that at first she thought about secretly following him and stabbing him. However, the beggar told her that he was a martial artist, so it was impossible for a woman like her to take revenge on him. The beggar told her that the best way was to poison the alcohol or food he consumed. So she put poison in the drinks offered to him, but even that failed. Apparently, the poison she bought in an alley wasn't really poisonous. After this, she started taking care of the crickets in the basement. Every time she heard their chirping, she remembered Naeun's face. Then she would go half mad, only to regain her senses again and again. Nate clenched her teeth tightly, and her eyes filled with tears. With a look full of anger and rage, she swore that she must kill that bastard, and that she couldn't leave that place until she did. With a confused expression, So Young started whispering, explaining to Hugh Pai and Lady Wang that although her circumstances were clear, she doubted the situation. She needed to raise the crickets, but hearing their chirping made her faint. Her mind seemed deeply disturbed. Lady Wang was honest, explaining that this only showed the depth of Naok's resentment, and that once she got her revenge, she would heal. She reasoned that if they helped someone with such deep resentment, she would never betray them, also becoming a good member for their Tang clan. Jia Yupi admitted that Mrs. Wan was right. He explained to Soryan that before he could avenge his own parents, he used to talk to himself in the rain. But after the Tang family carried out the revenge for him, it was as if everything had been purified. Juyupi's attention turned to her. Now he understood why he saw himself reflected in that woman. Sorjan started reflecting and began observing Gupi. Gupi nodded with a confident smile. Our boy stood up and caught Naok's attention, stirring up some curiosity in her. He put his hand on his chest and assured Naok that they would help her resolve that grudge, asking her if once they did, she could promise him that she would become part of his clan. Make's eyes opened in surprise. She asked if they could really help her, swearing that if they did, she would serve him with her life until her last breath. Our boy asked her not to worry, and just entrust it to him. Sorlan began looking at the ground, and as his eyes shone, he asked exactly who that bastard was. Naok felt somewhat surprised. She got nervous and began to hesitate, unsure whether to tell the truth. After pondering it, she filled with determination. She clenched her fist and revealed that the bastard was the third son of the Great Door of Harmony, named Hind Isun. With a confident smile, Sorjan placed a hand on his chest. He would take care of Hind Isun and completely destroy him. Lady Wang's and Gupi's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. Wang panicked and asked Naok if she was sure that the murderer was the third son of the Great Door of Harmony. Naka felt, promising that she was telling the truth. Soryan was a little confused and asked if there was any problem. Gupi's attention turned to our boy and revealed that the Great Door of Harmony was a sect belonging to the same orthodox faction as them in Sichuan. They were the most powerful after the Tang Imei and in Cheng. Sorjang was in shock. He didn't know it was such a powerful sect. Lady Wajan put a hand under her chin and started pondering. According to her, if what Hindusun had done was true, then their sect didn't matter. She started whispering, revealing that the problem was the pact their clan had made with the Great Door of Harmony. Her great-grandfather had received great help from them. That's why, even if the Great Door of Harmony committed a grave offense or a death-worthy crime, they had to give in or forgive him unconditionally at least once. Soryan's eyes widened in fear upon realizing that this meant he could do whatever he wanted. Lady Wand mentioned that in Murim, oaths and promises were extremely important, especially when made in the name of a technique, a clan, or a nickname. They were sacred and had to be kept. Naok approached them and asked if there was any problem hearing her voice. Soryang got scared and with a forced smile assured her that there was no problem. He was just surprised. It was someone like that. He told her that they would take care of the rest, asking her not to worry and to rest. Naok's eyes filled with tears and gratitude. She didn't know how to express her thanks since she could finally avenge Naok. A little later, she collapsed on the floor and fell asleep. Lady Wine noticed that she seemed to have relaxed too suddenly and suggested that they first take Miss Nike to the Tang residence to rest. Gupi crossed his arms. He knew this would be more complicated than expected. Sword John nodded. He knew that he first had to talk to his grandfather and father-in-law, and he was sure that, even if it was an oath, they would understand. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, Sword John and Wajan went to the Tang clan patriarch's room. Everyone remained silent, creating tension. With a serious expression, the great patriarch made it clear that the Great Door of Harmony was a prestigious sect in Sichuan, and its leader a righteous man. But from a tiger father, a dog son was born. The patriarch clasped his hands. He was somewhat confused and surprised, as he couldn't believe Soryan wanted to avenge a woman, even knowing about the oath they had with the Great Door of Harmony. Sorjong was sincere and asked his father-in-law to grant him permission. The patriarch started pondering. Although the circumstances were understandable, the oath of their ancestors was tied to the honor of the Tang clan. He reasoned that if they started making exceptions just for circumstances, people could no longer make oaths with the Tang clan or trust them. The great patriarch simply nodded. The patriarch stood up and forbade the Tang clan lineage or their poison from helping the woman. Soryang's eyes opened in surprise. He stood up and begged his father-in-law to reconsider. The patriarch stood firm in his decision, declaring that he had nothing more to say on the matter. Just as Soryang was about to insist further, Lady Wang grabbed his hand, winked at him, and told her father that she understood and that they would do as he commanded. Our boy couldn't help but feel a little confused. Lady Wang started showing a smile. She had found the loophole in the order, whereby it was forbidden for the Tang clan lineage or their poison to help the woman. This meant that so as not to raise suspicion of the clan's involvement, their poison would not be used, and Soryang could act on his own. She revealed that Soryang did not belong to the Tang clan bloodline. The patriarch turned his back on them and, with a smile, asked them why they were still here. Our boy was slightly surprised to realize that this was what the patriarch had meant all along. Weijing suggested that they leave quickly, as there was much to do if they wanted to help Naok. Sorjung clenched his fists, knowing they had permission and that it was time to prove his worth as a son-in-law of the Tang clan. He began to imagine capturing Hin Daexin, reasoning that the initiation ceremony in an organization always involved eliminating someone. The next day, early in the morning, Jiayu, Pai holding a scroll, met with Soryang. He let him know that, although they had received permission, they must avoid involving the clan's name at all costs. So he would discreetly investigate Hind Isun's movements. Soryang asked Jiyu Pai to take care of it. The first step was to confirm the whereabouts and movements of Hind Isun, GUPE squad leader. Member of the poisonous extermination squad, he decided to gather the information with a smile. Our boy went to Naok's room. Upon opening the door, he saw Lady Wine and Naok having tea. Sorjan greeted her and then asked Naok if she had rested well. Naok, wearing Chain Clan attire and her hair tied up, nodded and thanked him for his help. Sorjan couldn't help but smile and feel cheerful. Miss Nook had decided to stay at the Tang residence for a while. She had been bathed, had her clothes changed, and even had her hair done, and now her face looked much better. Sorjan took out a bag and mentioned that he had brought burn medicine from the clan. Nook thanked him again, admitting she didn't know how she could repay this debt. Sorjan sat down and, with a curious expression, asked her if he could ask her about the crickets. Tak nodded as Soralin's eyes shone with joy. He started raising a finger and was about to ask his question. But just at that moment, GUPI, panting heavily, opened the room door. Soralin's attention fixed on him, and he asked squad leader GUPI if he had returned from confirming the information. GUPI got nervous and revealed that he had run into a guest along the way. Behind GUPI was a man with long hair and a long beard, wearing a hat. The man's attention was fixed on them. With a smile, he took off his hat and recognized Lady Wine, greeting her as the poisonous flower, and commenting on how long it had been since he last saw her. Lady Goyen stood up, introducing herself as Tang Wan of the Sichuan Tang clan, and greeted the old beggar emperor. Soryang felt somewhat confused, not knowing who this guy was. So Lady Wayan asked him to be respectful, explaining that he was the elder beggar emperor, one of the 3 emperors, just like the elder fist emperor. Hearing this, Sorjan's eyes widened in fear and surprise, realizing this was one of the 3 emperors, just like the leader of the Muram alliance. Sorjan immediately greeted the beggar emperor, introducing himself as Wei Sorjan. The beggar emperor had heard that the fist emperor taught him his martial arts, so he had come to see who he was. Nike's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized the beggar emperor. Lady Wajan asked her if she knew him, and Nayak explained that he was the beggar grandfather who had helped her in Chengdu. She added that she didn't know he was such an important person and apologized for her disrespect. The beggar emperor told her not to worry, that he was just an old man in the shadows now. Wuyong felt some curiosity and asked the beggar emperor what brought him to the Time clan, and if perhaps he had come for the matter of the Great Door of Harmony. The beggar emperor couldn't help but laugh, admitting that, as expected from the poisonous flower, she was very astute. Mrs. Wang got scared thinking he had come to stop Naok. The beggar emperor placed a hand under his chin and asked her how he could stop her after learning the girl's situation. He clarified that, since there was no clear evidence, he could not intervene directly, but that he had come to help a little. Soryan approached and asked him how he could help without intervening directly. The beggar emperor began to ponder. With a smile, he revealed that he would help with information, as he was curious to see how the successor of the Fist Emperor would resolve this. He had his young men investigate the events of a few years ago. Hindai Sang was a truly troublesome guy, the worst of villains who raped women, and did not hesitate to murder. Only thanks to his sex influence had he not been captured. The emperor suspected about 5 cases in total, including 2 in Chengdu and in the slums outside the city. Apparently, even the Great Door of Harmony considered him a problem. Sorjong became even more furious, realizing this was much worse than he thought. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor mentioned that since the Song Village incident, Hin Dyson had kept a low profile. He hadn't gone out, except for his visits to the gambling house every 3 days, and that's why he had advised Nak to use poison. Soryon coughed. He figured the only way to deal with him would be at the gambling house, and wondered if he should try to poison him, like Miss Nike did. Lady Wan made it clear that Soryon could not use the Tang clan poison. Our boy approached Nike with a curious expression. He asked her how she was able to distinguish that bastard's food or drink among so many people. With a sincere look, NOK revealed that every time he came, he made very specific and demanding requests. So this information always reached the kitchen. Soryan was a bit confused, but revealed that every time food containing ingredients like crab was served, or shrimp, he asked for them to be removed from his portion. That's why she poisoned that food, even though it wasn't real poison. The beggar emperor recalled that the guy said something had broken out on his body just from tasting it. Connecting the dots, Sorlan realized that the guy was allergic to crustaceans, and a very severe one. Our boy started thinking about crab shrimp and the protein they contain, tropomyosin. Several seconds later, with a confident smile, he caught squad leader Gupi's attention and asked him to go immediately to the poison storage to bring him yellow worm powder. Gupi was confused. He didn't understand why he was suddenly asking for yellow worm powder. Sorlin started laughing wickedly, and everyone's attention fixed on him, not knowing what he had in mind. Raising a finger and smiling, Sorlin revealed that he was going to kill that guy in a brilliant way. Crossing his arms, Soryan began to imagine a worm and decided to name this operation Tasty Death. He realized that the main cause of Jinda's seafood allergy was precisely troponiacin, a protein component that makes up muscle. Troponiacin was present in most animals, but unlike the vertebrate version, which was 90% similar to human, the invertebrate version had much less similarity. And this was what caused the allergy. The important thing was that tropomyosin was present in large abundance in mealworms, even in a much greater amount than in crustaceans like shrimp or crabs. While our boy was distracted, Gupi opened the door with a bag in his hand and reported that he had brought the mealworms exactly as requested. Soryan got to work and started cooking. While Lady Wajan and Gupi watched silently, he took out the mealworms, served them in hot water, and then lightly stir-fried them in a hot wok. Soryan prepared a delicious dish and placed it on the table. With a smile, he asked everyone to try these stir-fried mealworms. Naik, the beggar emperor, and Lady Wajan began to look at the dish with expressions full of disdain, wondering in horror if he was really asking them to eat it. Soryan nodded, promising it was very tasty and delicious. They decided to trust Soryan, and the first one to try Soryan's dish was the beggar emperor, while Lady Wajan and Naok remained silent, not knowing what to do. Without further ado, Lady Huan picked up a mealworm and put it in her mouth. The taste left them impressed. Both she and the beggar emperor were in shock. It was delicious. They couldn't understand how an insect could taste so good. Realizing this, Soryan's eyes began to shine with joy. Of course it was delicious, so much so that it was known as gazo, for being a tasty larva in his past life. It had been a surprisingly popular appetizer. With a curious expression, the beggar emperor admitted it was tasty, but he asked how he planned to murder Hind Isun. At this, our boy crossed his arms, and then, showing a finger and a confident smile, he reminded them that it had been mentioned that Hinda-sun had a reaction to eating things like crab and shrimp. He explained that what was harmless to one person could be poisonous to another. Just like crab or shrimp, these mealworms also contained an ingredient that was poisonous to him. Mrs. Huang realized that it was similar to how Mrs. Yang Yang was sensitive to bee venom. Sorian explained that if they ground it finely and mixed it with other foods, it would only add a delicious taste, and there would be no reason to suspect a murder by poisoning. With a smile, the beggar emperor began stroking his beard, realizing that this was what Sorian meant by killing him in a tasty way. Sorian began to ponder and mentioned that the more they added, the safer the effect would be. So they would add a generous amount. The problem was deciding what food to put it in. Okay, raised her hand and in a calm tone mentioned that she had a good idea. Sorian felt curious and wondered what she had in mind. She extended her hand and suggested putting the mealworms on the Reincarnation, since they often ate it at the gambling house. Hearing this, Sorian felt a little confused. In a serious tone, he explained that the Reincarnation was made of glutinous rice with red bean paste inside, sometimes covered with syrup and then with soybean powder. If they mixed this mealworm powder with the soybean powder and coated it, it would be perfect. Sorian came up with an idea, a glutinous rice cake soaked in yellow worm powder and covered with a sticky syrup. It was the perfect dish to die choking on. It was perfect for a murder. Clenching her fist tightly, she asked Sorian to let her make the Reincarnation. Only if she did it with her own hands. She would feel that she had freed herself from that grudge. Stroking his beard, the beggar emperor nodded. He agreed that revenge must come from his own hands. His last meal, a Reincarnation covered in insect powder, was a fitting end for a trash like him. Our boy decided to ask the owner of the gambling house to let her cook for a day with a worried look. Lady Huan suggested that, just in case, they participate in the bets to keep him there and prevent him from escaping. A smile spread across Sorian's face, and his eyes began to shine with malice. This plan was getting more and more perfect, a plan he couldn't escape from alive. A few days later, Hind Isun, with a bag full of coins and accompanied by his bodyguard, he headed to the Golden Phoenix gambling house. The owner greeted him respectfully, welcoming him with an arrogant expression. Hind Isun rejected the greetings and asked for liquor and women at his usual table. At that moment, the owner apologized, informing him that the table was already occupied by special guests. Hinda Esun felt somewhat confused, and when he entered the premises, his eyes widened in surprise. At the table where Hinda Esun usually sat, Sorian and Lady Huan were playing. Hinda Esun's attention focused on the beautiful Lady Huajin, whom he recognized as Tan Huajin, the poisonous flower of the Sichuan Tang clan. Hinda Esun approached and with a smile greeted Wajin, respectfully mentioning that he did not expect to see her in this place. With a confused look, Wajin asked him who he was. With a nervous expression, Hinda Esun introduced himself as the third son of the Great Door of Harmony, reminding her that he had visited her some time ago and asking if she did not remember him. Sorian interrupted the conversation because he had won a bet, showing an expression of confidence. He asked Mrs. Wajin what she thought of his skills. As Wajin's eyes shone with admiration, she admitted that Sorian was incredible. Hinda Esun felt confused and asked his bodyguard who Sorian was. His bodyguard replied that he had heard that the poisonous flower had a fiancé, and he supposed it was him. Sorian started smiling and Hinda Esun panicked. He couldn't believe it. He wondered how that weak coward could have such a beautiful woman by his side when even he hadn't managed it, and his eyes began to shine with malice. He remembered that woman from the Song clan a few years ago. According to him, she wasn't bad at all. His mouth watered remembering it. If she hadn't resisted so much, he wouldn't have ended up killing her by accident. It was a shame her older sister wasn't there. She was said to be even more beautiful. At that moment, he approached the table and the attention of the Orions and Huang focused on him. Hinda Esun sat down across from them, extended his hand, and declared that it was an honor to meet the poisonous flower's fiancé. He asked if he would like to play a game with him. Sorian did not refuse. A smile formed on Hinda Esun's face. No matter what, it was a good opportunity. He was going to crush him completely and ridicule him in front of everyone. A moment later, Hinda Esun's arrogant and confident expression completely disappeared, leaving him in a state of shock. Sorian won again, and Lady Wajin started cheering for him. Hinda Esun couldn't help but feel somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. According to him, this was ridiculous. Sorian took the bag of coins, and Hinda Esun could only stare. He had been losing continuously for an hour and had already lost half his money. Sorian picked up the bags of coins and, with a smile, said it was getting late, and that he had to leave. Sorian and the others left in a rage. Hinda Esun clenched his teeth and fists tightly, cursing the tremendous humiliation this represented. He sighed and tried to calm down, thinking it was just a bad streak. Then he told the servant to bring him something to eat, as he was a bit hungry. After all, his attention was caught by some men who were eating. One of them mentioned that the Reo Tagan was especially delicious, much better than the ones sold in the market. With a curious look, he turned to the servant and asked if it was really that delicious. With a smile, the servant mentioned that it was especially delicious today and asked the young master if he wanted to try some. The servant brought the dish, and Hind Iseng decided to try a little. He picked up a piece and took a bite. It was really delicious. He realized that the more he chewed it, the crunchier and more delicious it seemed. Shortly after, Hind Iseng's face twisted in pain, causing him to fall off his chair onto the floor. He held his hands to his neck, feeling a familiar sensation, and heard the commotion. Sorian and the others started running towards him, worried about what had happened. The bodyguard revealed that the young master had passed out after eating the Reo Tagun. Sorian asked the bodyguard to step aside for a moment to attend to him. Worried, the bodyguard asked Hindasun to hold on a bit, with foam around his mouth and eyes full of tears. Hinda Esun grabbed Sorian by the shirt, begging him for help, but shortly after, his eyes widened in surprise as a sinister aura emanated from Sorian's body. He began to stare fixedly at Hinda Esun and asked him if he had enjoyed the Reo Tagan. With a cold expression, he told him that for the crime he had committed in the Zan clan village, he hoped he would regret it forever, even in the next life. Furious, Hind Isun grabbed Sorian by the neck, not knowing how that bastard had found out about it. Sorian pushed Hind Isun's hand away, exclaiming that he seemed to be suffering horribly. Hind Isun began to scream in pain, and Sorian mentioned that if the patient resisted too much, he couldn't channel his internal energy and asked the others to hold him down. Everyone rushed to help, and they began to hold down Hind Isun, who gradually began to suffocate. That delicious taste left in his mouth became his last memory in life. The next day, Sorian and Lady Huang met with the elderly couple who had taken care of Nayak. The old man bowed his head to them and asked them to take good care of Nayak, as he couldn't imagine how much the little one must have suffered. Sorian assured them that she was now part of the Tang clan, so they shouldn't worry. As the wind blew, Nayak began to walk silently towards a grave. Sorian's attention focused on her, which left him somewhat intrigued. Before returning to the Tang clan, they had visited the Song clan village. Luckily, Hinde Zheng's case was resolved without a trace. Normally, an investigation into possible poisoning would have been carried out. But since he was a son rejected by his own family, it seemed they did everything they could to keep the matter out of the public eye. Tears began to well up in Nayak's eyes. She placed her hands on her sister's grave and couldn't help but cry, wondering if she had taken too long. Overwhelmed with guilt, she regretted not coming home earlier that day, repeating one and again that she was sorry. Sorian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, and he realized that even the crickets were crying. Lady Huang's eyes opened sadly. She remembered that Miss Nayak had told her that the crickets chirping reminded her of her younger sister's voice. Sorian wondered what her younger sister would be saying to her at that very moment. As the sun set and the crickets cried, all Nayak could do was feel guilty for not getting home earlier. The sun set over the alleys of the Sichuan capital, not far away. A man in a hat was eating. It was the beggar emperor, who was enjoying the dish prepared by Sorian. He couldn't help but smile because, although it might look unpleasant, to him it was truly rich and delicious. Sorian's plan, a tasty revenge, confirmed that our boy was a truly interesting guy. Two people watched the beggar emperor silently. Realizing this, his expression turned serious. He clenched his fist and demanded they come out, declaring that only a thief would hide like that. Realizing they had been discovered, they felt somewhat confused. Without further delay, they came out of hiding and descended behind the beggar emperor. The man admitted that, as expected, the emperor's perception was still incredibly sharp, and he asked him what he, precisely him, was doing there. In that place, the man was one of the 5 emperors, the divine thief, Kang Hai-ho, and the girl was his disciple, Choyan Rian, crossing her arms. Kang Hai-ho felt offended by the term thief. He reproached him by saying that after so long without seeing each other, this was his way of greeting him. The beggar emperor felt somewhat confused, wondering what other way he was supposed to address a thief. With a nervous smile, Kang Jai-ho suggested that divine thief sounded much better. Moreover, he reminded him that his disciple was present and asked him to show some dignity. John Grian greeted the emperor respectfully, leaving him somewhat confused, as dealing with that bastard was already enough of a headache. And the fact that he now also had a disciple only foreshadowed more trouble in the future. With a curious expression, the beggar emperor asked what brought them to Sichuan. With a nervous smile, Kang Hai-ho explained that he had something to ask him. He was looking for the person with the most knowledge about silkworms in the entire central plain. And, pointing to his wrist, Kang Hai-ho explained that his sacred object, the heavenly silks, had recently broken. He had believed they would last forever, but he supposed even they had a shelf life. Their tradition was to pass on the heavenly silks once the disciple's training was complete. But at this rate, he wouldn't be able to pass anything on to her. The beggar emperor brought a hand to his chin and began to ponder, because he knew someone for this case. Kang Hai-ho was eager to know who that person was. The beggar emperor began to smile, and his eyes shone with confidence. Soryan's image came to his mind, because in the entire central plain, he might be the man who knew the most about insects. A few days later, it was dawning in the poisonous garden, and Soryan was screaming in pain. One of Jupi's men was whipping his back, telling him to hold on a little longer. Not far away, Mrs. Wajan and the little millipedes watched. Silently, Soryan was cultivating the art of the iron chest, a unique martial art of the Fist Emperor based on poison. In summary, it was a technique that made him stronger the more he was hit, almost to the point of death. The method was to tense the muscles upon receiving a blow and, at that precise moment, circulate his chi to harden his body. With a cheerful look, Lady Wajan and the millipedes began to cheer our boy on. The man gripped the whip tightly and declared that this was where it truly began. One of the millipedes fixed its attention on him, and its eyes began to glow with excitement, remembering when Lady Huan used to stroke them with a feather without losing a second. It jumped from Guajan's arms, which made her eyes widen in surprise. As the whip slowly approached, it jumped and put itself in its path. Realizing this, Soryan, whose back was covered in wounds, panicked. Luckily, he was quick and with his arm, grabbed the little millipede, and then took the full impact of the lash on his back. Our boy placed the millipede on the ground and began to pant heavily, knowing he had been close to death. Lady Wajan felt somewhat worried about our boy. She scolded the little one, Jan Ah, for his dangerous action, asking in exasperation if they couldn't have a single peaceful day. Soryan, somewhat surprised, asked if Yana often got into trouble. Sighing, Lady Wajan explained that Yanga was such an energetic creature that she simply couldn't stay still. From the moment she opened her eyes, she started causing trouble. The last time she had chased a butterfly and ended up in a huge mess. Soryan was in shock, as the little one could have been seriously injured. The millipede sister started scolding Jan. For Soryan, seeing another millipede scolding Anga was something anyone who had raised a pet knew. Even within the same species, each individual had a different personality. Apparently, Jan was curious and mischievous, given that Cho had recently caused a serious incident. Jan seemed to hold the title of resident troublemaker for the time being. Cho, the eldest, was sensible and charismatic. She kept the younger ones in check, being strict when necessary. Lastly, there was Bina, who was usually quiet, but deep down was Sundarai, who felt great affection for him. Her only small problem was that she slept a lot for Soryan. This confirmed that, although they looked alike, the three had their own unique personalities. And they were special creatures. His wish was for them to grow up healthy and strong, so they could become great blue sovereigns of venom. Just like their mother, Lady Wajan approached the little millipedes and asked them to come to Mom. Soryan couldn't help but smile. While they were distracted, Nyack and Gyupai appeared. Jupi greeted Soryan respectfully. While Nyack held a jar, Soryan commented that both of them were awake and working hard. And their eyes widened in surprise when they realized that the uniform of the Venom unit suited Nyack very well. With a nervous smile, Nyaka thanked him. With a curious look, Soryan asked her how life was in the Tang clan. She explained that everyone treated her much better than she deserved, and that the work was also manageable. With a cheerful expression, she opened the lid of the jar and announced that these were the things he had asked for. Sorian approached, and his eyes widened with curiosity. He was happy to see that the jar was full of crickets. Zhou Yu Pai was sincere and admitted that perhaps there were more crickets than they could use, and that it was because Nayak managed everything so diligently that Nat couldn't help but feel a bit sad. And our boy thought that being too good at your job could also be a problem. With a confident smile, he declared that, in that case, he would make sure to bring new members to the Venomous Garden soon. GUPI. Somewhat surprised, he asked if he was finally going out to capture new poisonous creatures. Crossing his arms, our boy nodded and explained that although they could stop breeding them, the best way to use them was as food for other beasts. Lady Wajan, somewhat worried, approached and interrupted them, advising Sorian that, before doing that, they should probably wait for news from the Martial Arts Alliance. Her eyes filled with fear as she explained that to go on an expedition and gather them, they would need an official permit, and with the situation of the blood cult, it was not easy to get permission to go out. At that moment, she had heard that the Alliance leader had personally led the raid on the border of the Daguel nation, but there had been no news since. The eyes of Sorian and Hudi began to shine with anger. As they spoke, a servant came running, which made them somewhat curious. Wajan asked her what was wrong, as she was in such a hurry, and the maid informed them that the clan head was calling them to the clan head's hall, as he had something to tell them both. This left them somewhat confused and surprised. They both went to the clan head's hall, where the patriarch clasped his hands and began to ponder silently. Sorian's and Lady Wajan's attention focused on him. Sorian felt the tension in the air. He wondered what it was about, as the clan head would normally be busy at this hour, and wondered if something had happened again. His father-in-law's strange smile seemed sinister. The patriarch decided to speak, and laughing, told his son-in-law that he brought the news Sorian wanted to hear. He extended his hands and took out a scroll with a smile. He began to point at it with his finger, and revealed that they had finally received news from the Martial Arts Alliance. The expedition had been a great success, and a smile of joy and surprise spread across the faces of Sorian and Huoyan. The patriarch explained that the Alliance leader had stormed a village on the border of Dewell, and had completely annihilated the blood cults. Half of those bastard cultists were killed or captured, and the rest fled towards Dewell. They both got excited when they learned what that meant. They started dancing with joy, and the patriarch confirmed that they could finally go and capture poisonous creatures as they wished, giving them permission to form an expedition. With a cheerful look, Sorian regretted not having planned their destination in advance. In a serious tone, the patriarch clasped his hands and mentioned that, in that case, he had a place to recommend. Sorian turned around with eyes full of curiosity. The patriarch began to stare fixedly at Sorian, because for the first expedition of the Tang clan's poisonous division, there was no more suitable place than this. A place where countless poisonous creatures roamed everywhere, where even at the entrance there were beasts at the level. With those of the Golden Phoenix class, a place known as the Paradise of Poisonous Beasts. This place was Yunnan. Several days passed, and the journey led him to the far southwest of the Central Plains. Below Sichuan to the Yunnan rainforest, deep in the Alao Mountains, there was a valley known as the Poisonous Ravine. It was a place where the cries of beasts were heard before the words of men, a land where strange rocks stood up like forests and mysterious creatures abounded. To him, it was basically heaven on earth. Sorian was lying in his bed next to his pets, the sleeping millipedes and lizards. He was happy, impatient to find out what kind of creatures inhabited that place. Grabbing one of the millipedes, Sorian asked them to wait a little longer, as he was going to bring them many new friends. Several days passed, and soon, in the morning, a small unit was selected from the Venomous division to form the expedition. The management of the poisonous garden was entrusted to Lady Neek, who was officially appointed deputy captain of the division. It was considered that, without a title, it would be uncomfortable for her to give direct orders while the team was away. Sorian Gupi and the others packed their luggage, and just as they were about to leave the Tang clan, one of the little ones and Starts grabbed our boy's foot and started crying. It wasn't just one, but all of Sorian's pets, the lizards, the Starts, and even the Yohua spider. With a nervous smile, Sorian asked them to let go so he could leave. They began to cling, not wanting him to leave. Sorian asked them to understand, since he was only leaving to bring them more friends. And he assured them that they shouldn't worry, because while he was away, the members of the poisonous division would provide them with yang energy. Hearing this, Yohua opened her eyes in surprise. In the blink of an eye, she wrapped Sorian's body in a web, which made him start screaming for her to let go. Lady Huang realized that they didn't want to part with him, and Sorian complained that they insisted on going with him. Finally, when Sorian began to free himself from the web, the great patriarch explained that wouldn't work. Perhaps the others could go, but Yohua could not, as she had the same shape as Lady Wajan. He knew that her enormous spider body would attract attention, and they couldn't give an explanation for it. Yohua began to stare silently at the great patriarch. She decided it was time to do something about it. Everyone's attention focused on her, leaving them somewhat confused. Her body began to change, and shortly after, her huge spider body disappeared, leaving only the appearance of Lady Hujan. She sat down and began to show a proud smile. Sorians and the great patriarch were stunned to see that Yohua's body had disappeared. They couldn't understand how that had happened, and Sorians despaired, wondering where his pet's beautiful body had gone. Sorian approached and began to stroke Joe's soft spider skin. Lady Wajan was somewhat confused. The great patriarch was smart and realized that she could hide her body from view. Our boy was delighted, as this way no one would confuse her with a spider demon. With a smile, Lady H-Wing sighed and agreed that, in that case, everyone could accompany them. Offering to help take care of them, Sorian began to smile. Lady H-Wing approached them and warned them that since they had ignored their father and had thrown a tantrum, they would have to obey during the journey. Sorian stepped forward and, with the lizard sitting on his shoulders, raised his hand and, with a smile, announced that they were ready to leave. And so began the first journey of the Venomous division. They arrived in the vicinity of Mount Emai in Sichuan province, where there was a long queue. With a look of bewilderment, Sorian asked Jayup why the line was so long. Jayup explained to him that it was a checkpoint. Since the appearance of the blood cult, these inspections were sometimes carried out in the middle of the road. He had heard that it was not easy to pass and expressed his concern about whether they would be all right. The attention of one of the workers focused on them. Recognizing the honorable old woman, Man Dong Single, she realized that even members of the Tang clan were there. With a kind smile, the great patriarch informed her that they were heading to Yunnan and asked for permission to pass. The woman began to smile and replied that, of course, they could proceed. Sorian let out a sigh of relief. It was a completely free passage. The influence of the Tang clan was really strong, because no matter where they went, they were treated with great respect. At that moment, the woman's eyes began to shine with surprise and confusion, and she asked them to stop for a moment. She realized that Yahweh was floating in the air. Sorian's eyes filled with fear, and he panicked when he realized that her body was invisible, so it only looked like Yoryua was floating. To everyone's surprise, the woman was amazed, as she thought this was the technique of the heaven-to-void jump. She was convinced that the young woman had mastered a divine skill and wondered when she could have trained in such an art. Everyone was amazed, thinking it was incredible and just what one would expect from one of the three flowers of the martial world. All Yohua could do was show a grateful smile. At that moment, with a furious look, Lady Huang grabbed Yohua by the clothes, and Sorian and the others started running, while shouting for them to forgive them, as the young woman was shy. Everyone was somewhat confused and in a state of shock, not knowing what was happening. As they fled the scene, Lady Huang asked Sorian to do something about Yohua, as people might get the wrong idea. He in turn begged her to calm down, to avoid suspicion, because Yohua Huyan was wearing men's clothing, and covered her face with a veil. During the journey in the Central Plains, the twins were considered as sinister as demons, due to superstition, although some small incidents like this occurred along the way. In the end, they arrived safely in Yunnan. Sorian and the others were exhausted. Before them stretched a beautiful river and mountains. They were happy as this was Alal Mountain. The great patriarch mentioned that there was only a little further to go to reach the poisonous ravine. With a worried expression, Sorian turned around and brought his hand to his chin, as he felt something was not right. Gyupe became curious and asked him what he meant. Sorian mentioned that there was a strange silence in the surroundings. He began to observe carefully. There were no signs of life, neither in the crevices of the caves nor in the trees. He perceived no sign of life at all. The great patriarch felt somewhat confused with a serious look. He admitted that this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. It was the same as when they had married the blue venom sovereign. Sorian's eyes widened in surprise when the great patriarch mentioned the blue venom sovereign. The great patriarch nodded, confirming it, and explained that around the sovereign's lair, even the chirping of insects had disappeared. Everything had either fled or become prey. He decided to explore a bit, ordering the rest to retreat to the point where the Yun River met. And the Amok River, since it seemed that birds were still flying there, Sorian and the others raised no objection. The great patriarch gathered his strength and jumped. Observing carefully, Lady Wajan confirmed that he was exactly on the side they had crossed, where there were still birds and insects. Waj felt that something divided the area along the river. Sorian was lost in thought and concluded that something must live there, on Alao Mountain, but to claim such a vast territory, it had to be something dangerous. Crossing his arms, he let out a sigh, knowing this was strange. With a curious look, Mrs. Wang asked him what he meant. Sorian turned and explained that for a beast to occupy an area as large as its lair, it would have to be enormous, like the blue venom sovereign. Sorian wasn't sure, as he saw no sign either beyond the river or along the path leading into Alao. He wondered how it would hunt or find prey if there was nothing there. He closed his eyes, convinced that its size was too large and the environment was not suitable to sustain its prey. It was truly strange. Gupi cleared his throat, admitting that it was true. They hoped the great patriarch would find something out. A while later, the great patriarch and his men returned and realized it. Sorian's attention focused on them, which made him curious. The great patriarch revealed that this was problematic, as he hadn't found anything even at the entrance to Alao Mountain, which left Sorian and the others in a state of shock. With a confident smile, the great patriarch stated that the poisonous ravine was most likely the same. He added that the sun was about to set, so they should stop there for that day, and search again the next day. Sorian thought the great patriarch was right, although deep down he was furious about not being able to return empty-handed. They would capture whatever it was, no matter the cost. Night fell and they lit a bonfire to prepare food, while Sorian played with the millipedes. Mrs. Wajan brought him a plate of food. She asked Sorian to eat, and then told the pets to let their father rest and go with her. Sorian thanked her. She noticed Sorian was examining the map, and with a smile, asked him what he was doing. Sorian was checking the vast expanse of the area. He believed the creature's lair was probably in the center. While they were talking, one of the millipedes noticed a dragonfly flying near them. Without a second's hesitation, it jumped and fiercely attacked it. Realizing this, Sorian and Lady Wajan were surprised, not knowing what was happening. Sorian scolded Yanga, telling him he had scared him and shouldn't jump like that. Lady Huang realized that he was trying to catch that dragonfly in midair. Sorian thought it must be because they were near the river, where there were many dragonflies. Dragonflies! However, just before there were none left, he opened his eyes in surprise and fixed his attention on the dragonflies flying behind him. Without further ado, Sorian told the great patriarch that they should return to the places they had checked before to see how many dragonflies were flying there. Now, with a confused expression, the great patriarch turned and asked him what he meant. Sorian explained that land creatures could remain hidden, but dragonflies could fly wherever they wanted. He revealed that if something threatened them, they would have fled for a while, but once the threat was gone, they would return. He brought his hand to his chin, and with a confident look, concluded that the reason they hadn't seen any creatures wasn't because it was their territory. Somewhere else in the forest, there were skulls and remains of devoured animals. This was because, before they arrived, something had already ravaged this land. Sorian and the others set off. The great patriarch warned them that the area ahead of them was a dense jungle, and that they should remain alert, as wild animals could appear at any moment. With an excited smile, Sorian nodded his head. Sorian's eyes shone with curiosity, as he realized they had to catch up to whatever was moving ahead of them before it escaped. The great patriarch felt worried about our boy and asked him if this was too difficult for him. With a confused expression, Sorian turned to him and replied that it was not difficult at all, that he could handle it. A smile appeared on his face because, although he usually complained endlessly, he couldn't give up until they caught it. At that moment, a strange sound caught his attention, arousing his curiosity. Jupi pointed out that it sounded like bamboo swaying strongly in the wind, which was strange, since there shouldn't be a bamboo forest ahead. Two clan men jumped forward. One warned that there was a cliff ahead and that they should be careful walking because there was something below. Sorian and Gyupei panicked and couldn't help but feel afraid. Ahead of them was a cliff, and at the bottom, hundreds of strange creatures. Looking closely, the great patriarch saw that they were red ants and panicked. Wondering if they weren't demonic ants grouped together like that, Gyupei was speechless. Because judging by their size, they were not normal demonic ants. The great patriarch admitted that even in the Tang clan records, he had never seen anything like this. And he asked Sorian if he knew what they were. Sorian began to ponder, because although he had never seen them so big, he was almost certain that they were army demonic ants. Hearing this, the great patriarch's eyes widened with surprise and curiosity. Army ants found in Africa and America travel in massive swarms. Most ants build safe nests and lead a sedentary life. But army ants, when food is scarce, move in large numbers, migrating as one. Their march resembles that of an advancing army, hence the name army ant. They were extremely aggressive, and if provoked, not a single bone would be left. Sorian and the others watched silently, hiding among some bushes. Our boy became serious and suggested that for now, they should retreat silently. But just then, one of the men stepped on a branch, and our boy and Gupi realized that this was not good. The faces of Sorian and the man twisted in fear, and when they turned around, they saw that the ants were staring at them. Everyone froze in fear. A moment later, the ants started charging at them with sweaty faces, and Sorian and the others started fleeing for their lives. Several minutes had passed, and it was already getting dark. Sorian and the others were running with all their might, somewhat surprised, as the ants were much faster than they had imagined. Along the way, there was a small deer eating leaves. As soon as they saw it, the ants lunged at it and started devouring it. Realizing this, Sorian's eyes filled with fear. He remembered that the demonic ants detected movement through vibrations, and that if they kept going like this, the ants would think they were prey. With a worried expression, the great patriarch asked him what they should do. Something caught Sorian's attention, and an idea came to mind. He revealed that they had to cross the river, as the ants could not cross water. The great patriarch pointed in the direction of the river and told them to jump. Without a second's hesitation, they all jumped into the water. By the time the ants arrived, they had all jumped. A few seconds later, Sorian climbed out of the river and couldn't help but smile when he realized that the ants were returning. Gupi felt relieved that they had survived. Once the ants left, they got out of the river. He sneezed, feeling that he had been too close. It was like having a foot in the grave. Sorian lay on the ground exhausted and asked his millipedes Kyoya if he was okay, assuring him that he would dry him quickly. Kyoya felt with a smile. The great patriarch got up and admitted that they were monstrous creatures. He, the divine lord of the poisonous millennia, had never felt fear before any enemy. And yet these demonic ants had filled him with terror. Our boy's eyes filled with concern, and he warned that they must remain cautious. These creatures devoured all living things in their path, which explained why they hadn't seen a single animal along the way. Stroking his beard, the great patriarch felt, confirming that a swarm of this size explained everything. Our boy felt disappointed, thinking they were just demonic ants, and not some unknown beast. The great patriarch realized that the sun was setting, and seeing that this place seemed safe, he suggested they rest for a while. Sorian nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Then he approached Gupi, and with a smile, proposed to the great lord Gupi that once night fell, they would return towards the demonic ants to investigate. Gupi was surprised and asked him what they were supposed to check. With a confused expression, our boy replied that of course, he meant the demonic ants. Gupi. He started to tremble and his eyes widened in fear, as they had barely escaped. And he couldn't believe he was serious. The other man asked him if he intended to catch them all, just like he had done with the golden phoenix beasts. With a nervous smile, Sorian waved his hands and explained that, of course not, that it would be impossible for him to capture so many. His plan was simply to infiltrate and capture Fefi, and the other man panicked, thinking Sorian was crazy. Our boy began to stroke his millipede, which started to smile while Sorian's eyes shone, and he asked them if they wanted to accompany him. The next day, they ventured once more into the blood-red jungle. The midnight kidnapping mission was a resounding success. Sorian, the great patriarch, and Gupi managed to catch 4 ants. Once in a safe place, they tied up the ants. Gupi, gasping heavily for breath, unable to believe he had to do this madness again. When they suggested going at night, he thought the ants would be sleeping. Sorian laughingly revealed that the demonic ants do not sleep. Sorian pointed out that they had succeeded, as they had managed to capture 4 demonic ants. Guaya grabbed the ant he had captured, and with a confused look, asked Sorian if they could really raise them. Sorian sat next to him and began to observe the ants carefully. After analyzing them, he determined that it would probably not be possible to raise them. Their memory only lasted about 3 days, which made any training useless and, without a queen, they were impossible to control. Gyupei was somewhat furious, wondering if all this had been in vain. With a calm smile, Sorian replied that it had not been in vain. He pointed out the beauty of the creatures and explained that the mere fact of exhibiting them in the Tang clan would be impressive. Gupi put his hands on his face. Sorian, with a nervous smile, reminded him that this was the poisonous creature unit, and that he had to endure it. The great patriarch interrupted them and asked Sorian what his plan was now. He suggested that if they were going to hunt more poisonous creatures, they could head west, towards Rui Lei or south, to the deeper jungles of Sichuan. Sorian's eyes began to shine with confidence as he revealed that they would do neither of those things. First, they would regroup with Wajan's group and then track the demonic ants again. More precisely, they would get ahead of them. Jupai and the others stayed in Sok. Sorian cracked his knuckles and revealed his plan. His targets would be the poisonous creatures expelled by the march of the demonic ants. This, in reality, would facilitate the capture of others, making it a perfect opportunity. For this reason, they had to join their march. Hyupi's face was covered in sweat. Knowing he wouldn't make it out of this alive, a smile spread across our boy's face, making him feel excited. Imagining the poisonous creatures, it didn't matter if he couldn't catch the ants. With this plan, he would take all the poisonous beasts of Yunnan. He would sweep them all. As night fell, they lit a bonfire. Lady Wajan was surprised to see that they had captured 4 ants. Her attention focused on the sharp limbs of the insects. She couldn't believe Sorian wanted to run ahead of these creatures, and on top of that, catch the poisonous beings fleeing from them. She got a little angry after the incident with the bees. Now it was the ants. She remembered. It hadn't been long since they ran ahead of the golden-haired royal bees. Sorian panicked and, showing a nervous smile, reminded her that she herself had said that last time they had achieved good results. And he opened his eyes in surprise, as he knew Sorian was right. She remembered the great patriarch's words, who had explained to her that by tirelessly running ahead of the swarm of golden-haired royal bees, he had exhausted his internal energy time and time again. Thanks to that, he was able to absorb most of the internal core energy of the blue-spotted millipede, and, without even looking for it, Juan had a great opportunity. A joyful smile appeared on our boy's face. He explained that now that the millipedes had molted twice and no longer needed to feed on Korra's energy, it was his chance to completely absorb the remaining energy. The great patriarch approached them and interrupted by asking Sorian if, for this very reason, he too shouldn't run. With a confident look, Wang felt it. She stated that Sorian had also taken the golden-haired royal bee elixir, and, therefore, he also needed to absorb this energy. Sorian's face filled with sweat, and with a confused expression, he suggested that the great patriarch carry him and run, arguing that his qigong skills were not very good. Laughing heartily, the great patriarch told him that he had seen him run very well that day, and that this was a great opportunity. Sorian couldn't help but clench his teeth tightly and feel furious. At that moment, Lady Huan took our boy's hand and, with a smile, asked him if he would run with her the next day. Sorian didn't know what to say. Huan sighed and, with shining eyes, whispered to him that this was his punishment for trying to get away with it. Her expression looked strangely satisfied, like that of someone who had just eaten powdered yellow worms. The next day, the ants were chasing a wild boar through the forest. Large-scale collection of poisonous creatures had begun. A short while later, the ants caught the boar and began to devour it. Not far away, Lady Huang Sorian and Gupi were running at full speed. Our boy informed them that the hunting unit was at the front of the legionary ants, so they had to be careful, as they bit everything that stood in their way. Wajan nodded his head. Orion's eyes began to shine with confidence, and a smile spread across his face. He explained the plan. The current distance between them and the ants was 1.6 giant. Once the ants started moving, they would reduce the distance to less than 30 giant, and maintain it while running. When they caught the poisonous creatures that appeared, they would pass them to the main group running alongside them. This group put them in a cage and left them on the opposite bank of the river, out of reach of the ants. Thus began the deadly race once more. The plan worked, as many poisonous creatures were also fleeing from the ants. With an excited smile, Sorian caught one of the snakes. With a look full of determination, he observed that the name of the valley of poisonous creatures was not in vain, since all sorts of them were coming out, and he was determined to catch them all. The hunt continued for another hour or two, and the poisonous creatures began to accumulate without a problem. Sorian Gupi and Lady Wajan were now carrying several poisonous creatures while fleeing from the ants. Sorian caught a snake and threw it to a man holding a wooden box. The man put the snake inside the box and, with a worried expression, asked our boy if he was okay, to which he replied with an energetic yes, declaring that he couldn't get tired because there were poisonous creatures waiting for him. Yang informed our boy that there was a huge snake ahead. Hearing this, Sorian's eyes widened in surprise. His attention focused on the snake that was in the tree. It was a real Burmese python. The Burmese python was one of the 5 largest snakes in the world and the largest of all. It was an animal as big as it was adorable, as well as docile and easy to raise. Gupi was somewhat confused and asked Sorian if that snake wasn't poisonous. With a smile, Sorian nodded and affirmed that, although that was true, he had to catch it. Gupi panicked, reminding him that he had said the same thing when the whip scorpion appeared and, again with the giant toad at this rate, he wondered why they didn't just capture everything that appeared. Our boy's eyes began to shine with excitement and with a confident smile. He stopped running and turned around, declaring that he would catch the snake. Then Lady Wajan told him to wait, revealing that the ants were too close. With an excited smile, our boy assured them not to worry, since he would be right back. Sorian reached the Burmese python, grabbed it and put it around his neck. The ants were hot on his heels, but our boy kept smiling. He was not going to allow such a beautiful creature to end up as food for the ants. So he decided it was time to get out of there. Sorian's luck ran out when he tripped over a branch, and he fell flat on the ground, right in front of the ants, which caused Lady Huan and Gupi to panic. Knowing that this was not good, Sorian turned around and opened his eyes in fear. Knowing that the ants were very close, consumed by fear, all Sorian could do was stand paralyzed as the ants charged at him. At that moment, someone grabbed Sorian by the neck. It was Yalhua, who had tied her web to a tree branch and, holding our boy tightly, lifted him off the ground, preventing him from being devoured by the ants. Sorian was in a state of shock, as he couldn't believe she had saved him. The stampede of ants was so large that it created a snowstorm. Yor told our boy to hold on tight, and her eyes filled with tears. Seeing this woman, Wajan and Gupi felt relieved. They congratulated Yor on a job well done and asked her to take Sorian to a safe place. The ants had destroyed everything in their path, devouring all living beings and felling trees. A moment later, Yoryua dropped Sorian, causing him to fall to the ground as he gasped heavily for breath. Yoryua started running towards him with a furious expression. Yang let out a sigh and told Yoryua to give Sorian a good reprimand. With a furious look, she declared that from now on she would not allow him to go near the ants. All our boy could do was apologize. Then a collar made of cobweb wrapped around his neck. Sorian felt somewhat confused and asked Hoa to untie him, but she and Lady Hawaiian began to sketch a malicious smile. At that moment, Gupi arrived and saw Sorian on all fours like a dog, a scene that confused the lighter. Lady Huang quickly asked what had happened to the ants. Gupi mentioned that luckily they had stopped just on the other side of the hill, and as the sun was setting, he suggested they take a short break. Sorian didn't lift his head. He was very ashamed. Lady Huang agreed and decided they would wait there for the main group following him. At that moment, something behind the trees began to move, and realizing it, Hua Jing's eyes filled with curiosity. A moment later, someone threw a spear, which stuck in the ground near Sorian. Seeing this, everyone panicked, not knowing what was happening. Men armed with spears emerged from the bushes and ordered them not to move. They declared that this was the land of the Beast Palace and demanded the intruders identify themselves. With a confused look, Gupi drew his dagger, while on the other hand, Mrs. Hujian asked them to calm down and revealed that they were from the Tang clan of Sichuan. Upon learning they were from the Tang clan of Sichuan, an armed man with a spear appeared, and with a fierce-eyed wolf as a pet, who asked them how the Tang clan had come to the depths of the Yunnan jungle. His attention focused on something, and his eyes filled with seriousness. The leader's gaze fixed on the silk collar that Yawa had made for Saurian. Saurian's face filled with fear, and he began to wave his hands, explaining that it was not what it seemed. The leader couldn't help but clench his teeth as a powerful energy began to emerge from his body. He tightly gripped his spear, and his eyes began to shine with rage, demanding to know what the hell they were doing in the land of the Beast Palace. This man's name was Ukrang, a warrior affiliated with the Southern Beast Palace. He had found them after hearing a strange noise during a scouting mission. This place was territory of the Beast Palace, a valley called Valley of the Wild Beasts. As he walked towards them, Ukrang stated with a smile that this was why they couldn't enter the territory. Soriona felt and said they would retreat, but then he opened his eyes wide when he remembered something. He told the great warrior Hugh Krang. Before retreating, he had something important to tell him. With a curious look, Hug Rank turned around and asked Saurian what it was about. With a nervous smile, our boy asked him if he could go up the hill with him for a moment. Joker Rank did not refuse and decided to climb the hill. Our boy mentioned. Once at the top, his eyes widened in surprise and fear. He couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. In the distance, a mountain of ants could be seen. Saurian revealed that they were ants known as legionary ants, and that the strange sound Jock Rang had heard was blindingly them moving. He was sincere and admitted that he believed the Beast Palace was in the path of these ants, warning that if the Valley of the Wild Beasts was a long and narrow valley, this would be very dangerous. Jock Rang started sweating from panic, realizing that if this was true, it would be a real disaster. With a serious look, he announced that he would return to the Beast Palace to report to the Palace Lord, and he asked the members of the Tant clan to accompany him to explain the matter of the legionary ants in more detail. While Nayak played with Rang's wolf lady, Wajan showed a joyful smile, and said they would do it with pleasure. Saurian's attention focused on the ants, and his eyes began to shine with fear. So he urged everyone to go to the Beast Palace immediately, as quickly as possible. It was already getting dark, and the ants were preparing to sleep. They would rest peacefully, but when the sun rose, they would sweep the area again. It was like the sea being silent, just before a huge wave crashes onto the shore. Once night fell, Saurian and the others headed to the Beast Palace. The place was beautiful, and Saurian, somewhat surprised, thought to himself that this was the Beast Palace with a smile, and pointed out that this must be the first visit by the Tang clan in 100 years. In this place, everyone was either caring for or walking their beasts, which surprised Saurian. Lady Wajan explained that it was said that the beast taming techniques of the Southern Beast Palace were unrivaled, not even beyond the Great Wall or in the Central Plains. With a kind smile, Rang explained that the large circular clearing they had passed at the entrance was a training ground where they let the beasts run loose, and that from that point on, the residential area began. He detailed that the Valley of the Wild Beasts was shaped like a pumpkin with a single entrance. Wajan was amazed, as the entire surrounding area was surrounded by high rocky mountains. Ranga nodded his head, as long as the entrance was well defended, it could be considered a perfect natural fortress. Saurian's attention focused on the buildings, realizing that although it was a fortress, conversely, if the entrance was blocked, it meant they would be trapped like rats in a cage. Once at the entrance, Rank became serious and informed the Palace Lord that the guests from the Tang clan of Sichuan had arrived. The Palace Lord gave them permission to enter. Everyone opened their eyes seriously, and upon entering, Saurian saw 3 figures next to their black leopards. The atmosphere was tense. The white-haired, scarred-faced elder began to stroke his beast, and introduced himself as Mayan Hu, the Beast Palace Lord. Clenching his fist in his hand, Saurian bowed his head to him in respect, and introduced himself as Wei Saurian from the Tang clan of Sichuan. Mrs. Huang also introduced herself with a serious tone. Mayan Hu deduced that they had come to Yunnan to hunt poisonous creatures. He added that he had already heard the essentials from his warriors and recognized that the Tang clan of Sichuan knew much more than them about poisons and poisonous creatures. With a furious expression, he let out a sigh and asked them what exactly the legionary ants were and how they had gotten there. Saurians and the others opened their eyes in surprise and confusion. He closed his eyes. Our boy nodded and proceeded to explain everything that had happened so far, how dangerous the legionary ants were and the level of destruction they could cause. He even warned them that they must evacuate people immediately. However, his reaction was different from what he expected, as a suffocating aura emerged from Manhwa's body. With a furious look, he questioned the simple suggestion of evacuation. He began stroking his beard, asking if they were telling him to abandon his home of over 300 years, just for fear of some ants. The brown-haired woman put her hand on her chest and, with a look full of rage, told the palace lord not to listen to this outsider from the Central Plains, assuring him that if he gave her 500 flying wolves, she would personally take care of annihilating them all. Her eyes began to shine with confidence, and her gaze fixed on our boy, dismissing the threat by stating that even if there were many, they couldn't be a big deal, and that outsiders from the Central Plains always exaggerated, clenching his fist tightly. Our boy made it clear that he was not exaggerating. He warned her that if by 500 flying wolves she meant 500 wolves, then all of them would be devoured by the legionary ants. In an instant, the woman became furious. She couldn't believe what Saurian had just said. Mrs. Huang became a little nervous and reprimanded Saurian for being very rude. Saurian decided to confront the woman and explain to her that these were not normal ants, so they would undoubtedly cause great damage. It would be a real tragedy if the animals were injured or died because of it. The woman became even angrier and asked, "What the hell does an outsider from the Central Plains know to say this?" and added that her people even ate the dogs they raised and that, for this reason, they were incapable of understanding them. Hearing this, Saurian became furious and clenched his teeth tightly because for her, judging him just for raising animals differently was crossing the line. A powerful energy began to emerge from our boy's body, causing panic in Lady Wajan. And Hugh Pai, although he could tolerate other things, he could not stand anyone doubting his feelings for his pets. He decided it was time to show everything he had, without hesitating for a second. He extended his hand and ordered his pets to come out. The 3 millipedes emerged from his clothes. Nake showed its true form, with its spider body now visible, and then the lizards also came out. Everyone's attention focused on them, and their eyes widened in surprise, leaving them in a state of shock. Saurian began to show all his beasts with a proud smile, while those present, speechlessly, they recognized the millipedes and lizards and understood that the woman, in fact, was not a twin. While stroking the millipedes with a confident look, Saurian told them that their words were a bit offensive, since they were his companions, poisonous creatures, and he revealed that it broke his heart when they got sick or got injured. Of course, he also understood very well that the woman was in a state of shock, since she couldn't believe that someone like Saurian had so many beasts. The elder with a parrot as a pet was stunned and asked him if because of companion he meant that they were poisonous creatures that would accompany him for life. The elder with a cat added that even in their beast palace, where they appreciated animals, no one used the word companion. Manhwa's furious expression disappeared, and a smile spread across his face. He began to laugh heartily, exclaiming that this was truly extraordinary. Laughing, he mentioned that he had found it strange that a woman was holding the young warrior on a leash. But if the one holding the leash was this tamer and her companion, it meant that both considered each other owners. Saurian panicked and began to sweat, knowing that all of this was a misunderstanding. The elders became serious. They reasoned that if the young warrior referred to the creatures he raised as companions, that showed the magnitude of his love for them. Nodding their heads, they concluded that if the advice he had given them stemmed from that same feeling, then they should not ignore it. Manhwa also agreed, thinking that our boy was right, since buildings could be rebuilt, but people and animals would not return with a cheerful smile. Saurian and Lady Wajan looked at each other. They couldn't believe Saurian's plan had worked, placing his hand on the table. Manhwa stood up and ordered everyone to gather in the main courtyard of the Beast Palace to prepare for evacuation following Manhwa's order. Several hours later, everyone headed to the main courtyard of the Beast Palace. Manhwa, who was next to Rang, approached Saurian and thanked him. He placed a hand on his shoulder with a smile and told him he regretted not being able to say goodbye or compensate him properly due to the urgency of the situation. Saurian replied that it was nothing, that he had only done what anyone should do. With a regretful expression, the woman apologized to the young warrior for what happened the day before. She admitted that she didn't know he was so serious and that she had made a mistake in judging him. Our boy told the lady not to worry about that. This aggressive woman turned out to be not only one of the palace elders, but also the palace lord's daughter. Her attention focused on one of the millipedes, recognizing that this was truly amazing to her. It was easy to have beasts close to people, but getting insects and poisonous creatures to follow him like that was something completely different. She began to stroke the small millipede Saurian had on his head and asked the young warrior if, in the future, his little creatures had offspring. Could she keep one? At that moment, roars of agony began to be heard, causing panic among everyone. Zalpio was somewhat confused, wondering what that sound was and if it was an elephant. Saurian's eyes filled with surprise, and when he turned around, he saw that the ants were attacking and slowly devouring an elephant. Saurian felt fear as he realized this was bad, as the elephant must have fled in that direction. The elders were in a state of shock. It was the ants and the elephant had been knocked down without being able to do anything. Our boy started sweating. He panicked. He turned around and shouted at them that there was no time to waste. He urged them to evacuate immediately, as the ants were coming straight towards them. Manhwa refused. He clenched his teeth and revealed that it was already too late, as they had reached the entrance to the Valley of the Wild Beasts. The ants began to devour the elephant's carcass, while the others headed to the Beast Palace, which was only a few hundred meters away. Fleeing was no longer an option. In the blink of an eye, the ants devoured the elephant, leaving only the bones. Saurian and the others panicked when they saw the elephant turn into bones in an instant. Myungo became serious as he realized they had no choice but to fight. One of the elders clenched his fist and doubted that they could resist if even such a large elephant had been annihilated in an instant. Lady Wajan, somewhat worried, asked Saurian if the Great Patriarch and the poisonous creature squad were all right. With an expression of confidence, our boy affirmed that, knowing the dangers of the legionary ants, they must have fled to the other side of the river. The ants began to advance towards them. Jup's attention focused on them and his face filled with sweat. He was more worried about his own group, as it seemed impossible to get through the ants and escape from there. Saurian put his hand on his chin and began to reflect. This was the worst possible scenario. If they continued like this, the ants would trap them in the Valley of the Wild Beasts, and he had to decide what they should do. At that moment, a cobweb descending from the top of the mountain caught everyone's attention. It was none other than Yohua. While Soryang was a little surprised, Mrs. Wajan began to smile. Remembering that they had her, she realized that if they could use Yohu's web to cross the mountain, they could escape to a safe place nearby. Mango was standing with his arms crossed. Soryang turned to them and wondered what the people of the Southern Beast Palace would do if it were only his group. There would be no problem, but with so many people, the situation was very different. With a confident smile, Manhwa told the young warrior not to worry about them and to leave. He explained that in the world of beasts, eating and being eaten was natural. If they couldn't defeat these creatures, their fate was to be devoured. Saurian and Lady Wang were surprised. Our boy clenched his fist tightly, his eyes shining with determination. He couldn't just abandon them like that. They were animal lovers like him. He focused, telling himself there had to be a way to save them all. And that, as a spicy Faber, he had to think. Saurian began to carefully analyze the habits and migration routes of the legionary ants. His eyes began to shine with joy, and with a smile, he revealed that he had an idea. Menga Cho, and the others were somewhat confused by this, with their eyes closed and an expression of curiosity. The palace lord asked Saurian if there was any way to deal with this horde of ants. Our boy nodded, confirming that there was a way, although they would have to suffer a little to achieve it. With his hand on his chin and an excited smile, he asked if he would like to hear it. The next day, the ants, having completely digested the elephant they devoured, began to move towards the Valley of the Wild Beasts in search of food. Following the plan they had prepared all night, they took formation and waited for them in the middle of the meadow. Lady Wajan, watching from afar, closed her eyes and clasped her hands, praying that no one would get hurt. Everyone held their weapons with a serious look. Saurian told Manhwa, and Yuk ran to get ready. Manhwa began to shout, ordering the disciples of the Beast Palace to stand firm like a mountain and not break formation. They were going to protect their home with their lives. The ants began to advance towards them. Saurian began to stare at them fixedly, waiting for them to get a little closer. Once the ants stepped on the liquid that was on the grass, our boy gave the order for everyone to throw their torches. Following the order, Yuk ran through his flaming torch, which hit the liquid squarely. The instant it made contact, the flames burst out, and in the blink of an eye, Several ants were trapped inside a circle of fire. Sorian was very happy to see that it had worked. The hunting party had been isolated. With a determined look, Sorian began to run towards the ants, declaring that their formation had broken and ordering the advance with the water buffaloes. The warriors and the water buffaloes began to fight the isolated ants. Using their sharp spears, they began to kill the ants, knowing that they had to annihilate all members of the hunting party and cover the young warrior so he could reach the main body. Mayanhu's daughter wished our boy good luck. Sorian was more worried about them and asked them to be careful not to hurt themselves. While the warriors fought the ants, Sorian pushed through and reached the main body. Several minutes passed and nothing happened. Realizing this, our boy began to reflect. A short while later, he started making faces and mocking the ants, shouting at those damned creatures that he was there. His plan worked. The ants became enraged. Without wasting a second, Sorian started running while the furious ants chased him. Zalpio and the others had already defeated the ants that had been isolated. Their attention was on our boy, and he didn't know if the plan would work just. As the young warrior had said, his father mentioned that they would have to wait and see what happened. Sorian ran with all his might, realizing that the plan was perfect. Since they were following him, he just had to keep running in circles around the meadow. At that moment, our boy stepped on the oil and lost his balance. His eyes widened in fear. Knowing that this was not good, taking the opportunity, the ants shortened the distance and pounced on him. Sorian panicked when he realized he had stepped on the oil they had spilled earlier. The ants began to descend from the sky onto Sorian. All he could do was close his eyes and prepare for the worst. Yuk called out fearfully and revealed that the ants had trapped Sorian. Hearing this, Wajan and Gyupi were shocked, and their eyes filled with fear. The avalanche of ants began to bite Sorian, making him scream in pain. Sorian was not going to give up so easily, so he called Yohua. She reacted immediately and threw her cobweb towards Sorian. Fortunately, our boy managed to grab it, and pulling hard, she prevented him from being devoured by the ants. Hupi and Lady Huang were relieved to see that he had managed to survive and praised Yohua. Sorian, who was sitting on some rocks, began to pant to catch his breath. Looking at his clothes, he realized that one of the ants was still trying to bite him. Fortunately, he only received a couple of scratches and was glad to have learned his lesson. Sorian's body was hard as iron. Using the iron coffin technique, Sorian killed the ant that had stuck to his clothes. Yohua and the centipede became furious and began to scold Sorian with a nervous smile. He told them that he knew it and that even if they didn't know it, Wajan would scold him later. His eyes began to shine with joy as his attention fixed on the ants. They were standing on some rocks, and the ants were surrounding them. Mayan Hu and Ukrang were amazed to see the ants going around in circles. Just as the young warrior had said, Sorian was the only one who knew why the ants were behaving this way. The reason was that their path had been cut off. He understood that ants didn't see well and were guided by the pheromones left by the leader ant. Because of this, if the hunting or advance group suddenly disappeared, the worker ants who were only following the signals to advance ended up intertwining with each other and losing their way. Just as the Beast Palace warriors had destroyed the hunting party, the ants would be trapped chasing each other until they died. With a look of amazement and a smile revealed that this was the ant's death spiral, Sol Pio's eyes opened with joy. She turned to her father, crossing her arms. Mayan Hoa felt it and gave his daughter permission to tell everyone immediately. With a smile, Sorian picked up the centipede that she and Yohua had. His eyes filled with tears of relief and fury. Lady Wajan and Hupi couldn't help but smile. Our boy felt relieved to see that everything had turned out well. And that is how that little warrior prevented the destruction of the Beast Palace. 3 days had passed since then. Sorian had trapped the legionary ants in the anthill in front of the Beast Palace. The huge swarm of insects continued to march in endless self-destructive circles, slowly weakening. The colony was falling apart as ants fell one after another from exhaustion. The warriors of the Beast Palace walked among them, finishing off the last weak creatures by crushing them while standing next to Sorian. Mayan Ho, the Beast Palace lord, asked if the long ordeal was finally coming to an end, and Sorian nodded hesitantly. Mayan Ho, grateful, asked Sorian what he wanted him to do. Sorian made a strange request. He wanted help finding the ant queen among the dying swarm. He explained with a smile that he wanted to see if he could raise her, and asked for their help just this once. In his mind, Sorian was excited, recalling how he used to catch and raise ants as a child. He thought they were the perfect pet and was determined not to miss this rare opportunity. With a new goal, the search began. Sorian told everyone, including Hugh Krang, GUPI, and Lady Wajan, to look for the ant with the largest abdomen. Hugh Krang shouted that he understood and directed the search. It wasn't long before one of the Beast Palace warriors called Sorian and told him to come quickly. Sorian ran there, surprised and hopeful. He was met with a gruesome sight. A monstrously large red ant lay on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of other ants. This giant insect had menacing bright red eyes and a spear stuck in its head, but it was still alive. The group gathered around, shocked, pointing out that the ants were eating each other with the giant ant in the center of the scene. Lady Wajan asked if it could be the queen, Sorian, with a disturbed look, confirmed that it must be the queen, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was very strange about the situation. Sorian was deeply troubled by the scene. He knew from his knowledge of insects that, although a new ant queen could eat its own eggs to survive and start a colony, a queen would never eat her own offspring once the colony was large and established. Furthermore, he knew that ants only recognize their dead companions after about 3 days, when the bodies begin to release a specific chemical substance. This led him to a horrible conclusion. The queen was eating her offspring while they were still alive, which went completely against the laws of nature. Just as he was thinking this, Lady Wajan called him and told him to look closely at the queen's head. His eyes widened as he saw something shiny where the warrior's spear had been. It was a golden needle shining, with a faint energy stuck deep in the creature's forehead. Driven by curiosity, Sorian carefully approached the dying monster. Lady Wajan warned him to be careful, but he was focused on the strange object. He extended his hand and, with a firm grip, pulled the golden needle out of the queen's head. The moment it came out, black blood gushed from the wound, and the giant ant let out a final shriek of pain before collapsing. Sorian stared, shocked. The queen was dead, holding the strange needle. He turned to Lady Huan and asked if she recognized it. She looked at it thoughtfully and explained that although the Tang clan also used golden needles, this one had an unusual length and shape. Looking at it more closely, Sorian realized the needle was hollow. He assumed it must have been used to inject some kind of drug or poison into the queen. Suddenly, a voice called Sorian and Lady Ying. It was the great patriarch, who was running towards them with his men, much to the relief of his grandchildren. The elder explained that he had run into the warriors of the Beast Palace while looking for them, and that they had told him everything that had happened. He asked Sorian if he was all right, and the boy assured him that, thanks to his iron coffin technique, he only had a few scratches. Manhwa then approached the great patriarch, and after confirming he was an elder of the Tang clan, did something incredible. He, along with all the warriors of the Beast Palace, knelt in a deep bow of gratitude. Manhwa declared that his people owed a great debt to the Tang clan for their help, which left the great patriarch completely baffled and begging them to stand up. Lady Wajan thought to herself that it was truly special that the proud lord of the Beast Palace showed such deep respect, even for someone as important as her grandfather. Once they stood up, Manhwa insisted on treating the Chang clan with the utmost hospitality and invited them into his palace. However, Sorian interrupted, explaining that he had an important question for his grandfather. First, he showed the golden needle he had pulled from the Ant Queen's head, explaining where he found it, and pointing out its similarity to the needles used by his own clan, and he asked the great patriarch if he had ever seen one like it. The moment the great patriarch saw the needle, his expression changed to pure shock and horror. He grabbed Sorian's hand and demanded to know where he found it, surprised by his grandfather's intensity. Sorian repeated that it was in the Ant Queen's head. Lady Huan asked what was wrong, sensing a serious problem with the needle. In a somber and grave tone, the great patriarch looked at his 2 grandchildren and the members of the Beast Palace. He ominously stated that it seemed an old enemy, holding a deep grudge against both the Tang clan of Sichuan and the Beast Palace, was still alive. This news left Manhwa and his warriors completely stunned and filled with fear. Manhwa was surprised and asked who could hold a grudge against both houses. With a grim expression, the great patriarch revealed the name of their common old enemy, the Five Poisons sect. The name struck the members of the Beast Palace like lightning. Manhwa and his elders cried out in disbelief, asking if it was possible that the sect they had supposedly exterminated 100 years ago was still alive. As the elders reacted, Sorian remembered a story his grandfather had once told him. He recalled hearing that the divine technique he had learned came precisely from this sect, that the Tang clan and the Beast Palace had joined forces to destroy it so long ago. Go, putting the pieces together, realized that if the poison sect was involved, they must have used their forbidden technique of explosive wild beast immersion on the Ant Queen. Seeing Saurian's confusion, Sol Pio explained that it was a dangerous technique that forced a beast's potential to unlock, driving it into a frenzy. He added that it was a last resort art, as it could easily kill the animal if done wrong. The Great Patriarch explained more about the sect's cruelty, describing them as ruthless people who forced beasts to mate with poisonous creatures to create spiritual pills, and that they killed anyone who stood in their way. He concluded that the combination of the Tang clan style, the Golden Needle, and a Beast Palace technique was irrefutable proof of their involvement. Fear began to spread among the Beast Palace warriors, who whispered among themselves, wondering if the terrible events of a century ago were about to repeat themselves. Interrupting the growing panic, the Great Patriarch placed a reassuring hand on Saurian's head. He acknowledged the danger, but focused on the positive outcome. He stated that the ants had been defeated, and more importantly, this incident had proven that the Five Poisons sect was still active. Looking at his grandson with pride, he told him that he had achieved something truly great. Who fully agreed, also stroking Saurian's head, and admitting that, without the young warrior's help, they would not have noticed the impending threat. Saurian blushed at the praise. Finally, the Great Patriarch stood up and made a formal declaration. He announced that since the Five Poisons sect had not been completely destroyed, the alliance formed 100 years ago was still in effect in the Patriarch's name, and he promised the full support of the Tang clan of Sichuan to the Beast Palace in the coming fight. With a determined expression, Who clenched his fist and formally renewed the alliance, declaring that the Beast Palace, of course, would be on the side of the Tang clan, and would support it. Once the matter was settled, he turned to Saurian with a warm smile. He expressed his deep gratitude and explained that, since Saurian had done him a great favor, he wished to grant the young warrior and his clan whatever they desired. Who's enthusiasm was evident as he loudly encouraged Saurian to ask for anything, leaving our boy nervous and wondering why he kept receiving these open offers. Sensing the opportunity, the Great Patriarch leaned down and whispered to his grandson. He told Saurian to ask Who about the Five Poisons return divine technique, assuring him that the palace lord would not dare refuse such an important request. Following his grandfather's advice, Saurian turned to Who and told him he had a question for the palace. The lord kindly told him to ask whatever he wanted. The scene then shifted to the great hall of the palace, the lord inside the Beast Palace. There, Saurian presented his two small centipede-like creatures, which were jumping playfully on a tiger skin rug. He began to explain his unique situation. Unlike other members of the Tang clan, he had learned a technique that came from the Five Poisons sect. Because of this, he revealed that he was able to command one of his creatures solely through his thoughts. Getting straight to the point, Saurian asked his crucial question. The Five Poisons return divine technique that the Tang clan possessed also contained the secrets of the Beast Palaces. The wild beast heart technique, he said that, as he understood it, their two clans had divided the techniques of the defeated sect between them 100 years ago. He explained that his ultimate goal was to understand how this mental connection was possible, and find out if he could do it with his other beloved creatures. The question hung in the air, leaving Who and his daughter Sol Pio pondering the deep implications of his request. After a moment of thought, Who told the young warrior, regretfully, that his request was difficult to grant. Leaving Saurian with a disappointed face, Sol Pio explained more details about his father's refusal. She explained that although the Beast Palace was not stingy with its martial arts, the wild beast heart technique was their greatest and most guarded secret. It was an art that allowed sharing the heart with wild beasts, but it was only passed down to direct descendants of the palace, and it was strictly forbidden to share it. This posed a problem for the elders. Who pointed out that the Tang clan's son-in-law had somehow mastered a part of their most secret technique, and they didn't know what to do. Realizing he had asked too much, Saurian panicked and turned to his grandfather, apologizing for asking for something he shouldn't have. Suddenly, Who's expression changed, as if an idea had struck him. He stared at Saurian and asked him a very personal question. If he was the son-in-law of the Tang clan, what happened to his original family? Confused, Sorian honestly replied that he was completely alone, without family or connections, and he wondered why the palace lord was asking him that. To Sorian's great surprise, Manhwa and Siopio reacted with joy. The palace lord exclaimed that being an orphan was perfect, which only confused Sorian further, who couldn't understand how that could be a good thing. Manhwa laughed heartily, congratulating Sorian on his very appropriate name, and praising his love for his creatures, declaring it more genuine than anyone else in the entire Beast Palace. Then his expression turned serious and captured everyone's attention. He looked directly at the astonished young warrior and, pointing at him with an authoritative finger, made a shocking declaration with absolute certainty. Manhwa announced that Sor Young would become his son. Sor Young and his companions were speechless at Manhwa's sudden announcement. Nervously, our boy could only stammer, asking if the palace lord really said he wanted him as a son. Manhwa confirmed his offer with a firm look, clearly stating that Sorian was going to be adopted into the Beast Palace. He explained that if Sorian became a member of their family, he could learn all the martial arts of the Beast Palace, including their most important secret technique. He added that, with the reappearance of the Five Poisons sect, it was more important than ever for their two houses to have a closer relationship. Addressing the great patriarch, Manhwa respectfully asked for his opinion. He admitted that a previous attempt to unite their clans, 200 years ago, had failed, but he believed that with a special boy like Sorian, they could finally correct the mistakes of the past. The great patriarch stroked his beard thoughtfully. He agreed that it was a tempting offer, especially if Sorian's status as the Tang clan's son-in-law was also honored. However, he left the final decision to Sorian, saying that his free will was the most important thing. With the elders' approval, Manhwa turned to Sorian. He sweetened the offer even more, promising him that if he became his adopted son, he himself would teach him how to share his heart and mind with all his animal companions. The offer was overwhelming for Sorian, who panicked at the thought of suddenly having a new father and a new sister, and he felt it was too important a decision to make so quickly. Sensing his hesitation, Manhwa and Siopio exchanged a look, realizing the offer was not enough. Suddenly, Siopio's face lit up with an idea. She excitedly suggested to her father that they offer Sorian the visa, or flying snake. She thought that since the young warrior loved poisonous creatures, the legendary snake would be the perfect gift. Sorian, hearing the unfamiliar name, was confused, turning to his grandfather for an explanation, and the elder's expression turned serious. The great patriarch explained that she probably meant the legendary Vichinsinsa, the divine flying snake. He described it as the greatest of all poisonous creatures. It was a mythical beast said to have 2 horns and the ability to fly through the sky. The description had a huge and immediate effect on Sorian. His hesitation vanished, replaced by pure excitement. His eyes began to shine, and he clenched his fists, completely captivated by the idea of such an incredible creature. He found it an incredibly amazing offer. Seeing that Sorian was about to accept, Siopio made the final irresistible offer with a confident smile. And playful, she promised him that if he became her little brother, she herself would help him capture the legendary flying snake. That was all it took. All of Sorian's doubts disappeared without a second thought. He bowed deeply and formally greeted his new family, calling Manhwa father, and Siopio older sister. The palace lord burst into a joyous laugh, welcoming his new son, while Lady Huan and her Tang clan companion watched in confusion. The hall filled with celebration, and thus, after a sudden but happy decision, a formal adoption ceremony was held, officially making Sorian a member of the Southern Beast Palace. Later that night, as Sorian lay in his new, comfortable bed, he couldn't help but smile at how strange his situation was. He thought that in his past life he had adopted many animals, but he never imagined that he would be the one adopted. Still, he found it was not an unpleasant feeling. He felt that the people of the Beast Palace, with their deep love for animals, were genuinely good. Just like his Tang clan family, his peaceful thoughts were interrupted when his bedroom door was abruptly thrown open. To his surprise, at the door were his new sister, Siopio, and a very nervous Lady Huan, both dressed only in nightgowns. Before he could figure out what was happening, Siopio naturally said that, since everyone was family, they should now sleep together and talk. She winked and explained that she had always dreamed of doing that if she ever had a younger brother. When a bewildered Sorian asked why Lady Wajin was there, she blushed. and stammered that it was a custom in the Beast Palace for fiancés to sleep in the same room. Sorian's mind raced for a moment. He thought it was a wonderful custom before realizing the full meaning. His heart began to pound as he panicked at the thought of spending the night with two women. Ignoring his nervous state, Xiao Pio playfully pulled back his blankets and, along with a hesitant Lady Huang, climbed onto the bed, trapping the embarrassed Sorian between them as he let out a silent scream. Xiao Pio cheerfully suggested they start by talking about his poisonous pets. On a nearby table, his small creatures could only watch confusedly as their master was overwhelmed by his new family. The next day, Sorian walked with his new father and new sister outside the palace. It was obvious he hadn't slept at all. His face was tired from the chaotic slumber party the night before. When Manhwa asked if he had slept well, the boy could only weakly deny it. Nyungo announced that it was time to begin Sorian's training and teach him the technique that intrigued him so much. But first, he needed to check the boy's internal energy. He told Sorian to sit down and relax, and our boy did so. Manhwa then placed a hand on his back and sent his own internal energy through Sorian's body to check its condition. After a moment, the palace lord withdrew his hand with a thoughtful look. He said that Sorian's energy was so well hidden that he couldn't feel it correctly before. He concluded that although Sorian had managed to copy the wild beast heart technique, his version was incomplete and much weaker. He decided this was something he needed to discuss with the great patriarch. Still confused, Sorian asked what the wild beast heart technique was. Xiao Pio explained that it was an internal training method that allowed a warrior to communicate their heart to beasts and become stronger with them. Sorian was astonished. Manhwa added that it also gave the user the ability to feel a beast's heart and give it special orders. Deciding that a demonstration would be better than words, he asked his daughter to do it. Xiao Pio took a deep breath and let out a sharp, powerful howl. In response, a pack of large, fierce wolves with bright blue eyes emerged from the nearby woods. Growling as they approached, Sorian watched silently, astonished, as the intimidating beasts gathered around him. The alpha wolf began to growl at Sorian, but Xiao Pio quickly scolded it, telling the beast not to suspect, since Sorian was now their little brother. The wolf stopped immediately, letting out a confused whine. With the pack now calm, Xiao Pio smiled and encouraged Sorian to try giving them an order himself. He ordered the wolves to attack Mayan, who, using a fierce wolf formation. Instantly, the entire pack obeyed, attacking the palace lord Mayan who together. However, he stood firm, not worrying at all, with just a movement of his internal energy. He easily pushed the fierce beasts away, making them fly without touching them. The powerful demonstration ended. Manhwa remained calm amidst the wolf pack. Now calmed, Sorian was left completely speechless. His eyes opened in amazement. He exclaimed how incredible it was that all 10 wolves moved in perfect synchronization. Manhwa explained that this was possible because they were all connected through the wild beast heart technique. He proudly described the art as a way for the user to merge with the beasts, using their fangs and claws as their own. He also explained that, once the technique was completely mastered, a warrior could command hundreds, or even thousands of beasts at once, although he warned that being too greedy could be dangerous. The explanation and the demonstration of power were more than enough for Sorian. He clenched his fists with an excited face and declared the technique the best without a doubt. Without hesitation, he knelt in a formal bow, sincerely begging his new father and his new sister to teach him the wild beast heart technique. A wide smile spread across Manhwa's face. He laughed and told his new son to stand up and sit down, declaring that he would, of course, pass on the technique to him. Sorian, delighted, thanked him. Manhwa placed his hand on Sorian's back again, and a powerful, invisible wave of energy began to flow from the palace lord into his new son as he transferred the knowledge. Manhwa concentrated and thought to himself that, while teaching Sorian the wild beast heart technique, he would also adjust the boy's 5 poisons return origin technique. He had analyzed Sorian's body and realized the great strain it was under from the constant use of poison, something for which the Beast Palace's core art was never designed. As he continued the process, Manhwa explained that the wild beast heart technique wasn't really meant to handle poison. Its true purpose was to connect with something more basic, like a creature's blood. The news surprised Sorian. Manhwa added that only a single drop of blood or even other bodily fluids was needed, such as saliva. He revealed that this was why Saurian was already able to give mental commands to his centipede-like creature. The bond had started to form when the creature bit him. Saurian remembered and finally understood. With a final pat on Saurian's shoulder, Manhwa announced that the ritual was complete. Mind, he told his new son that he was now completely connected to his little centipede through the technique and that he would be able to feel its heart and emotions completely. Closing his eyes and holding the small creature, Saurian felt a warm golden energy enveloping him. He was stunned. He could truly feel it now. He was overwhelmed by a wave of pure, unconditional love from his companion. An emotion so strong it was like being loved as a baby. Tears streamed down his face as he tightly hugged the creature. Ma Yinghe watched with satisfaction and declared that this was the power of the complete wild beast heart technique. Ready to continue. Ma Yinghe then asked Saurian to hand over his other small creatures so he could repeat the process and form a bond with them too. Although Saurian feared they might bite, Ma Yinghe assured him that nothing would happen, as he could use a protective aura if necessary. However, the method for the next step was much stranger than Saurian could imagine. Ma Yinghe ordered him to lie on the floor and open his mouth before the confused boy could react. Ma Yinghe held the two creatures over his face and ordered them to spit into their master's mouth. He explained that Saurian's training consisted of using the technique to feel the saliva as it entered his body. Horrified, Saurian tried to protest, but it was too late. The two creatures began to drool profusely over him. As the saliva dripped, Saurian felt disgusted, thinking the situation was becoming very strange. Thanks for watching the video.